Welcome to this course on Advanced SD. Before I tell you what this course is about, let me tell you what this course is not about. If you are new to SAP or if you are new to SD, this is not the course for you. So if you are new to SD and you want to learn SD, I would strongly recommend my beginner course in SD. So just search for SAP SD Training. And you'll find my course here. It's really simple. It's over 30 hours of training, and it starts all the way from scratch, starting with what is SAP, and then takes you step by step into configuration and business processes. Then you can come back to this advanced course. If you don't like my other course, you can take any SD course you like. The point being, before you take this advanced course, make sure you know the basics of SD. When I mean the basics, you should be able to talk about enterprise structure, document types, item categories, schedule line categories, route determination, text determination, pricing determination, condition technique. You need not be very fluent in this, but at least you should have some basic idea. Now, what do I cover in this course? This is more like a step 2. There is a specific reason why this course was created. In fact, many of my existing subscribers have been asking for this course. The reason is simple. Once you do a basic course, anyway, right, any subject, in this case SD, once you do a basic course, you're basically left out there. You can neither attend an interview because you don't know a lot of stuff, nor can you stay at home, right? You have learned something, you want to put it to use. You want to get a job in that area. So most of the students who learn the basic SD course tend to get stuck in that no man's land. Well, there are people who get their jobs, but it's through their own efforts and merit. So this course is basically like a step 2. Step 1, so this is the basic SD course. This is the advanced SD course. So what do I cover in this course? Well, I've divided this course into 5 broad areas. I cannot really classify SD into 5 categories, but overall into 5 different sections. Starting with pricing. So what do you do in pricing? Anybody who has done a basic course in SD would understand the different fields in pricing, pricing procedure, condition technique, and how to create condition records, how to see the effect of it in pricing. After that, there's a whole world of pricing out there. So we talk about advanced topics like pricing type, we talk about rounding, and the list goes on and on and on. I don't want to be really elaborate at this point, but I just want to give you a picture on the general direction we'll be taking in this course. So pricing is one broad area. We'll try to cover as much as possible. And this is going to be an organic course, meaning I would really like for a suggestion. And if you want a particular topic to be included, just send me a message. I'll try to add that into this course. So I would really love your feedback on this, and I might not be able to do everything that you ask for, but if there is a most popular demand, I'll definitely work on it. The second topic is stock and logistics. Well, when I talk about logistics, we're talking about advanced topics like intercompany or intra-company, stock transport orders. We're talking about cross-company sales. We're talking about third-party sales. These are all scenarios where special business processes in logistics are involved, either cross modules like SD or MM, or even within MM with special configuration. So we'll do a lot of cross module interaction. The next topic is user exits. User exits is something that most people tend to stuck at. Again, User exits is a topic that many people find a bit difficult to understand. The reason is simple. Unless you have somebody to help you code, you'll not be able to understand what a user exit is. But since I know ABAP, I'm going to play that role for you, and then we're going to explain, and then we're going to think about scenarios where we need to use user exits. For example, think about pricing user exits, think about bodies, business add-ins, think about BAPIs. Now, when I say user exit doesn't have anything to do with the BAPI, but the reason why I say user exit is because any kind of custom coding that is done in a project, a fresher would tend to think of it as user exit, right? It could be any custom piece of code. So think of it as custom coding. And when I mean custom coding, we're not talking about reports here, like Z reports. That's not what we're talking about. We're talking about, tweaking the business process using user exits, bodies, BAPIs, or any kind of mechanism that SAP has intended to tweak the business process. For example, you could think about stuff like in pricing, how do I add a custom field? Well, you go to this field catalog, add this field. That's the general response, right? But how do you do it? Have you seen it in real time? So we'll try and work on those scenarios where we'll take a field catalog, an actual field catalog, KOMG, and then add fields to it, and how to add fields to it, and how to work on creating a condition table using those fields, and what user exit should be used to populate the structure dynamically at runtime, and things like that. After that, the next topic is interfaces. This is probably one of the most underrated topics. Nobody talks about interfaces when you go for a training, but at least 20% of your work in general is going to be on interfaces, because no system exists in isolation, right? There's going to be an interface with a bank. There's going to be an interface with a logistics provider. There's going to be a 3PL, third-party logistics interface. There's going to be EDI. There's going to be ALE. So as of now, we'll focus on EDI, ALE, and we can focus on things like flat file interface, XML file interface. We don't need to exactly code things, but we'll talk about business scenarios that are related to these kind of interfaces. So we'll be talking about EDI, ALE, IDOCs, flat file interfaces, or other kind of interfaces. And then finally, we have the miscellaneous section, where we could talk about alternate business process. What do I mean by that? We could talk about things like down payments, how to configure down payment. Or we could talk about GBI, general billing interface. These are all non-standard business processes, and we need to have an understanding of these to be able to really claim that you know SD. So without understanding a down payment and how to configure it, you really can't claim yourself as an experienced SD consultant. Or think about stuff like LIS or SIS, Logistics Information System. They are really at the heart of configuration and concepts regarding pricing, and not all concepts, but some. And they are really at the heart of rebates, right? Rebates is a very powerful concept in SD, and LIS is the basis for that. But to understand it, we need to be able to have a holistic view of LIS, when LIS needs to be used, so on and so forth. And then, we're going to talk about rebates. And, if necessary, sales deals, promotions. These are all, so I'm trying to group all of them under the miscellaneous section. So I've divided all these topics into 5 groups, but like I said, this course is going to be organic, and anything else that I can think of, I'll keep adding and make this course better and better as it progresses. So if this kind of a treatment in SD interests you, then I strongly feel you should take this course. Irrespective, I wish you the best of luck in getting a job in SD. See you in the course. This section's topic is third-party dropship. What is a dropship? A dropship is a situation where goods are delivered to the customer without our interference. There could be many cases of dropship, but the one that we are more interested in is called third-party dropship. This is a situation where, for example, we have our customer here. This customer places an order. So this is your sales order. Step number 1. So they place an order with our company, of course. And for certain kinds of goods, we might not even maintain stock. So there's no goods in our stock. And what happens? Well, we have taken an order, we have to honor it, right? It could be either because we are temporarily out of stock, or it could be because we never stock these kinds of items, but we sell them, right? What do I mean by that? The first example is we could fall short of stock. That is pretty straightforward, right? We do stock certain items, but if we fall short of stock, we get it from somewhere else and then store it and then fulfill the order. That is a more straightforward case that we are all aware of. In this case, since we have a shortfall of stock, we can ask somebody else, a vendor, to deliver the goods directly to the customer. Because there's no point in bringing them to our warehouse and then packing them and then delivering it to the customer. Well, there could be a point when we don't want our customer to know who the vendor is. But in most cases, where if you don't care about some products which are not your core competency, for example, your Philips, the medical equipment giant, or GE Healthcare, you're selling big equipment like an MRI scanner, which is, let's say, $2 million. And on top of that, you also sell some accessories, right? Accessories are not your core line of business. Maybe, say, for example, that's not your core competency. You don't make a lot of money on it. So you outsource it to some other vendor. So the vendor delivers it directly to the customer, and you don't mind that happening as Philips, because Philips is not in the business of accessories, let's say. It's in the business of making that big high-tech MRI scanner. In cases like that, there's no point in hiding the vendor from the customer, isn't it? But in a case where you are a distributor, you don't have the stock, you're getting it from some other distributor or some other vendor, and you don't want your customer to know who the vendor is. In cases like that, you don't want the goods to be drop shipped directly to the customer. Instead, let the vendor send the goods to your factory and then you deliver it, right? The reason why the current scenario is called drop ship, the one that we are trying to explain, is because the goods don't go through our warehouse. They are shipped directly or dropped directly from the vendor to the customer. Although the company is there in between, it's of no consequence purely from a logistics perspective. So step number 2, since we don't have the stock, is we go to a vendor. And how do you interact with a vendor? You do what's called as a purchase order, right? You want some goods from the customer, you send a purchase order. And then what does the vendor do? The vendor delivers the goods directly to the customer. So this is step number 3, delivery. And this is where we are calling it as drop ship. So it's being dropped directly at the customer site without having to go through our warehouse, the company's warehouse. So that's the delivery. And we don't care how the delivery happens. It's all outside of SAP for us because it's the vendor who's taking care of us. So this is where we're doing SAP. Right? And number 4 is because the vendor that delivered the goods, he's going to send us an invoice, right? And finally, we'll send an invoice to our customer. So there are 5 steps in this entire process, right? Step number 1 is where you receive the sales order from the customer, say for a particular product. Step number 2 is you don't have the product, so you're asking your vendor to deliver the goods. The vendor does get us the goods, but instead of sending it to our warehouse, he's dropping them right at the customer's location. That is step number 3. Step number 4 is the vendor is going to send us an invoice for the goods that he has sent to our customer. And step number 5 is where, because the goods have been delivered to the customer, we're going to invoice the customer. So 5 steps. Let's look at the steps in SAP. How do you do this? Step number 1 is the customer places an order, right? So it is this step. Customer places an order, and it's a regular order, right? Nothing out of the blue. It's standard order, OR, standard customer. Everything is the same. But come at the line item level, you'll see that there's a different item category here. TAS. TAN is our standard item category, right? The one that triggers a delivery, billing, so on. But TAS is different. This is what ensures that step number 2 here happens. Instead of delivering the goods from our warehouse directly to the customer, right? So this is not what happens. Instead, this is what happens. And the item category is what makes it happen. So this is the trigger point. This is the trigger for third-party dropship. This is the trigger to create a PO to the vendor. Now you could configure it to happen automatically based off of your standard item category determination. Meaning, for some goods, it's always a dropship. Like the Philips accessories examples that we discussed. Sometimes it's on demand. Meaning, if we don't have stock, and if we need to send the goods right away to the customer, let's say, then change the item category dynamically. Either way, it has the same effect. It triggers a third-party dropship, and we're going to see how. So step number 1 is everything else remaining the same. The customer order comes in, and the item category triggers a change in the process. And the reason why is at the item category level is something you should understand by now, right? It's at the item category level because you could have some items being dropshipped and some items being delivered from your warehouse. So it's not a header level process, it's an item level process. So that's the reason why it's done at the item category level. And if you go to the schedule line, you'll see that the corresponding schedule line category for TAS is CS. So TAS, the item category that you've changed or configured, triggers the schedule and category of CS. You could have your own Z item categories based off of TAS or CS. But these are the standard item categories provided by SAP. So you should know them. And what does CS do? There's some magic that's happening here at the item category level. We'll talk about it in the config. But the bulk of the magic actually happens at the schedule and category level. Again, we'll see what that magic is when we come to the config. But over here, these are the key trigger points. Item category, schedule line. And when CS is being configured as the schedule and category, as soon as the order is saved, right, it automatically triggers a purchase requisition, PREQ, purchase requisition. Now, for those of you who are just in SD, you don't have any idea about MM, a purchase requisition is a precursor to a purchase order. For example, what's a precursor to an order? Now, there are many examples or many precursors actually, like a contract or a scheduling agreement Maybe not a scheduling agreement, but contract is a good one, right? So a contract or a quotation, right? So these are precursor documents to orders. Similarly, purchase requisitions are internal documents within the company that are generated, based off of which they're either combined or they're split up, or the purchasing officer makes a decision and converts them into a purchase order. And the purchase order is the actual vendor-facing document. Purchase requisition is an internal document. It's meant for making decisions. It's a precursor. The purchasing officer can make a decision and approve it and then convert it into a purchase order, whereby it goes out to the vendor, right? And when you do that trigger, step number 2 is, or rather, they're still in step number 1. And what is this transaction? This is the purchase requisition. The transaction code for that is ME53N, or 5152 for create and change. But we are not creating the purchase requisition from scratch. It's triggered as part of the scheduling category. So you don't have to manually create it. SAP will create the purchase requisition for you. All you have to do is go to 52N or 53N, put the purchase requisition in, and you'll see the actual purchase requisition. Now, some more stuff for the SD consultant. What is this? Account assignment category. What is this? GL account, business area. What's this whole screen? Well, like I said, this is a precursor document in MM. And the account assignment category is third party. This is the equivalent of an item category in a sales order. So this is the item category. This is called as account assignment. The account assignment controls the GL accounts that are here. The item category controls the logistics. So because this purchase requisition, basically what this says is, because this purchase requisition is generated specifically to cater to the needs of a particular sales order, the account assignment or the accounting that has to happen behind the scenes is totally different from a purchase requisition that is specifically created, let's say, to fulfill your stock requirements. Meaning, if Philips wanted to stock their warehouse with accessories, it will not create a third-party order, right? It will create a standard purchase requisition, get the goods, put it in their warehouse. But this is not that kind of scenario, right? This is called a dropship. A scenario where we're going to send this purchase order in a couple of minutes to the vendor after we convert this purchase requisition to a purchase order. And the goods are going to go straight to the customer, right? Straight to the customer. And because of that, the way the accounting happens is just that the sales order is going to eat the cost of procurement. And that's exactly what this account assignment category will do for us. It ensures that the cost of the goods that is being procured is somehow associated with the sales order. Now, how it does that behind the scenes is something that the MM consultant is worried about, not the SD consultant. So, for you as an SD consultant, you don't have to worry about that, right? Just understand that this is a third-party transaction. Even if you're not fully aware of this account assignment category, it doesn't cause you any harm as an SD consultant. But as an MM consultant, if you're trying to understand this, then you probably know by now that this purchase requisition is based off of a third-party account assignment category, and hence the accounting happens differently. Alright, so that was step number 1. So step number 1 is where the customer has placed an order, and instead of doing the standard fulfill from the stock or place an order with the vendor, get the stock into our warehouse and then deliver it to our customer ourselves, we're taking a shortcut. We're asking the vendor directly to supply it to the customer, right? So the first step is we take the order and trigger the necessary purchase requisition so that step number 2, which is sending the purchase order over to the customer, can now happen. Right? So the first key to trigger this is the item category. TAS. And because of TAS item category, the schedule line CS. And because of schedule line CS, as soon as you save it, right? As soon as you save it, it triggers a purchase requisition. And this is automatic. You don't have to do anything. This is automatic. And what is a purchase requisition? It's a precursor document to a purchase order. So purchase order is the vendor facing document. So this purchase order is the vendor facing document, but purchase requisition is somewhere in between here. So this is where the purchase requisition is, right? The sales order triggers a purchase requisition, and we are right at this point. Step number 2 is not done yet, right? All right. So let's go to step number 2. All right. And then we have seen how a purchase requisition looks like. ME53N, open the purchase requisition. And then you'll see that there's this item that you have entered in the sales order. There's the quantity. And this is the sales order that you have created with the corresponding item category. And the account assignment of third party, meaning the cost of procurement, is being eaten by your sales order, right? So that was step number 1. Let's go to step number 2. Step number 2 is we take that purchase requisition and convert that into purchase order. So this is the purchase order. ME21N is the transaction. So the previous transaction was ME53N. We just viewed the purchase requisition. We didn't create it. But over here, we are converting that purchase requisition into a purchase order. So this is the conversion process. Convert purchase requisition to PO, purchase order. This is like the actual order that goes out to the vendor saying deliver this and that. Who should this be delivered? The customer, right? So this address here is the actual customer's address, right? And this gets passed down, this address, from the sales order. So this is where we have taken the customer's address, right? And this address gets passed over via the purchase requisition to the purchase order, step number 2, automatically. So this gets passed over automatically. You don't have to do anything. That's how that the schedule and category behaves. All right? And if you look at the document flow after your purchase order has been created, you'll see that the sales order has a purchase order in the document flow. This is something that you don't see normally in your OTC. This only happens if you're doing a third-party dropship, right? So this is a peculiar or special document flow where you have your sales order associated with it. You have a purchase order, and you only see it after the conversion. After PREC is converted to PO. That is step number 2. And if you try to do goods receipt, it says the goods receipt is not possible. Now, there are some adjustments that can be done for that in order to do a dummy goods receipt. There are scenarios where you would want to do that, but that's a very special case. You don't have to worry about that now. For a standard scenario, goods receipt is not possible. For a standard scenario of a third-party dropship, goods receipt is not possible. In case you're wondering why, let me tell you why. The reason why that's not possible is because you did not intend to create this purchase order to deliver the goods to the plant, right? That was not your intention. Your intention is for the vendor to deliver it directly to the customer. And because of that, you can't do a goods receipt. That's not possible. Goods receipt, not possible. And that's what it's trying to say here. No goods receipt possible for this purchase order, which is of type third party. Right? So this is not a special step that you have to do, but I'm just trying to show you that for a third party item category purchase order that's sent to the vendor, you can't do a goods receipt in MyGo. So MyGo goods receipt, not possible. The reason is simple. The goods receipt doesn't happen in our purview, right? So what happens is the delivery is drop shipped. It's not sent over to our stock. So no MIRO or MIGO, right? So because the delivery is not happening in our purview, there's no need to do a goods receipt. Step number 4 is MIRO. What's MIRO? MIRO is invoice receipt. So if you look at the steps, 1, 2, 3 are done. 3 is something that didn't happen in our purview, so we're not too bothered about it. Step number 4 is where the invoice is being sent by the vendor to us, the company. And that we have to receive based on the purchase order. So for this purchase order, for a quantity of 1, we pay the vendor so much, right? 594 euros. And this is done using MIRO. This is the standard transaction to take in the vendor invoice. And of course, finance department will pay it based on the accounting document that's created. And if you look at the purchase order history after you have received the invoice, you should be able to see in the purchase order history that an invoice has been received, right? And the invoice is for so-and-so dollars or euros. So the purchase order history should update the invoice that you receive from the vendor. Now the next step, step number 5, is where you send an invoice to your customer. It's this step. Step number 5, sending the invoice to the customer. You do this because your promise to the customer has been fulfilled. You have delivered the goods. Now you need to send out an invoice to the customer so that the customer can pay. And that is happening without a delivery, right? You see, there's no delivery. So it's an order-based invoice. Order-based invoice. Of course, I'm calling it an order-based invoice, but with a twist, which we're going to see when we come to the configuration. All right. So in the next chapter, we'll look at the config. So in the next chapter, I'm going to demo it in the system for you. So we're going to create a standard sales order, convert that into purchase requisition, convert the purchase requisition into a purchase order, get the invoice, and invoice the customer, right? All the 5 steps that we've seen, we're going to do it. Okay, let's start creating this transaction. VA01, standard order, OR. I'm going to use the French company code, 2200 1000. And the customer is 2500. That's a French customer. And these are all data available in your standard IDS system. Take M02, quantity of 1. Now I've configured the item category to be determined as tasks. And if it is done in your IDS system, all good. If not, all you have to do is go to VOV4 and configure your item category in such a way that for this particular material, task is being determined. And that's based on the item category group in the material master. You can just go change it from, let's say, F8. Or let me do this, /O MM03 M-02. Go to the sales org 2 view. Plant is 2200. Sales org is 2200. Distribution channel 10. And you'll see that the item category group is BANS. Okay, BANS. So OR plus BANS will basically give you tasks. Right? If you double click on that, you should see that the corresponding item category in the schedule lines is CS, right? So CS is going to trigger a purchase requisition. But do you see the purchase requisition there? You don't, right? So you'll only see it once you save the order. So let's save the order, open it again, change mode, go to the schedule lines, and you'll see the purchase requisition. Make a copy of that. And step number 2 is we're going to convert this purchase requisition into a purchase order. But before we do that, if you want to view your purchase requisition, go to ME53N. So this is a purchase requisition that has automatically been created. So you don't need to create it. It's already there for you. Go there, enter your purchase requisition, and you'll see your material. quantity, everything is there. All the details that you've entered in the customer facing sales order is already here, right? The account assignment will be third party, and the corresponding sales order number, line item, everything is linked, right? Now, what we want to do in step number 2 is convert this purchase requisition into a purchase order. So for that, go to ME21N. So this is something that you would have to create, right? And in order to do that, go to document overview on, right? Go to my purchase requisitions or any other search criteria, right? So what is our purchase requisition number is 97, right? So just drag it onto your shopping cart. So we are converting the purchase requisition that SAP has created as part of the ordering process into a purchase order, right? If you look at the account assignment, it's going to be third party. Again, the sales order is there. It's all linked. It's more or less a reflection of the purchase requisition, except that it's going to have the vendor. The vendor is 1010, but we don't care. Some vendor is supplying the goods to the customer. It's all part of your procurement planning. Okay, save that, and you should see the purchase order number. So step number 2 is complete. So there's a purchase order number. Make a note of that. Okay, now you can try to do the delivery, an inbound delivery using MyGo, and it's going to fail, right? You want to try that? Go to MyGo and then try to do a goods receipt based off of your purchase order. It's going to tell you that no goods receipt are possible. No goods receipt possible for purchase order, right? And that's because that's how a standard third-party scenario is configured in SAP. You can change it if you want to, but we're not going to look at that in this particular section. So let's say the vendor has delivered the goods to the customer. Now he has sent us an invoice. Let's go receive that. Again, this is all company code 2200, Myro, put the invoice date, and we are receiving an invoice against this purchase order. What is the amount? Amount is 594.60, and we're going to put that in the header. Yes. Then the balance should be 0. Now you can just save it. Any other errors like tax errors or other accounting errors that you get will typically be solved by your consultant. If you're not able to do it, that's fine for now. Okay, this is done. Now we're going to invoice the customer /NVA03, the original sales order. If you look at the document flow, you'll see that there's a purchase order, right? We have finished processing that purchase order that we have sent to the vendor. Now what we have to do is take this sales order and invoice it. How do you do that? If you go inside, you just say sales order, billing, right? The sales price is 754 euros, but the cost price for procuring it was 500 euros, right? So 200 euros is your profit margin there. So go save this. And if you look at the sales order again, you'll see the entire flow. The sales order, the customer facing sales order is there. Step number 2, we have converted that to a purchase order, sent it to the vendor. Step number 3 is the vendor has delivered the goods directly to the customer. We don't have that step formally in the system, but that's a process that happens behind the scenes, right? Step number 4 is we have received the invoice from the vendor. Step number 5 is we have created the customer facing invoice, sent it to our customer. 5 steps that completes our third party dropship in SAP. Now in the next chapter, we look at the pieces of the config that makes this possible. Alright, now let's look at the configuration. The first key piece is the item category, right? This is what has triggered this entire cascade of things. So, how do you need to set your task item category? Billing relevance is F. Right? This is the only key difference. Billing relevance F. Now, what does F mean? Order related according to the invoice quantity. This is strange, right? Order related. You want to bill this document according to the invoice quantity. What do I mean by that? Why do you want to bill it according to the billed quantity? Invoice here represents the purchase orders invoice receipt. It's not a sales invoice. It's the purchase orders invoice receipt. So what's meant here is that there is a particular quantity that's being invoiced here, right? So let's say the customer has asked for a quantity of 6, right? The vendor has only delivered 5 quantity, and that's what he has invoiced us. Now, in the customer-facing invoice, we can't invoice him for 6, right? Because the vendor said that he has only delivered 5, short picking or short delivery. So our customer-facing invoice has got to be based off of how much has been invoiced in the purchase order, right? And that's what F means. It's a special billing relevance in the item category that bases the quantity off of the purchase order's invoice quantity, right? F is the billing relevance. And this is the only key change in the item category. The bulk of the changes are actually in the schedule line category, which we're going to see in a minute. And like I said, make the item category group as BAMS if you want to do it the standard way. And OR plus BAMS is TAS. Right? So this is all standard. If you want to do your own Z's, you can very well do it. The item category is where the bulk of the changes or the config changes are. Well, you don't have to change if you want to use your standard schedule and categories, but since you'll be using your own schedule and categories, this is where we specifically say that for if you use this particular schedule and category, what is the purchase requisition type that is triggered, right? So when this sales order is being converted to a purchase order via a purchase requisition, what is the document type? That is NB. Okay. What is the item category? Third party, account assignment. Everything that you see in the purchase requisition is controlled off of this schedule and category. Also, on top of that, there is no availability, there is no product allocation, there is no requirements that are transferred to MRP because there's no need for requirements, right? We are not procuring it and storing it in the plant. The vendor is going to deliver it directly to the customer. Because of that, there's no need for requirements to be transferred to MRP. There's no need for availability check to happen. So for a third party dropship transaction, the magic happens in the schedule and category, right? This is where the bulk of the config is. And schedule and category determinations is based off of TAS plus any MRP type. You can configure it the way you want. It's going to determine CS schedule and category. So this is all standard. Nothing out of the blue here. Now the rest of the steps, all the way until invoicing, maybe except for the invoicing quantity bit, everything else is MM, right? You can change some things here, but that's a topic that we're not going to discuss at this point. For example, if a goods receipt is required or not, like a phantom goods receipt. You might want to do it under certain circumstances. If you want to do it, it's all an MM change. You can do it in the account assignment category, right? Same thing with the account assignment third party item category. The previous one was the account category. This is the item category. This is where you control what is possible and what is not. Like goods receipt is possible or not. Inventory management can be done or not. Valuation can be done or not, right? So account assignment is mandatory here because the sales order is going to eat the cost. You can't basically procure it like a non-stock item, like an expense item. You can't do that. Somebody has to eat the cost, and that's going to be your third-party sales order, right? That's all MM, like I said. You don't have to worry about that. Now, there are some other things that are automatically happening behind the scenes for you. Just because you have done a TS, TAS, everything else is taken care of. So what else is taken care of? So let me tell you what else is being taken care of. The quantities, materials, any other texts, like special instructions, bubble wrap this particular piece of accessory. All that stuff is transferred over from the SO to the PO automatically. You don't have to do it. You don't have to do anything manually, or you don't have to do any special configuration for that, right? Also, the customer's address is automatically transferred to the PO as a delivery address, okay? And any other delivery notes, like I said, texts are automatically transferred as well. So there's a whole bunch of data transfer that's happening behind the scenes, and you don't have to worry about it. SAP automatically takes care of that. It also takes care of certain things like, what if you change the customer address? Does it get changed in the purchase order? It does. You can try it. Not after a certain time, not after the purchase order has been delivered or invoiced as it has been done. But before that, any address changes in the customer are automatically transferred to the purchase order. So there's a whole ton of things that is happening behind the scenes without you knowing it, just because you have configured your item category and schedule in accordingly. So this is the only piece of config that you have to do. Let's go back once again. Step number 1, item category, right? Billing relevance. We have seen what is F. Step number 2 is schedule and category. The schedule and category is where the bulk of the config is from an SD perspective. It controls the purchase requisition type, the account assignment category, and the item category in the purchase order. And it also ensures that availability check does not happen, nor is the requirement transferred over to MRP. And then the rest of the config, like I said, is all MM. What you do in the account assignment category, what you do in the item category is all MM. You can change some of the things, but most of the things cannot be changed, except for one or few things here there, like if a phantom goods receipt needs to happen, nothing else can be changed. And SAP automatically, and once that's done, SAP automatically takes care of all the data transfer that needs to happen from the sales order, customer facing sales order, all the way to the purchase order, right? Things like materials, what has been ordered by the customer, in what quantities has it been ordered, any special instructions are there, what is the address that it should be delivered to, all that stuff is automatically transferred over to the purchase order. Sometimes the changes are reflected as well, right? Not all of them. For example, texts are not reflected, but the customer address changes are reflected, quantity changes are reflected, right? And you also get the actual quantity that has been delivered and invoiced back to the customer, because the item category has been configured in such a way. So there's two-way data communication that's happening between two separate things: sales order, purchase order. Let's take a quick recap of what we have learned in third-party dropship. Third-party dropship is done when we retain, as a company, control over most of the scenario, like billing, taking the order. But the delivery, the actual delivery and fulfillment is done by a vendor. The example that we have talked about is the Philips case. So Philips is a company that focuses on, let's say, the Philips medical division focuses on big medical equipment, like, the multi-million dollar medical equipment, like MRI scanners, PET scanners, that kind of stuff. But the hospital that's going to order it requires not just the big medical equipment, and it also requires the accessories that go with it, like a bench, glass shield, many different things. Now, the focus of Philips is, the manufacturing and R&D of that big medical equipment. Everything else, Philips might not be very interested in, but their customer is. So in cases like that, there are two choices for Philips. Philips could play the role of stocking all the accessories, getting them from the respective vendors that manufacture them, like the 2-tier, 3-tier, tertiary vendors that manufacture all these accessories, store them and deliver them as part of the order. That's one alternative. The second alternative is, instead of stocking them, they could say, I need these products to be delivered to this customer on this date. The vendor will take care of it. This is typically done in cases where, they don't need to go along with the main product. It could be an accessory. It could be a product that could be used at a later point in time, stored somewhere. Like, for example, vials that are used in medicine need not be used right away. So they need not go along with the main order. They could go later and then just be stored in a locker somewhere, and then they'll be used as and when required. So that's one business use case where you could use third-party dropship. There are more examples for third-party dropship, like there's a sudden requirement and you don't have the stock and there's no time for you to get it into the stock and then package it and then send it back to the customer. In that case, you just order the vendor to directly send it to the customer. So there are 5 steps in third-party dropship, right? The customer places a sales order. Step number 1. Step number 2 is this sales order will be created by us in SAP in such a way that it triggers a PREC. This PREC will be converted to a purchase order, step number 2. And once that is done, the purchase order will be delivered by the vendor directly to the customer. And like I said, this is transparent to the company, meaning it's something that happens outside of SAP for us. The vendor will take care of that. And of course, step number 4 is the vendor sends us a bill for the goods that he has delivered to the customer. And that is the step. Right? And finally, once we know for sure that the customer has received the goods, we can send them the invoice. So the invoice will be sent over to the customer. The customer will pay us. That completes the process, right? So 5 steps in a third-party transaction. The key pieces of config is item category and schedule and category. From an SD consultant's perspective, these are the only things that you need to understand. On top of that, you also need to understand how the data flows all the way from the sales order to the purchase order. And some of the data, like the actual quantity that has been delivered, back from the vendor invoice to the customer invoice. Because we can't invoice more than what has been delivered, right? And we only know what has been delivered based off of customer's invoice, because we don't even know the actual delivery that's made using this delivery, which is happening totally outside of SAP. Right? So this is our only source for the actual quantity that has been delivered. And that's the reverse data that flows back from the purchase order to the sales order. And SAP automatically takes care of it. You don't have to do anything on that. So here is another question. How is rounding done in pricing? What is rounding? In most transactions, there is some level of rounding that is being done purely from a decimals perspective. For example, if the value of your sales order is, let's say, $123.68, it will remain as that on the invoice, because the US currency, the dollar, is typically 2 decimals, right? 68. Now, sometimes because of the way you calculate things, for example, you're calculating 10% tax out of 123.68, or let's say 15% tax, right? So what is 15% of this? So 123.68 into 0.15. So that's 18.552. Now add that, this is tax, right? So tax has got to be added to the main amount, and so plus, and this becomes plus 123.68. So that is 142.232, right? Now we said we're going to round it down or round it up to 2 decimals. So how is this going to be rounded to? This is going to be approximated to 142.23, because 2 is less than 5, so it rounds down. If this were 7, let's say, this would have been 2 4, right? This is rounding up versus rounding down. And that's the concept behind rounding. Now, which condition type should be rounded? How it should be rounded? All this stuff can be controlled at the pricing procedure level and at the condition type level. If you look at a typical pricing procedure, V/08, and then look for RVAA01, the standard pricing procedure for Germany, you'll see that there is a pricing condition type that's provided out of the box called DIFF, D-I-F-F. Not PDIF, but D-I-F-F. So this is the condition type, D-I-F-F. And what are the corresponding conditions against it? So if you look at DIFF, the requirement should be 13, the calculation type should be 16, the base calculation type should be 4. What does this mean? So SAP provides an out-of-the-box condition type called DIFF that can be used to do this rounding automatically. Now, as you can see, this is the requirement. So requirement for this is 13. Calculation type equal to 16. So these are the two key parameters. So what does requirement 13 do? Requirement 13 says rounding as per T001R. Okay, so it says I'm going to do rounding or check for rounding against a particular table. T001R is basically a table. Okay, where is this table maintained and what does this table do? So if you go to transaction OB90, this is where the table is maintained. And this table essentially is the type of rounding that you're asking the system to do based on the company code and currency. Meaning, in the company code US, in the US, if you are creating an invoice in USD, how should be the rounding? If you are creating an invoice in EUR, Euro, in US company code, how should the rounding be? So the transaction code OB90 controls the rounding rules. How does it control it? By company code and currency. And what does this rounding units mean? So what does 5 mean? What does 10 mean? What does 100? So 100 is typically like USD, right? USD is 2 decimals, right? So this is 5112.32, right? Or 0.326. If this is what we have arrived at, this will be rounded to 5112.33, right? It's rounding up to 2 decimals. That's what 100 means. Now, 10 means, I don't know what kind of currency rounds up to 10, but let's say if it were the same amount, 5112.326, this is how it will round up to 5112.3. Because it's 2 here, it gets rounded down to 3. If it were 3 here, it would get rounded up to 4. Right? So it's getting rounded to the, I don't know what it is called, 10th place or whatever. So that's what 10 means. So you can just try it on your system. We'll see a demo. What does 5 mean? So 5 means 5112.326. If this were the case, this will round it up to 5112.30. So the reason why it does that is this value is 32, right? It gets rounded to the nearest 5, meaning so 30, and then we have 35, right? It goes in increments of 5, and 32 becomes 30. So 5112.30 is what it rounds down to. In this case, it gets rounded down, or it could get rounded up if if the number is higher, right? If it were 37, it might get rounded to 40, right? So that's what these numbers, rounding units, indicate. And remember, it's by company code and by currency. All right. So we want to see an example, right? Before we look at some example, let's make sure that our rounding profile is set right. So go to OB90 and we want to create an order for 1000 company code. Okay. So I've made an entry here for 1000 EUR currency and I've set it to 10, right? 10 meaning it cuts off at the first decimal, right? So 1.16 become 0.2 and 0.25 or 24 becomes 0.2, right? It cuts off to the first decimal. And the other configuration that we have to do is make sure that our pricing procedure has those difference or diff condition types properly set up. So the condition type is diff, D-I-F-F. So go there, and as you can see, it should be set as a group condition. Okay, by default it's a standard condition type, so you don't have to do any changes. But if somebody else went in and changed it, make sure that you change it back to a group condition. Why is it a group condition? It's a group condition because rounding is something that you typically apply across all the line items, right? So it takes the first line item, second line item, 100th line item, and then whatever value that you want to round to at the header level needs to be rounded up or rounded down, and the difference needs to be distributed across line items. Sometimes it could be just 0 or sometimes maybe not. And the rounding rule here needs to be set to commercial, right? It's not round up or round down. It needs to be set to commercial for the right rounding to work, right? It could be up or down depending on the decimals and digits. So make sure that your condition type is proper and your pricing procedure RVAA01 has the corresponding condition type properly set up. What do I mean by properly set up? Make sure that it has a requirement type 13 and a calculation type of 16. And when we look at 13, like I said, it indicates that it's pulling the values from this table T001R. If you look at that table, see what it means? T001R REINH. So what it is essentially checking for is if for that company code, that currency, the document currency, does an entry exist in this table? If it does not, don't bother about the difference with respect to rounding. If there is an entry, then this condition type is valid. Right? That's what a requirement routine does. You can have your own requirement routine. You can go look at the table and then do something else as well. Maybe if the currency is Japanese, don't do rounding. You can do a number of things. And this is where all the magic happens. If you go to 16, select this rounding routine, and again a check is done, right? And after that, it converts or does that rounding and looks at that difference. So this is the difference between the original value and the rounded up value. In fact, this is the rounded up value, XCOMV keyword, and this is how it has arrived at that difference. Now, we don't need to bother about how it arrived at that difference. So this is a standard equation. You can just use it in your routine if you want. If you want to create your own custom routine and then do something else, you can just use that formula. All right, so that is set. We're all good to go. So what we are going to do is create an order. Order OR. Remember, we have set the parameter in OB90 for 1000 company code. And I want to use sales org 1000. So, and that's the reason why I'm using sales org 1000. All right, some customer in that sales org. And then some material. Doesn't matter what material. As long as our pricing procedure is determined, which it should have at this point. So double click conditions, click on analysis, and make sure that it's the pricing procedure that you have configured things for. In this case, RVA01. Now, you see that the price is $8.59. It comes from the condition record, so it's all good. And then there's a 19% tax, right? What is 19% of 859? 859 multiplied by 0.19 equals 163.21. Now, over here, rounding is not a big deal, right? Because it's all 2 digits. But if you go back, look at the currency EUR and company code 1000. What did we set in OB90 / OB90? We have set it to 10, right? What does 10 mean? 10 means that this value over here should be rounded down to 1 decimal only, right? So if you go to the header right here, go to conditions. Do you see a difference there? This is the rounding difference. And how does it arrive at that? Remember, it's a group condition. It calculates the rounding at the header level and then applies it at the line item level. If at all it applies it at the line item level. So we'll see, we'll look at how that arrives at 0.01. But let me do a small change here. So go to the line item and then change this to 859.12. Okay, 0.12. What is happening here? Look at this. This is where the rounding has happened. And that 0.01 that it arrived at the header level is a result of rounding the price plus tax at the header level. Right? Do you see that here now? The reason why it does that is 859.12, right, multiplied by 0.19 is 163.23, right, whatever, plus add 859.12, 1022.352, right? That's what the final figure is, 1022.352, if you are not rounding any part of that final figure, 1022.352. But this value, the total, do you see that rounded to 1 decimal? So if it were rounded, it should have been 1022.35 rounded up to the next nearest decimal would either be 0.3 or 0.4, right? Because we said 10 in OB90. So anything after the first decimal should be cut off, right? Either rounded up or rounded down. But this guy is rounded down to the first decimal. After that, there is just a 0 because the 2 is gone, right? The 2 is gone. The reason why this is happening is, in order for this to explicitly happen for that condition type or that subtotal, in order for that to explicitly show up, what you have to do is you have to go to that pricing procedure and set up the calculation type to 17. So what does 17 do? It's rounding as per the OB90 setup. And if you don't do that, it does not show that rounded value. But it does the rounding. It does the rounding and puts the difference in diff. But it will not show you that rounded value. In order for SAP to show you that rounded value, you have to assign the calculation type of 17. In this case, I have assigned it to PR00 because that's my only condition type for price. But you could very well assign it to a subtotal, say total, and assign that calculation type of 17, and whatever has been calculated will result in that rounding and come to that nice cute number. So here is an example of how it was done. Any condition type where you want that rounding to show up, you set it to a calculation type of 17. That's when it shows that rounded value. And this is where you see calculated rounding difference. Right? So this is rounding. And remember, rounding diff, this condition type diff, is a group condition, meaning it applies across line items, and wherever you see that diff, wherever that diff applies, it gets proportionately adjusted, and you see the exact value, the total rounding that was done at the header level, or rather the total value of rounding at the header level, right? And of course, the condition type, set rounding to commercial. So once again, what is rounding? Rounding is done in pricing so that certain number of decimals can be ignored depending on the type of currency. So if you were doing Japanese currency, you would not even have a decimal, right? Japanese yen does not have decimals. In which case, it rounds up the last digit and ignores all the decimals. In case of USD, if your calculation results in 3 decimals or 5 decimals, it rounds up the last decimal and rounds it up to 2 decimals, right? And the standard condition type provided by SAP out of the box is the condition type diff. Make sure that it has a requirement of 13 and a calculation type of 16. What does the requirement type 13 do? The requirement type 13 checks at the company code of the order and the document currency and looks at this table. It's a table, T001R or something like that, that's maintained in this transaction. It's a finance transaction, OB90, where the rounding rules are specified. And you have to understand how these rounding rules work. I've explained and how 10 works and how 5 works. Right? These are the major rounding rules, 5, 10, and 100. And finally, we have seen an example by entering a line item and making sure that for this currency and this company code, rounding rules diff condition type gets triggered. And we entered a value that is beyond 2 digits, for example, 859.12, and we have seen that being rounded off to 1 digit, 859.10, right? And the actual rounding difference is pushed or calculated in the diff condition type. And the calculation type is using a routine number 17 or 16. And if you want to really look at the total rounding difference, don't look at the line item, look at the header. Okay, and make sure that the condition type is a group condition and set the rounding to commercial in the condition type. Now, if you want a particular subtotal to show up the rounded value, that's when you use a calculation type of 7. Now, rounding typically in big companies is a pretty nasty experience. The reason being, most of the time, the way pricing is calculated is so complex that you end up with different kinds of rounding rules that apply to different kinds of currencies across so many different company codes. So what we have seen is a standard SAP's way of doing things. But most of the time that I've seen, companies tend to use their own custom rounding rules that you can very well write based on the type of calculation. So you can set all your rules in that table or pull it up from OB90, maintain your own Z table, and then do your rounding. And where do you want to apply that rounding? Where do you want to store it? How do you want to show it on the invoice? How do you want to post it? Typically, rounding differences are posted as ERS. The key in pricing is ERS, sales reduction, be it positive or negative. So it doesn't go to the price, instead goes to the discount account. So all of that can be customized in pricing. if the company really wants to. In this chapter, we will talk about a custom program that I've written, extract some data out of SAP, and also has the ability to upload data into SAP. Now, why is this such a big deal? Because this is a methodology that you typically use in many custom programs. If you already know about the program MASS, MASS, that can do mass changes to master data, you're pretty close in understanding this program. Except that MASS, transaction code MASS, MASS, is a standard inbuilt program given to you by SAP right out of the box. But most of the time, we deal with Z tables, Z programs, customized logic. So how do we download data, do changes either in a text file or an Excel, and push it back to SAP on a mass scale or on a smaller scale? That's precisely the problem that we are trying to discuss in this chapter. The business case that I've taken is an example of pricing coupons. You know coupons, right? They're called by different names. Promo codes, coupons, deals or sales deals. All of these are different names for promotion codes or coupon codes that companies give out to their customers. Customers could be dealers, channel partners, end customers, retailers, any of them. So they distribute these coupons so that they can be consumed at a certain price or a certain deal quantity or any other deal that this company wants to set at. Let me explain the story a bit more in detail. So here we have an example of a promo code. UXIY21. It's a 6-character promo code that we have used in our company, but promo codes could be anywhere from 5 characters all the way up to 12 characters. And each promo code is associated with a set of conditions. Now, in our case, the condition was really simple, just a base rate. So when this coupon code or promo code is used, a base rate of $250 is applied. Now, price is just one example. A coupon code need not always be associated with a price. Example, use this coupon code and you get 30% discount. So it's not just a price, it could be discount. Use this coupon code and you get a rebate. Well, rebate is a different kind of discount altogether. You know that, right? Or use this coupon code and buy a quantity of 10 and then you get 50% off. Right? So 50% off is a discount right off the bat, provided you buy a quantity of 10. That's like a minimum purchase quantity. So a coupon code could be associated with any number of conditions that of course you implement using your custom logic in the user exits and whatnot. So the point being, I want you to understand how coupon codes work, how they are distributed, how they are manipulated. In our case, the example is really simple. Just a base rate, right? Each coupon code is associated with a base rate, which means a price. Now, these coupon codes were maintained in a Z table, which we'll get to in a moment. And this $250 is not constant. That's the base rate. Nothing else, that's the rate. If you apply it to a particular customer group, meaning if a retailer, assuming 02 is retailer, if a retailer buys from you using this coupon code, they're going to get it at $250 from a set of validity dates, say during the summer months, or say during the entire year of 2016, 17, 18, whatever. And similarly, if another type of customer, say a gold customer or a platinum customer buys from you, he might get $260 within this date range, right? So the point being, we are further restricting the way the promo code can be used using customer group. So a combination of promo code and customer group determines the rate. And of course, we have validity dates. Now, these conditions need not be restricted to customer group, right? It could be based on price list. It could be based on any variety of parameters. I've chosen to give you just two examples. Price list, for example, channel partner or retailer. Each of them have different set of prices and valid through a set of dates. And these, of course, are based on your condition type, pricing condition type, of course, and that will be associated with an access sequence. An access sequence will be associated with either this condition table or this condition table, right? Essentially, these are condition tables. So we have two components here. One is a custom table where promo codes are maintained along with a base price, and condition records where you maintain the price specific to a particular condition like customer group price list and valid within a set of dates. All right, so what do we have to do here? So this is something that already exists. The change that we are going to do is add validity dates like from date and to date right at the Z table level. The condition records anyway have validity dates, so we are not going to touch that. But going forward, the requirement is to add validity dates to the Z table where you maintain the promo codes. And why are we doing this? So the business reason why we are doing it is to prevent misuse of promo code prices by varying the condition record dates. A promo code can only be valid within a certain date range. Well, typically, any of the cases, promo codes are not valid forever. But sometimes, because the validity date of the promo code is based on the condition record, which gives more flexibility, of course, some of the users were misusing it by changing the condition records and thereby giving that particular price. So the company has decided that you could have whatever condition record dates you want. They'll be respected for pricing, but you have to ensure that each promo code that you create needs to have a set of valid dates beyond which that promo code cannot be applied. So this is the bigger set of validity dates, meaning, say this is valid all the way from the beginning of the month all the way to the end of the year, right? 1/1/2017 or to 12/1/2017. So that's a 1 year validity. And at the pricing condition record level for customer group 02, you could have a shorter range. So 1/1/2017 to, let's say, something like 06/31/2017, just 6 months. And for channel partner, you could have 8 months, 08/31/2017, right? So this is your master data for driving dates. And then, of course, further constraints can be placed at the condition record level. So that is a change. And we have already discussed the business reason why we are doing it. Now, which companies would use this? Now, the company that I have implemented for is a service company, right? They provide services, and services have certain coupon codes, and you use that code, you get a certain price. But it need not be restricted to services. It could be any company. Johnson & Johnson sells to a retailer, right? Walmart. It's a good example. Johnson & Johnson sells online. Johnson & Johnson sells via Amazon. All these are examples of different channel partners or end customers that Johnson & Johnson sells to. And they could have different coupons or whatever promo codes for different channels. So this is basically suitable for any company that does, small to medium range of products. Meaning If you're selling $1 million product, maybe coupon codes are not a good example, right? So don't give examples of coupon codes where you're selling a product for $2 million. No. You start anywhere from $1 all the way to $100, $1,000. Coupon codes make sense. Beyond that, sales don't happen with coupon codes. Okay. So what is the gap here? Is there a gap? Actually, there is no gap because the entire functionality of maintaining these coupon codes in Z tables and applying them at the condition record level is all custom functionality, right? All I want you to do is focus on the technique of downloading extracted data and then changing it and uploading it back to SAP. It's more or less a data extract and data upload program, but we are doing that example in the context of pricing and promo codes. You could modify it and customize it to any scenario you like. Let me create another order and show you an example where some of the manual changes might have to be preserved. All right, so let me take the same example, same customer, same material, same order type, same sales org. At the line item level, let's say PR00 is 1,000 and we don't need all these discounts. We're going to give a new discount. Say K004. Okay, and what percentage discount are we going to give? Let's say 10%. Okay, so 1,000 euros is the price. 10 euros, not 10%, 10 euros. Okay, absolute amount. 10 euros is the discount. Or maybe let me make it 50 euros. 10 euros is too low, right? 50 euros. So we are giving a 50 euro discount and that brings the gross price to 950 euros, right? So let me save this. And what I'm going to do is go behind the scenes and change the price of that material, M01, from 1,000 euros to, let's say, 1,100 euros. Okay? So /n VK12, right? We want to change it. We don't want to create it. PR00. And we want to do just the basic material with release status. 1,010 and then M01 is our material, right? Valid as on today. So from $1,000, I'm going to increase it to 1,100. Okay. And save. Okay. We have created an order when the price was 1,000 euros. Saved the order. Now we're going behind the scenes and changing the pricing condition record to a new price, 1,100 euros. So what happens if you go open that order? Say VA02, the latest order comes up. Enter. Does the price change? What do you expect to see? Does the price change? So if you double click that, go to conditions, do you expect that the price change from 1,000 to 1,100? It would not, right? So whatever has been priced at the transaction level would still apply, although there is a renewed price that is valid as of the pricing date of that line item. Now, there's a manual discount that has been created for 50 euros. That still stays as well. But what happens if I do a repricing now? If I do a total reprice, like so, update, and then carry out new pricing. So everything will be wiped clean, and instead of 1,000, you'll get 1,100 euros because that's the latest price. So it's as good as adding a new line item. Remember? It's like wiping the slate clean. If you do that, we see that 1,100, right? And your K004, the manual discount condition type for 50 euros that I've added, is also gone. So what do we do now? Everything started from scratch, right? Now let's not save this. Let's ignore this change that you have done. Like so. Do you want to save your data? No. Okay. And then go inside again. Double click. Now instead of saying update, do a new pricing, Let's do something else. Let's say copy manual pricing elements and redetermine others, right? Option or pricing type C. When you select that, click OK. Check out what happens. Everything else is redetermined. It's like, this slate has been wiped clean and everything started from scratch with respect to pricing, but with a slight change. The change that you have done here, the new condition type, discount condition type that you manually added, still remains. So option or pricing type, pricing type C respects your manual changes that you have done, but redoes everything else. So that is option C. Does it make sense? So if you do not want to change the manual prices, discounts, pricing, you can even change this manually from 900 to, let's say, 1100. And then when you do repricing based on option C, then this will be respected, right? Any manual discount condition types that you've entered, they'll be respected too. So this is manual, right? So do not change any manual condition types that have been created or altered, but redo the pricing. Rest of the things should be repriced. In cases like that, if you do B, all manual changes will be erased. All manual changes will be erased, right? Which is okay if that's what the user intends. But if not, you can do this. All manual changes are preserved and pricing starts over. Meaning everything else will start over, but the manual changes will prevail. So that is option C. So we have seen pricing type B and pricing type C. So those are the most common examples. Pricing type B, pricing type C. A is also another. We're going to look at A, G, and H. So we're going to look at the pricing types A, G, and H in the next chapter. And we're also going to see where is this pricing type configured. Let's look at some other common examples. Pricing type A is also a very commonly used pricing type. And just by the description of it, you can probably understand what it does. Copy pricing components and only redetermine scales. That's the only thing that happens. Now, when would you want to do it? Examples of situations where you want to use pricing type A to do repricing. Very simple. For example, when you change quantities, right? When you change a quantity, what happens? The scale actually gets redetermined, right? It gets redetermined according to the fixed scale that we have created in the condition record. If the scale changes and you want to redetermine scales, basically either because of a change in quantity or otherwise, right? Because change in quantity automatically triggers a change in scale, meaning it goes and looks at the scale. But it only goes and looks at a scale at the transactional level, not at the actual condition record level. If you want SAP to go look at the condition record again, see if any scales have been changed, you can use condition type A. Well, this is a very restricted example that I'm trying to give you, but there are many other broad areas where A can be used, especially when transferring from one document to another, which we'll talk about in a bit. Another example is G. I think we have to talk about that example that I was talking. Now, when it comes to G, copy pricing elements unchanged and redetermine taxes. The classic example is order to invoice or delivery to invoice. A simple example for that is the order was created, let's say, on Jan 1st, right? Jan 1st. The delivery was created on Jan or Feb, let's say Jan 31st. And the invoice was created on March. Well, that might not be a good case actually. Let me do something like this. The delivery was created on March 31st. And the invoice was created on April 1st. Let's say the tax rate on Jan 1st is 10%. The tax rate on, let's say, March 31st is 10.5%. And on April 1st, I'm taking an extreme case, could be, let's say, 10.8%. Okay, tax might not change that often, but you never know, right? The system should be prepared for it. So the standard SAP configuration for OR LF-F2, order delivery billing, is when you create an invoice, always copy everything unchanged, manual things or whatever you have done in your order, but redetermine taxes because this change in tax is not under your control, right? You're not responsible for it. So you can let everything else remain the same, but tax is something that has to be determined at the time of invoice. Now, there might be some exceptions to this. There might be some scenarios where you don't want to redetermine tax for some strange reasons, because in situations like India, where there is an MRP, which is not always the case in B2B transaction, even in India. But if you have promised the customer the end price, meaning the MRP, maximum price, in that case, you might want to eat the increase in the tax, right? But that's not typically how B2B scenarios run. Anytime there is a change in the tax, the user is subjected to that additional, either an increase or a decrease in tax. Right? So in cases like that, when pricing is being copied over in copy controls, G will be configured. Right? We're going to look at it pretty soon. Another example is H. H is redetermine freight conditions. Right? When do you want to redetermine freight conditions? At this point, you should get a hang of these pricing conditions. At this point, you should get a pretty good hang of these pricing types. Basically, these are different ways of redoing pricing. Whether you want to redo price, whether you want to only redo certain elements, whether you do not want to redo anything, whether you do not want to redo anything except for scales. So based on the condition types, condition categories, whether it's manually entered or not, whether scales are there or not, based on these combinations, a pricing type controls whether, based on these parameters, if pricing should be redetermined or not. Right? So these are some examples that we are trying to see, some concrete examples. A is redetermine scales. B is do pricing all over from scratch. C is do everything from scratch, but make sure that any manual changes are respected. G is redetermine only taxes, everything else remains the same. H is redetermine only freight conditions. You don't help but wonder, how does SAP know that only freight conditions needs to be redetermined, not anything else? Right? There should be some way of identifying all the freight conditions. So the question here is, how does SAP identify all freight conditions? The same logic applies for G. How does SAP identify all the tax condition types? The point I'm trying to make is, how does SAP group all these condition types and say, okay, I'm going to redetermine these and not something else? That's based on condition category and condition class. Now, before we go there, I want to give you a brief overview about where pricing type is there in copy controls. Now, quotation to OR. When you create an order with reference to a quotation, a pricing type of A is used. What does A do? A copies all the pricing condition types, only redetermine scales. That's the standard setup. You can understand the logic behind why SAP does that. And if you don't want to do it in your specific scenario, you're free to change it to whatever pricing type that's available here in copy controls. Right? So that's the first thing. you create one document with respect to other, like, order with respect to quotation, invoice with respect to order or delivery. If you want to make sure that, pricing has to be done in a certain way, then you can configure a pricing type in copy controls. Okay. The second thing is, how does SAP identify, these classes or groups of condition types and then redoes pricing only for a select class or group of condition types? That is based on how the pricing type is set up. Now, is there a place where you can configure pricing type, like go to SPRO and configure your pricing type? No, you can't create your own pricing types in SPRO. That's not possible. So where do you do the configuration for that? Let me show that to you in the next chapter. Like I said, there's no place in SPRO where you can go create your own pricing type. So to understand, how to customize pricing type, you have to understand what are the parameters behind a pricing type. So the program to configure pricing type is RV61AFZA. So you can go to SC38 RV61AFZA, and there's a form over there, like a user exit pricing rule. Over there, you can go create a new pricing type. For example, look at the comments over there. If you want to create a new pricing type of X, this is the code that you have to do. Just remove these comments and you have yourself a new pricing type X. And what does it do? How is it configured? This is KN type. The field KN type is condition category. And this basically comes from the pricing condition type. Definition. The definition of the pricing condition type. So that is one parameter. So if you say, XYZ, that means that for all the condition types with these condition categories, do a repricing. That's what that condition type X would indicate when you set it with KN type of XYZ. For example, if X or a Z, let's say, Z here were to indicate the fact that, all freight condition types have a condition category of Z. When you use X for your pricing condition type, then all freight-based condition types will be redetermined. So freight is only one condition category here. Y could be another category. X could be another category. We'll see some examples in a bit. The point being, against this KNPRS pricing type or rule, so this is the pricing rule. Against this pricing rule, any condition category that you mention in the KN type, these are single characters, A, B, C, X, Y, Z, 1, 2, 3. Any condition category that you mention here will be used as the basis for redetermination. And anything that you exclude there will not be touched at all. So that is with respect to condition category, right? So this is condition class, right? You can see that here, condition class. And this, if you put an X over here, it means that all manually entered condition types need to be redetermined. If you don't put an X, then it will not bother about whether it's manual or automatic, right? And then appends to. Appends to is just a technical statement that takes all of this data and appends it to, or just adds it to the STEU, STEU structure. So this is a structure which is only available at runtime. It's not available, in a table. And that's the reason why you can't configure it in SPRO. So in SPRO, everything that you configure is basically a table or a view, right? But this STEU is not a table, unfortunately. So all the configuration has to be done as a code, piece of code, in this program. So this is the name of the program, and this is the name of the user exit. And your ABAP consultant has to do this for you. not possible in SPRO. Has to be done by an ABAP consultant. So let's see some examples. So if you go create an order, and then in this program, right, RV61AFZA, if you put a breakpoint in that user exit pricing rule form, whatever that piece of code is, you'll actually see the runtime definitions of all the pricing types. So these are the pricing types. Meaning, for pricing type A, what it means is redetermine everything with a condition class of F. And it doesn't bother whether there's a manual flag or not. Redetermine everything that has a condition class of F. And redetermine everything here. I think this is the condition category, right? Condition category. If you look at B, B means redetermine everything. So these are all the condition classes. Don't worry about the condition category because it's all blank, but redetermine everything with these condition classes A, B, C, D, E, so on, right? And not worry about the manual flag. So I know it's a bit confusing, condition category, condition class, but that's SAP's way of segregating certain condition types so that only freight can be redetermined, only tax can be redetermined, only manual conditions can be redetermined. So these are all different flags associated with the pricing type in the structure STEU that you're free to customize, meaning you don't want to change the standard pricing types. So let me put that note here. Do not change standard condition types, or rather pricing types. So what do you want to do if you want to create your own? There is a specific range, right? Just like you create requirement routines in the range 600 to 999, right? So if you want to create your own, use 1 through 9, right? These are the reserved range for pricing type. Now, KOAID, that is condition class, and KNTIP is condition category. Now, I'm not too conversant with condition class versus condition category. Basically, they determine if it is a price or a discount or a tax or a surcharge, so on and so forth. So these things say, okay, what kind of a discount is it, right? Or what kind of a price is it? For example, this is a price like a freight price, right? And this calculation type is what controls whether it is quantity or percentage. Sometimes it's hours based, so on and so forth. So most of the time, the pricing type is based on condition class and condition category. When you want to do a change, you might want to consider everything that's provided by SAP, A through Z, and if it does not fit, pick your nearest neighbor and then customize it. Just add that particular condition class. Now, it's very rare that you create your own pricing type, but if you want to do it, you just have to pick up the closest pricing type and then just add or remove the corresponding condition classes or condition categories or manual flags or scales, any of this stuff. Just remove or add one character, and that's all you have to do. Actually, you just have to write it down on paper, and your ABAP consultant is going to do it for you. You don't even have to do it in SPRO, right? You can't even do it. And like I said, go put a breakpoint here in this program, this user exit, and all the parameters here like condition class, condition category, manually entered scale. These are the 4 main things. Condition category, condition class, manually entered or not, scale type. These are the 4 key things based on which you can do your repricing. So if you want to actually see it in action, you can go to SE38. So RV61AFZA, right? Just go to display, and this is your user exit pricing rule. So put a breakpoint there, right? And then go try to create another order. VA01 OR 101000, same customer, same material. We just want to see when this is triggered and what is the values that STU contains when it is being triggered. Okay, you can see that the ABAP debugger is starting. And over here, let's say STEU. Okay, that's the structure. Okay, click on that. And there you go. Pricing type A is basically redetermining nothing, right? Because it's not based on any of these except the scales, right? That's what A says. B is redetermine everything based on this condition class. I don't even remember if it is condition. This one is condition type, condition class, or this one is condition category. I think so. This is condition category and this is condition class. So let's see what A, B, C, D, E, G, Q, W, H look like. So all you have to do is v/06, which takes you to the definition of the condition type. And let's pick up, let's say PR00, right? That's our standard. And what are the condition categories that we have here? Okay, B is delivery cost, but let's just check out if KNTYP is what we think it is. So let's go to help, condition category. Is this KNTYP? Yeah. So KNTYP is condition category. And let's see what are the values here. B is delivery costs. So when it says A and B here, that means the delivery cost for B, pricing type B, should be redetermined. Right? Same thing with A, condition category packaging. That should be redetermined too. What about C? Insurance. D, taxes. So taxes should be redetermined as well. Right? So A, B, C, D. Let's look at something like Q. What is Q? Q is costing. So costing should be redetermined, meaning VPRS. Let's look at H. What is H? Basic price. Right? Probably there is an F as well. No, there's no F. A, B, C, D, E, G, Q. So freight will not be redetermined, but everything else, all the different condition categories that you see here will be redetermined. So let's just execute this. Await. Right? Double click that. Go to conditions. Click on update. And B, right? We were talking about B. So B basically carries out new pricing, which means it will redetermine all the condition categories that we have seen there. A, B, C, D, G, H, all the different condition categories that we have seen there. Now, if you look at C, we can look at the PowerPoint. C is almost a copy of B, right? So this is a copy of B. Everything else is there, except for the fact that this is set to X. What it means is, redetermine all these condition categories except for manually, or rather, let me put it this way. Copy all manual pricing conditions as is, or manual changes as is. Rest of them can be redetermined, right? So this is basically a matrix of condition category, class, condition class, right? Manual flag, and of course scale. So these key 4 parameters can be played with any which way you want to arrive at a single character, starting from 1 to 9. That's your custom range. That's how you create your own pricing type that can be used to update pricing at the line item level the way you like it. So let's recap what we have learned in the next chapter. So in this section, we talked about pricing type. Now, there are so many different words with pricing, right? So like pricing condition type, pricing condition record, right? pricing condition category, pricing condition class. There's so many things that start with pricing. So pricing type could get lost among these. Pricing type is not any of these, but it definitely uses all these elements, or some of these elements at least, category, classes. So what is a pricing type? If you want a very simple layman's quick answer to a pricing type controls how to reprice a document or line item. If at all you have to reprice, how do you? If you do not even want to reprice it, yeah, there is a pricing type for that. So basically, the simplest explanation of pricing type is how to reprice a document or the line item is what it is. Nothing else. How to reprice a line item or the entire document. We have seen some examples of redetermining pricing, meaning, if you want to start over from scratch, I've determined a price of $1,000 for a line item. For example, line item 10, price is $1,000, right? We have given a discount, let's say 100 euros is the discount, so the total is 900. Plus, let's say the tax comes in, everything else comes in, freight comes in, say add a freight of 50, right? So 950 is the total price. This is something that we have done manually, adding price, giving a discount. Let me start over from scratch. How can you do it? You want to erase all of that, right? This change, and then it should start with $1,000. How do you do that? You can update with a pricing type of B. B means carry out new pricing. So forget everything that I've done, all the manual changes, anything else that I've done, start over from scratch. Now that's pretty powerful. It does a whole lot of things like we have seen. It starts over from scratch. Number one, it pulls any changes in the condition records, does look at scale changes. There's so many things that it does. It's like adding a new line item. Remember, when you want to start over from scratch, it's like adding a new line item. Now that's not the only way to do it, right? Sometimes we have seen an example where there was $1,000 price and then we have given $100 discount. So the net was 900. And then there was a added freight of, let's say, $50, right? Now, 950. So this is a plus. 950 is your price. You want to redo. Let's say the price has been changed. Okay. This was created on Jan 1st. And now it's the quotation has been sent over. Let's say it's a quotation. And it's March 1st. And the user has responded and said, hey, you know what? I would like to go ahead with that quotation. Maybe the manual discount that you have given still applies. Maybe the freight still applies, but the price could have changed. You want to check that, right? In that case, use pricing type C. What does C do? C redoes everything else except for manually entered elements, like the manually entered discount that you have given, manually entered freight that you have given. So if the price has been changed, let's say from 1,000 to, let's say, 1,100 or whatever price changes happened, will now be included. So 1,000 minus 1,100 minus 100 is 1,000, right? Plus 50 is 1,050. That's going to be our new price. And this can only be done if you use pricing type C. No other way this can be done, right? Unless you add a new line item, in which case, yeah, this happens, right? But you lose these, the manual discount you have given, the manual freight you have given, they'll all be lost, right? When you enter a new line item. So if you want to reprice an existing line item, but include all manual changes, use pricing type C. So these were some examples of pricing types that we have seen. A, B, C, G, H. Now, where is this configured? Like I said, there's no way you can configure pricing type in SPRO. It's all done in this little program. It's actually a little program, not more than 20 lines. RV61AFZA. All the standard definitions are already appended to the structure STU. If you want to create your own pricing types, this is the piece of program that you have to do. And your ABAP consultant will do it for you. So you have basically 4 parameters that you basically play with. The key parameters. Condition class. Condition, this is let's say number 1. Condition class. Number 2, condition category. Number 3, if a condition type has been manually entered, in which case SAP can give a professional treatment or ignore it. Right? And number 4 is scales. These are the key, parameters that control, or levers that control how a pricing type behaves. So you have your hands. So SAP gives you these key 4 parameters to create your own pricing type, based on which you can redo pricing any which way you want based off of these 4 parameters. In this section, we will talk about rebates. What are rebates? It's more or less like a discount, but you don't give it immediately right off the transaction, but you start accumulating these values and give it out at a predetermined time. Example. Let's take a real-time example from, say, a supermarket, right? Like a Safeway or even Costco. You know the concept of loyalty points, right? Rewards points or loyalty points. These are things that we see in many retail scenarios. Like a credit card. You are a retail customer using a credit card that a bank like Citibank is giving, right? And the more you spend, the more you accumulate these reward points. And they'll give you a bunch of choices. You can redeem them for cash. You can redeem them for products. You can redeem them for vouchers. Many different ways of redeeming them. So let's say on January 1st, you went to the supermarket and purchased $100 worth of goods. And this particular supermarket gives you 3% loyalty points. So 3% out of 100 is $3 or 3 points. Let's say 1 point is $1. Right? So in the context of a supermarket, they just say points or anything other than money. They might have their own reasons for that, but essentially it's money, right? But it's not your money yet, isn't it? It's not your money. Maybe it becomes money after 6 months, right? Or maybe it becomes money once you hit a certain goal, say $1,000 of purchases every year, right? So different ways of accumulating. So the way we accumulate these points is similar in most cases. Doesn't matter if it's a supermarket or credit card. But the way you redeem them could be different based on the model, right? So on Feb 1st, another order, say $30, 3% this is probably 0.9, right? And over the course of the year, you keep accumulating these loyalty points, right? Based on the orders that you place. So order 3, order 4, order 5. And say at the end of the year, you accumulate or you do a sales of $2,000. Right? And then the loyalty points that you have accumulated is 60. Now the way we accumulate these points or money equivalent need not always be uniform. Meaning, if, for example, Safeway is selling their own bread as opposed to, let's say, another company's bread. If they want to promote their own products, they might give more discount, right? Meaning, local bread could be given more discount. Organic bread need not have discount. And when I'm saying discount, it's not really discount. When you buy for $5 of bread, let's say Safeway's bread, and I'm saying 10% is the rebate or loyalty points that is accumulated, the 0.5 is not really dollars, right? Or is not really given right off your bill or invoice. You still have to pay $5, but you accumulate $0.5 in your kitty, right? So the loyalty points is more like a kitty or a piggy bank. You keep accumulating. The company keeps track of that. And the point on this slide being, these percentages vary based on any variety of parameters. If you are a gold customer, you might get a better discount. If you are buying a certain kind of product, let's say local produce, you might get more loyalty points. If you are, let's say, a farm and you sell produce, and for selling them to certain types of supermarkets, you might want to give them reward points also. Like a farm selling to Safeway might give reward points to Safeway for purchasing it from their farm, right? It's the same chain. It's not just retail where reward points are there. Even B2B has reward points. And sometimes you can redeem these loyalty points after you hit a certain target. Let's say you can only redeem after $30. Or sometimes there are no restrictions. You can redeem them anytime. Like, for example, you might have a credit card, where irrespective of how many points you have accumulated, you can use them to redeem against a purchase that you made. They might not give you in cash, but can redeem against a purchase that you made. So a purchase of $10 that you made for, let's say, a piece of bread. A purchase of $10 that you made, for example, like for a pound of oranges, an entry is made on your credit card statement, $10, right? Now, if you have accumulated $10 worth of points, loyalty points, you can use those loyalty points to redeem the sale of oranges, right? If the card issuer allows it. So the point being, you can redeem loyalty points at any given point in time. That's one possibility. Or you can redeem them at the end of your period. It could be end of the year, or it could be the end of a quarter. It could be end of, say, half yearly, or it could be after you achieved a certain target. So either way, it's fine. It depends on how you are allowed to redeem your loyalty points. In terms of SAP, when you make a sale or when you purchase $30 and the company puts aside 3% of the sale into a separate account, the concept is called accrual. This is a term that you have to remember, accrual. In the context of rebates, accrual means that the company will set aside a certain amount of money into a separate account. And that process is called accrual. Are the accruals happening, or do you see accruals happening for this sales order or invoice? What's the amount that has been accrued for this invoice? When you hear those terms, you have to understand that for every transaction where rebates are relevant, amount keeps accruing. And the total that has been accrued so far is called as the accrued amount. At any given point in time, what's the total accrued amount? The individual act is called the accrual that happens per transaction, and the total that has been accrued is called the accrued amount. The key word is accrual. And when you go settle your amount against a particular transaction or for money, it's called as partial settlement if you do it in the middle of that period or before the target. And when the final settlement is ready, meaning the fiscal year end has happened or the quarter end has happened, depending on the agreement, when you settle the amount, it's called final settlement. Partial settlement, if you are trying to settle the rebate amount through the middle of your target, the target could be period, the target could be a specific sales target amount, meaning, if you hit $100, you can accrue, irrespective of your time period. That's also an example. So, two types of settlement, partial, final. And the total sales that you have performed so far is called the sales volume. And sometimes the company allows you to accrue certain amount based on certain dates or certain types of transactions. For example, in a supermarket, this might not happen very often, but let's say if you come to my shop on Thanksgiving and purchase, let's say $100, for which you might accrue at 3%, let's say $3, we'll give you a special $10 additional bonus points, right? That is called as a manual accrual. Another example is when you apply for a new credit card. Let's say it's a airline's credit card. They'll give you, say, 50,000 miles bonus, right? So the act is applying for a new credit card. And that act triggers a certain loyalty rewards. In this case, 50,000 bonus miles. And bonus is given based on a variety of parameters. It's not just applying for a new card, right? Shopping on Thanksgiving, example of a bonus. Or in some cases, in B2B, for example, imagine a scenario. There's this supermarket, right? Safeway. And then they're selling a product, let's say almonds. And there are so many different companies selling these almonds, right? All these companies selling different brands of almonds. To differentiate, some of these companies will say, okay, this month, in the almonds section, where they sell almonds in that supermarket, if you put my company's banner or some kind of a placard that visually, shows the customer this particular brand of almonds, I'll give you $5,000. That's an example of a reward, right? So in this case, Safeway is the customer. This is the vendor. So think of SAP from this perspective. And the act of placing this banner or placard for 1 month or 1 day is something that the sales rep from this company might come and verify, or they might have to take a picture and send it to the vendor. And that event triggers a manual accrual. It's not part of the regular sale. It's a different event, right? Same thing with car sales. If you sell at least 100 cars in 1 month of a particular model, this is the deal that the car company, say Honda, might give to the dealer. If you sell 100 cars of a particular brand, on top of your regular accruals, you get, let's say, $50,000 as an additional bonus. That's called as a manual accrual. So this is something that happens irrespective of the typical accruals that happen like for every order. So we have seen so many different terms, right? Accrual. So this is called as an accrual. And this is the accrued amount. This is a manual accrual. And this is the sales volume. And sometimes you might want to settle as far as we have loyalty points. Like for example, at this point we have 30 loyalty points. Let's settle it. So that is called as a partial settlement, right? And at the end of the year or end of your sales volume target, you can go for a final settlement, right? So how many terms are we seeing here? 5 different terms. Accrual, accrued amount, sales volume, manual accrual, partial settlement, final settlement. So these are the key terms that we'll be going again and again and again. So understand these terms. Once you understand what these terms are, then rebate is going to be pretty easy. I want to give you one more example before we really talk about doing rebates in SAP. Why do companies do rebates? Just remember this carrot. You dangle a carrot in front of the donkey, in front of the animal, for the animal to keep moving, right? Rebates are very similar to that. Every sale is basically incentivized. That's what a rebate is. What do I get if I do this purchase from you? Oh, you get 3% rebate on top of your regular discounts. And the more you buy, the more you get incentive. So that is based on scales. If you buy $100,000 worth of goods from me, you get a rebate of 2%. If you go beyond $100,000, you get 3%. Beyond 150, you might get 4%. So that's incentivizing the customer's sale, basically saying more you buy, more you get this rebate. And that motivates the customer to buy more from you because he's already locked onto a specific target, right? And it increases customer loyalty because, I've gone so far in sales with your company. The next bracket that I'm going to get is 3%, which is a jump from 2%. So I'll keep buying. At that point, if they switch their vendors, they might not get that advantage, right? And it also results in a more predictable sales pattern because the customer is committed to get these reward points, he'll be more inclined to buy more from you because the slab has increased already. Now if they shift to another customer, they'll have to start all the way from 1% or 2%, right? And that results in a predictable sales pattern. And that has a lot of implications down the line because when you have a predictable sales pattern, you have a predictable marketing pattern, so on and so forth. So these are the business reasons why rebates are used to start with. So in the next chapter, we'll start creating a rebate in SAP. We'll use the standard configuration and then see an example of how these accruals happen, how to do a partial settlement, final settlement, manual accrual, all the key terms, 5 or 6 different key terms that we have learned. The first step is to identify the payer or the beneficiary. Most of the times, the beneficiary is the payer. Who is going to actually get this rebate? In the context of a supermarket, you are the card holder, you are the payer, you are the beneficiary, you are the shipped to, you are the sold to. But in a B2B, there could be different partners in a transaction. And who is the beneficiary that's going to get this rebate? Sometimes there could be more than one beneficiary for a transaction, in which case there could be more than one rebate agreement. But let's not get into that. A simple example of a beneficiary for a rebate is the payer. So the first thing that you have to do, go to the sales view and go to the billing documents tab and activate rebates. So this has to be done in the sales view billing documents tab of the payer and mark that payer as relevant for rebates. Step number 2 is to create a rebate agreement. The transaction to create a rebate agreement is VBO. O as in orange. It's not 0, it's O. So VBO1. And it's under master data, agreements, rebate agreements. So VBO1, and then you create your rebate agreement. There could be many kinds of rebate agreements. The reason is, for a single transaction, it's not just one rebate. There could be multiple rebates that are happening. So a rebate agreement holds the key for SAP to understand what kind of rebate agreement it is, how long it's valid, what are the different condition types that I should be hitting, so on and so forth. We'll talk more about them in detail. And then as soon as you go into a rebate agreement, you have a description. You can give a meaningful description. This is really key because unless you give a meaningful description, it could be confusing because all that SAP gives back is a number, 91, 92, 93, or these agreement numbers don't mean anything unless you go back to the description. And who is the rebate recipient? This is that payer, the beneficiary of that rebate, right? These are the key things. And then you say, when you're going to settle. Are you going to settle by the end of the year? For example, I could be creating this rebate agreement on 3rd March 2018. But because the agreement type says that the validity period is end of the year, it automatically defaults to the 1st of January 2018 and 12th of December or 31st of December 2018. So this is based on what kind of settlement period you specify in the rebate agreement type. And then you create an agreement, and then you start adding the pricing conditions where you specify the percentage or the dollar amount of rebate that should apply based on that particular sale. And as you know, that's all based on condition technique. So this material, let's say MO1, gets an accrual amount of $2. So this is not a percentage but a dollar value. It could be a percentage, depends on the condition type. If you define the condition type as percentage, you can specify percentage in the condition record. If not, it will be a dollar amount, right? And then you start creating transactions. Let's go see that in SAP. So first thing is VD03 or 02, customer master sales view, and say the customer is 1200 and the sales area is 1010.00. Go to the sales view, billing tab, and rebates should be enabled. If they are not enabled, or if you are creating a new customer, go enable that. If you don't, you can do rebates for that customer. Okay. There is another thing called enabling rebates for the sales org. We'll see that later because it's already enabled for 1000. If you are creating a new sales org, you might have to enable for that sales org. That's a small detail. Don't worry. There are 3 places where rebates need to be activated. I'll talk about it at a later point. For now, first thing is activate rebates for that payer. The second thing is you go create a rebate agreement. Logistics, sales and distribution, master data, agreements, rebate agreement, and then create VB01, O as in orange. And then what kind of rebate agreement are we creating? Say we are creating a material rebate, right? Meaning we are giving a rebate on a particular material. 0002, that's the rebate agreement type. Hit enter. And who is the payer? 1200, right? We are giving a rebate for a particular payer. And like I said, we are creating it in the middle of the year, but it defaults from 1st January 2018 till the end of 2018. That is basically based on the settlement period. So don't worry about that. I just want to show how the periods are being defaulted. And then click on conditions. So we want to give, say, $100, okay, to a particular material, say MO3, $100 or 100 euros, right? So the accrual for every single sale, meaning per piece, unit of measure is per piece. The accrual for every piece, irrespective of the price of the piece, is 100 euros. Right? Good. Save it. And we're good. Next, we start to create transactions. All we have to do is select that payer or sold to and select that material. It doesn't matter whatever quantity, you can put whatever quantity. And over there in pricing for the invoice, not for the sales order, for the invoice, you should be able to see that whatever amount you have specified in the condition record shows up there based on the quantity or percentage, depending on how you configure your condition type. The condition type here, the standard condition type is BO02. It's not B002, it's BO orange 02. We're going to create our own condition types at a later point, but I want to show you the standard thing that's available in every IDAS system. You don't see that in a sales order, this condition type. See, it's on the invoice, but you don't see that on the sales order because there is a requirement number 24, that suppresses showing rebate amounts on the sales order. You can remove that requirement. It doesn't harm you. Everything goes fine. And you can see the rebate amount in the sales order as well. The reason those amounts are suppressed in the sales order is because, what you see in the sales order might not be the actual sale amount, right? You might order for quantity of 10 and deliver only 8. So the rebate only applies to a quantity of 8, right? So just to avoid the discrepancy, that requirement suppresses showing rebate amount in the sales order. But if you want, you can enable it just as an estimate. But on the invoice, you should definitely be able to see how much has been accumulated. So our rebate agreement is ready. So we can start creating a sales order, right? So VA01 OR 101000. The customer is 1200. The material is MO3. And then we're going to order, say, a quantity of 50. Or let's say 100. Just so that the multiplication factor is easy. Looks like 100 is not available, so that's fine. We'll confirm a quantity of 100 for a later date. And save this order for now. Now we need to be able to deliver that quantity, right? And then invoice it. And because stock is not available, we'll be stuck at delivery anyway. So I'm going to quickly put in a stock, a really huge quantity. This is a number range issue. You don't have to really worry about this. But since I've started, I need to finish this. So it says that a number range is not available for a particular fiscal year. I'm doing this transaction for 2018, right? So I need a number range for 2018. And the number range is 49. The fiscal year is 2018, right? And what should be the number range here? It should be 49 all the way through 4 nines. Document has been posted. Now you should have that stock. So let's go to VA02 and try to deliver that order that we have created. So this is the order number 13937 for MO3. So let's try and deliver this. No schedule lines due. That's okay. We're going to change the date. 10/03. We're going to make it 10/04 April. And that should work. Let's go pick it. Pick quantity is grayed out. That means this is relevant for warehouse management. So go to subsequent functions, transfer order. I'm going to save your data as. Now this is not really relevant for a rebate, but since you'll be doing this in your own system, in your own IDES system, or wherever you have got it from, you'll face all these issues. So you might as well go through all this. Save. This should save the transfer order. And if you go back to your delivery, you should be able to do a PGI now. Yep. Delivery is saved. Okay. Now go invoice it. VF01 for that delivery. And double click that line item. Go to conditions. And you should see B002. And what's the amount here? 10,000 euros. Why? Because the quantity is 100 and the amount of rebate that we are giving is $100 for every piece. So 100 into 100 is 10,000. The total rebate that's being given is $10,000. You should also observe that it's a statistical condition type, meaning this 10,000 does not really affect the pricing, right? What's the price of 100 of these products? The unit price is 94490, meaning 944 euros 90 cents or whatever. Quantity is 100. So multiply 944 with 100, you get 94,490 euros. But that's not affected with the $10,000 rebate that we're giving, right? See the net price? It's not affected. It's still 94,000. And the tax is additional on top of that. Now, if you are worried about why this $10,000 is being subtracted and it becomes 84,490, This is just another subtotal. It doesn't affect the net, right? They might want to see a different subtotal for other reporting purposes. But the net value is not affected with this 10,000, the net value that the customer has to pay. Okay, so two things you are trying to observe here, or three things. One is that you should be able to see the rebate condition type in the invoice. And if you want to see it on the sales order also, there's a requirement that I'll show you later. That's a process showing rebate condition types on the sales order. Point number one. Point number two, the rebate condition type is statistical, right? You can see the check mark here. So, this does not affect pricing. Your base price, discounts, taxes, they'll all act as though a rebate condition type does not even exist. So where exactly does this total of 10,000 affect the customer? It affects in a retroactive way, meaning it's accrued against that customer in a certain account. It doesn't affect the particular sale that's happening, in this case, this particular invoice, but it gets accrued. You want to see it? Save it. And if you look at the accounting document, which is, let's go back, VF03, look at the document flow, and here is our accounting document. Do you see the 10,000 here? So 10,000 debit and 10,000 credit. One goes to 884010 GL account, another goes to 8900 GL account. This is called rebate accruals, and the other account is called reserves for other, meaning the first entry says that for customer 1200, we are trying to accrue $10,000, which is a separate kitty, right? We are trying to accrue more money into that kitty for that specific customer. And it doesn't affect the sale of what that transaction is. It doesn't affect the list price. So we are accruing $10,000 into the customer's kitty, but we are not going to pay him just yet. And we are going to accrue the same amount in the reserves, meaning this is the company reserves. The company might eventually be liable to pay that 10,000, right? It might or it might not. Depends on the terms and conditions of that rebate agreement. Maybe until you hit a target, you won't be paid. But after that customer hits the target, you'll be liable to pay as a company, right? So that's why you put the $10,000 into the reserves account. So the accrual account, reserves account. That's how a rebate condition type hits the GL accounts. Okay, so we have created a transaction and seen the accruals as well, right? So we started with creating an order and then deliver it and then finally invoice it. And during the invoice, we did see the rebate condition type that we have created as part of the rebate agreement. And we've seen the amount as well. So this is this example. So you have created a sale, right? And a certain percentage of it got accrued, right? In this case, ours was not a percentage, but it was based on the quantity. So we have created an order for a certain amount, certain quantity. And for each quantity, we have accumulated $100, right? So a total of $10,000 got accumulated into the rebate account. So this was the accrual that we have created, right? And so far, the amount will be 10,000. This is the total accrual. We have just created one order, right? And we have seen that this condition type B002 is statistical, right? And meaning it does not affect pricing, right? So in the next chapter, we'll see how much we have accumulated so far. Well, let's look at the accrual so far. Where do you look for the accrued amount for a particular customer? You go to the rebate agreement, then click on verification levels. So it's this, right? Go to the rebate agreement, click on verification levels, and then you can basically adjust how you see these details based on scope. So you can use this parameter to adjust, but overall, you will see that this is the total accruals based on how much quantity or value. and what are the materials for which we have given this rebate, so on and so forth. You can even see the invoices. The point being, at any given point in time, you can go to the rebate agreement and see how much has been accumulated based off of which material and which invoices. So when you come back to that supermarket example, these are the actual accruals, right? The individual accruals. This is accrual 1, accrual 2, accrual 3, and this is the total accrual. You can see the summary of all of this in the rebate agreement. So let's see. What's the rebate agreement? VB01 to create, right? And VBO2 to change. So you go to VBO2, O as in orange. This is the rebate agreement, 94. Enter. You see this message, right? Like an information message. The sales volume is not correct. I'll tell you what needs to be done for this. Just click OK. And you can go here. Click on this button. Right? And then this is what we have done so far, right? So for this customer 1200, we have sold this material MO3, and a quantity of 10,000 has been accumulated, right? So this is the total accruals that has happened so far. If you want to look at the actual transactions themselves, you can go to scope, and there are different kinds of verification levels. Do you want to see the displays summarized by sold to party, summarized by payer, so on and so forth? But if you blank this out, you can see all the transactions basically. So far, we have only created one invoice, 90000 something, right? If you have created more transactions, you should be able to see that right here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And this is the total accruals, right? The individual accruals per invoice and the total accruals that has happened so far. Now, where is this data stored? Yeah, GL account is one thing. But on top of that, where do you get more details? GL account only stores the amounts and the customer, right? It doesn't hold a whole lot of data. Where does SAP get that drill down that you see in the rebate? Like credit management, rebates also use LIS structures or tables. The key LIS table for rebates is S060. For credit management, it's 6667, S066, S067. 66 holds the open sales order value, 67 holds the open delivery and billing value, right? In this case, for rebates, S060 holds most of the data. There's another table, 136, that holds the invoice data, but you don't get much from there, except for the actual invoice document number. But this is where the actual accruals or settlement amounts is being stored. Again, it's all cumulative, right? So for this customer, let's say there are 3 columns that are really important. One is how much has been paid as a rebate. So far, it says 0, meaning nothing has been paid. How much has been accrued for this customer? How much of these accruals have been reversed? Reversed meaning, say for example, the customer has redeemed some of the rebate accruals that have already happened. In which case, you'll see how much has been reversed. So this is how much has been accrued so far. This is how much has been reversed so far. And this is how much has been paid so far. Typically, you might expect that the payments and reversals are the same, but there could be some examples where it need not be the case. So that's why SAP tracks these two totals, the payments and reversals, both these things separately. But the key takeaway for you in this chapter is that rebate, accruals, payments, settlements, all of this is tracked in this table. It's a very important interview question. S060. That is the table where SAP stores what's really happening against a particular rebate. And it's not against a rebate agreement number, you see. There's no rebate agreement number 94 here. It's based on the condition record number, because each rebate agreement can have more than one condition record, right? And that's the reason why it stores these totals based on the condition record. Because it's only at the condition record level that the actual details are there, meaning what material are we going to rebate, what percentage or dollar value we're going to give it at, what sales org we're going to give it for, which payer we're going to give it for. All the details are at the condition record level, right? The rebate agreement is like a big header that holds these different condition records. So the accumulation, if at all it's happening in case of rebate, has to happen at the condition record level. Now, the warning that you have seen previously, this one can be avoided if you run a program. And this is the program, SD Bond T06. Just run this program for that particular agreement number, right? So go to SC38, SD Bond T06, execute, enter the agreement number here, 94 for example. Uncheck test. This is important because typically it will be in test mode. But if you uncheck test and execute again, you'll never get that error again. The implication for this is that in this case, now that I have not run it just yet, if you go to the sales volume here, for this new agreement that we have created, you'll just see zeros, right? So let's go run that report. /o SC38. Name of the program is SD Bond T06 and execute. The agreement number is 94 and uncheck test. Click OK. Oh, agreement is blocked. That's because we are seeing this. Go back and try again. Execute. Yep, we're good. Now let's go to VBO2. 94, enter. Now you'll not see that info message come up, right? Now go to rebate payments, sales volume. What should you expect there? 10,000, right? That's the sales volume. Okay, let's create another sales order. Okay, so VA01. I just want to show the fact that these things are getting accumulated, right? So initially $10,000 was accumulated, or 10,000 euros. Now for the same customer, let's see how much gets accumulated if we specify another order. Let's say this time let's do it for let's say 20,000, right? Let's assume that that quantity exists. Deliver, transfer order, PGI the delivery, invoice the delivery, and at the line item level of pricing, you should be able to see the material rebate. That's for $10,000 and save. So go to SC16, S060, and this is by condition record number, right? So if you want to be able to search this table, you need the condition record number, right? So how do you get the condition record number? The table where B002, the condition type that we're using, is stored behind the scenes in condition table, is not a typical pricing condition record or a condition table. So pricing condition tables, for example, 001 condition table is stored in A001, right? So if you go to SC16 A001, you should be able to see the actual condition record number details. Rebates, on the other hand, are stored in the table KOTE 001, right? 001, 2, 3, 4, 5 depends on the condition type that we use, right? B002, that's our condition type, and we should be searching based on the particular material. So BO02, it's not B002 by the way, 1000, 1000 of course, and the material is M03. So these are the parameters we want to search on. And this is the condition record number 3573, is it? 0. Okay. Control C, and this is the condition record number. Execute. So this is the accrued rebate value. How much has been paid? We have not paid anything. Any accruals have been reversed, so on and so forth. So this is where all the accumulation is happening, right? And that is based on the condition record number. Okay. So the point that we are trying to drive across is accumulations keep happening in the S060 table, and you can view how much has been accumulated, how much has been reversed, how much has been paid, how much has been pending, all of that in the rebate agreement. Now, let's say over the period of time, some amount has been accumulated and the customer wishes to redeem some of the value. Now, if the redemption happens at the end of the period of the rebate agreement, it's called a final settlement. So if this is the amount that's trying to be redeemed for that customer at the end of that period, it's called as a final settlement. But if you're trying to redeem in the middle, it's called as a partial settlement. Creating these settlements is really easy. Let's see how a partial settlement is done. Okay. To do a partial settlement, all you have to do is go to that particular rebate agreement and try to do a partial settlement. So open the agreement. This is one thing that you'll keep getting. So VB02 is listing an exclusion condition type, but rebate agreement is VB02, right? O and 02, 94, and rebate agreement. You can see the sales volume, the settlement documents, so on and so forth. But we have not created any rebate settlement documents or payment documents so far, right? So you won't get any. To start a partial settlement, click on Pay. Okay, Pay. And how much do you want to pay? The maximum amount that's available is 10,000. So you can pay 10,000, up to 10,000, or you can just say you want to pay, let's say, 3,000. All right. So 3,000 is what we want to pay. Save. Okay. It says that partial settlement rebate request 6000115 has been created. You don't need to copy it. As soon as you open VA02, you'll get the same number. So it's basically like a credit memo, right? Out of 10,000 that has been accrued, we are paying 3,000 back to the customer. It's like redeeming part of what has been accrued. Okay. So now go back to VA02, and SAP has automatically created a partial settlement document. It's like a credit memo request. Go remove the billing block and bill. You go look at the condition types. You'll see that the same P002 repeats twice. One is statistical and one is real. Both of them have the same value, $3,000, but one is statistical and the other one is just basically a copy of the statistical with the statistical flag off. And the net value is $3,000, right? So save it. Now if you go to S060, you'll see that 3,000 has been paid, right? SC16, S060, that's our LIS accumulation table. And the condition record number is whatever we have entered previously. We see the 3,000 has been paid. Rebate agreement of 3,000 has been paid. And the total is 10,000, right? So accrual reversed and payments might tend to go hand in hand, but they might differ as well. Okay. Go back. You can see the same amount in the rebate agreement itself. VB02 94. If you go to rebate agreements and rebate documents, you'll see that a partial settlement now has been created, meaning a partial redemption, right? The customer has taken $3,000 out of the 10,000 that has been accumulated. Now, the opposite of a partial settlement is a partial accrual, meaning Think of the other scenario that I've mentioned where the almond farm is giving a special incentive to the customer if they place a big placard, right, like a banner. And let's say we are giving this incentive to the customer, in this case, of, let's say, $5,000. And that $5,000 is not given upfront, but it's accrued. So initially, there was $10,000. $3,000 has been paid off as a partial settlement. Now we're going to accrue $5,000, right? So basically add back to the kitty. And 5,000 should be a negative. Okay? If you put a positive, it acts in the opposite way. All accruals should be negative. Okay? So negative 5,000, save, and it creates a document of type rebate request for manual accruals. And that's a different document number. Okay, 600116. So let's see that. VA02 and the value is 0, right? All manual accruals, the value is 0 because we're not really actually paying anything back to the customer, right? So it's a debit memo request with 0 value, but you should be able to see that when you invoice it and post it to accounts, you'll see those two entries, one positive and one negative. One is into the customer rebate and another is to the customer rebate reserve, right? And save it. Billing document, change or display. If you go to the accounting document, there you go. Rebate accruals and reserves for the same amount, right? Now, if you go to your rebate agreement again, /NVBO2 94 rebate agreements, rebate documents, you'll see that there are two of these: partial settlement, manual accruals, because we have created two of these documents, right? So 10,000 is the total reserve. Let's close this. 10,000 is the total reserve. 3,000 has been paid back as a partial settlement. 5,000 has been accrued, right? 10 minus 3 is 7. 7 plus 5 is 12. So 12,000 should be the new rebate accrual. You can see that by just going here. So you can see that the total accrual is 15,000 now, and 3,000 has been paid. So 15,000 minus 3 should be 12,000, right? So the total accrual so far, excluding the payments, is going to be 12,000. Now finally, maybe at the end of the year, we want to settle this rebate, right? So again, go to VBO2. This time, click on this button, Create Final Settlement. And before you do that, the agreement status has to be changed. This is just so that you don't accidentally close this rebate agreement. So if you try and do this without changing the status, it will say minimum status B for final settlement not yet reached. So it's just a checkpoint that all you have to do is change the agreement status from open to agreement released for settlement. Once you do that, a credit memo request was created for this settlement, right? So what's the credit memo number? /NVA02. Looks like we did not save it. Let's go save it. Agreement released for settlement, and credit memo was created for settlement. Save. Okay. 600117. Remove the block. Now you should be able to go to the rebate agreement and see all the rebate documents that have been created: final settlement, partial settlement, manual accruals. And let's not worry about corrections at this point. It's not important. So this is how a rebate is settled, either partially or finally. And of course, any accrual that you want to do can be accrued on. So each of these transactions, partial settlement, final settlement, or manual accruals, are basically either credit memo requests or debit memo requests. And each of them have a specific document type. So in this case, partial rebate settlement is B3, Sales document type B3, billing document type B3. Right? And this is how you do a manual payment. Click on the pay button. And that will create a B3 document type. And you enter how much you want to accrue per material based on the condition record. And it has to be a negative sign. Only if you are doing accruals. If you are doing settlements, either partial or final, final doesn't need any manual entry. But if you're doing a partial settlement, that will be a positive. But when you're doing an accrual, it needs to be a negative value, and you have to explicitly put that negative value. Right? Document type, and you'll see that there is a non-statistical condition type, and the customer is actually hit with the value that we are settling. It's not statistical anymore. Right? And you'll see that partial settlement actually reverses the accrual, right? So it accrues. So a manual rebate accrual puts more value in the accruals, and the partial settlement reverses the accrual. So it's like you put money into the kitty, you take it out of the kitty. That's all there is to it. All these different terms sometimes cause confusion, but at the end of the day, it's just putting money into the kitty or taking out money from the kitty. Manual accrual puts it into the kitty. And for that, use a different document type, R4, B4. And we know how to do it, right? Manual accrual is accrue. And put a negative sign here. Well, I think I got it confused. So manual accrual is where you put the negative amount. If you're doing a partial settlement, you don't have to explicitly put a negative amount. Okay, I got that confused. Sorry about that. And it creates a rebate request for manual accrual. And you'll see that the accrued amounts should increase. Right? Putting money back into the kitty. And this is where you should be able to see all the rebate documents that are created. So far we have created a manual accrual and a partial settlement, right? And you should be able to see that. Partial settlement, manual accruals. Once you do the final settlement, this radio button should also be enabled. And when you want to do the final settlement, this is the credit memo request document type that's created, B1. How do you do that? Click on this button. Okay? And before doing that, you have to set the status to B, right? So that's just a checkpoint to ensure that you don't accidentally close a rebate. And a credit memo will be generated. Don't forget to click the save button. This is important. Okay? We have seen that example, right? So, like I said, so many different transactions in a rebate. And at the end of the day, look at this picture. All the yellow boxes, normal accruals, manual accruals, are all statistical and putting money into the kitty. Okay? All the green ones are real, meaning they actually hit the customer and taking money back from the kitty. That's it. Right? And this is of type debit memo. I'm not saying it's a debit memo. It's of type credit memo. The category is of type credit memo, roughly. And this is a credit memo. And each of them uses a specific document type. You don't have to remember B1, B2, R1, R2. You don't have to remember all. Each of them is a specific document type. And that's how you should be able to track what really happened at any given point in time. Now, in the next chapter, we'll look at the config behind a rebate. So we have seen or we have used the existing rebate agreements so far. We have not seen how to configure them, how to create a new condition, rebate condition type, so on and so forth. In the next chapter, we'll look at the configuration. All right. So let's start with the configuration. So we have seen what rebates are. We have created rebates in the system using the standard rebate agreement type, standard rebate conditions BO01, BO02. We have seen how accumulation happens behind the scenes in S060 LIS table. We have seen manual accruals. We have seen partial settlements. We have seen final settlements. We have basically seen the entire rebate cycle. Now let's create our own custom rebate agreement, our own custom condition type for rebates. That way, you get an understanding of the config that goes on behind the scenes for rebates. So just like pricing, there are a sequence of steps that have to be done in rebates, 6 or 7 of them. And at this point, the assumption is that you already understand pricing very well. So what are the steps in configuring rebates? If you want to have the config in your mind, take a good look at this screen. I said there are 6 or 7 steps, right? Some you might not have to do, but mostly you'll have to do all of these steps, at least when you do it initially. So what are the steps? The first step is the rebate agreement. What is a rebate agreement? The rebate agreement controls how the rebate behaves. Meaning, if you create a rebate, what is the start date and end date default to? Does the rebate need to have any text that need to go down and flow down to the actual rebate settlement transaction or a partial settlement transaction? Any kind of text that need to flow. What are the document types that should be used for partial settlement, manual accruals, final settlement, so on and so forth? The document types that these transactions in a rebate create. And there's no direct link between the rebate condition type and the rebate agreement itself, but they are linked using the condition type group, which is just a namesake that connects n number of condition types. It could be 1, 2, 3, 4, any number of rebate condition types to the rebate agreement itself. So this link between the rebate agreement and the condition types is also controlled in the rebate agreement type. Right? So this is basically the rebate part, 1, 2, and 3. And this part is pricing, right? 4, 5, and 6, this is all pricing. Or rather, let's put it this way. 4 and 5, this is pricing. Pricing as in pricing condition technique. And 6 is account determination. 7 is a piece of config that you'd have to do for every sales org and document type. Most of the time, you would not have to create new document types, or you're not going to create new sales orgs in a running project. But if you're doing it for the first time, this is another piece of config around org structure and doc type. So overall, you have to do something with the rebate agreement itself. Okay. And then pricing, and then account determination and config. Depending on the nature of your project, you can skip some of these because they might already have been there. So, where is the config for rebates? The first part. It's under SPRO, sales and distribution, and not under basic functions like you would imagine, but it's under billing, rebate processing. And this is where you create the rebate agreement. So you go create a rebate agreement as a copy of 001 or 002 because most of the time you are going to use the standard document types for manual accrual or partial settlement or final settlement. These are all standard documents. You might not want to change them. But if you want to change them, you can very well change them. You can create your own copy of R4 and make it ZR4, right? And these are the valid from and valid to dates. Typically, when you create a rebate, you start from the beginning of the year, right? It's not the fiscal year, remember? It's the financial year. Meaning, or rather the calendar year, I would say, Jan to Feb. The condition type group is something that we have not seen yet, and we'll see it. It's just a combination of multiple condition types. What are all the different condition types that can apply in this rebate agreement? So this basically is a couple of condition types. Say Z001, one for customer material combination, Z002, another for just the material, Z003. You can have as many condition types as possible assigned to this condition type group, and this condition type group is assigned to the agreement itself. Right? And the rest of the things are mostly defaults, like what are the verification levels. This can be changed right in the rebate agreement itself, right? And even these can be changed. The valid from unvalid to dates, these can be changed. These are suggestions or proposals, right? So let's go create these rebates. So first go to SPRO, IMG, sales and distribution, billing, rebate processing, rebate agreements, right? Define rebate agreement type. So the one that we have been using so far is 001 or 002, right? So we're going to copy from that. Let's say this is the one that we've used, right? Material rebate. Copy that and create Z002. 001 is something that I've already created to create the point. So I'm going to choose 002. And we're going to call it customer material, right? And as usual, we're going to let everything remain the same for now because the proposals are going to be the same. We're going to change the condition type group, but at a later step. And we're going to let the manual accrual document types, the partial settlement document types, final settlement, correction, all of them remain the same, okay? And we're not going to have any text determination procedure because you know what text determination procedure is, right? It's just a procedure that has a list of text types and they can be processed further into the document. So it's basically bits and pieces of text that flows from master data to transaction data and one transaction to another, right? So that's something that we're not going to worry about at this point. Just hit save. Okay, our rebate agreement is ready. The next thing is the condition types. That's the key, right? We're going to create just one condition type, Z002. 001 is already taken, so we're going to use 002. And because a rebate can contain, or rather rebate agreement can contain multiple condition types, we need to assign them via a rebate condition type group, or rather just the condition type group. Creating a condition type group is really easy. Z001, Z002, you can have any name you want. And it's not going to have any controls, right? So there's no the hourglass button here. That means that there are no controls. It's just an entry. So just like Z001, we're going to create a Z002 and give it the same customer material rebate group. And then we have to assign a condition type, an actual rebate condition type to this. It's very similar to a regular pricing condition type, like your pricing, discount, or whatnot. But the condition class is going to be C, right? You can choose quantity or percentage. It's up to you. For now, we're going to choose quantity because we're going to give, like, let's say, $10, $20, or $100 per piece. Okay? So that the example that I'm doing, the example in the PowerPoint is going to be insane. But you can have percentage, you can have scale, ascending, descending, you can have all that stuff. But this is the key. Condition class should be expense reimbursement, C. Unless it is that, it will not act like a rebate condition type. Right? So we're going to create a new condition type, call it Z002, and make it a copy of Z001. Okay, now that this is done, define condition type groups. Let's define a condition type group as a copy of Z001. You could copy it even from 0001. I'm going to call it Z002 and save. We're going to have the same name. Okay. Now we're going to create the actual condition type itself, right? Once that is done, then we can come back and assign that condition type to this group. Condition type group is, I would say, confusing because why are we doing this? Purpose is really internal. It's an SAP internal thing. So there's nothing we can do about that. We just have to do it. It just links a bunch of condition types to a rebate agreement type. That's it. That's all there is to a condition type. So where do we do the condition types themselves? We do that in the condition technique. Okay. We're going to do that and then come back here and do the assignment. So first let's create these condition types. Define condition types. And Z001 or BO01, either of them, they're already created. Right? Looks like Z002 is taken. So we're going to choose, let's say, Z010 or 020. Because Z002 is taken, we're going to choose Z020. Okay. Now if you go back inside it, you'll see that the condition class is C. Unless you make that as C, your condition type will behave differently, right? You already know this. The condition class controls a whole lot of things about a condition type. When you set it to C, you'll see that actually some of the fields are actually gone. If you go back to the next one, let's say. You see, this is a standard discount condition type. So there's some control data here. There's some master data. There's changes to be made. But if you go back to Z020, you'll see that most of the controls are gone because those controls are not relevant for rebate condition type. And because we have marked them as C, this condition type, SAP ensured that things that are not relevant or controls that are not relevant for a rebate condition type are removed. So Z020. Alright, so this is done. But this condition type is actually assigned to the access sequence Z001. Now you can go and create your own condition type, no problem. And then create your own access sequence, no problem. And then create your own condition table, no problem. But since we already have an access sequence that I have created, which I'm going to show some screenshots for, I'm going to let it remain as is. But I'll show you how this access sequence is created, what is the condition types, table, so on and so forth. So let's go back and go to the access sequence, which is this guy right here. This table is cross-client, okay. And this is Z001. This is something that I've created yesterday for the purpose of the PowerPoint. So that's something that I've created as a copy of BO01, right? So what I've done is just put a new condition table, customer material combination, right? So I've chosen 001, customer material combination, right? So in case you're wondering why you're seeing so few condition tables, because if you look at a pricing condition table or a discount condition table, you know, this whole screen is going to be filled, right? But over here, we only have like 20 or 15 of them. Why? The reason is simple. In an IDES system, there are not as many rebate condition tables as there are pricing or discount condition tables. And this is the key. Rebate condition tables are different from pricing condition tables, right? So 001 rebate is different from 001 pricing or discount, right? These tables, like we discussed, sit in KOTE 001 as opposed to pricing, which sit in the actual table A001, right? Although rebates are kind of part of pricing and use pricing a lot, the condition table, the actual condition tables for rebate are different than the condition tables for pricing. Okay? So this is something that you'd have to remember. Otherwise, you would be lost. Alright? And then the fields are mapped very much the same way like pricing. There's no difference. But another key difference here is if there were more condition tables, you would not click on the exclusive check mark, which you do in pricing. The reason is simple. Say, for example, in pricing, there are 5 different condition tables on an access sequence. And when you maintain condition records in pricing, when you create a document, what happens? It looks at the first combination. Is there a price or a discount? If not, it goes to the next. If not, it goes to the next. Say, at the 3rd level of the condition table, it finds a price. It does not go to the 4th, right? It just stops at the 3rd level. And that's what this exclusive flag means, really. When you find a combination in a condition record, stop there. Don't go further. A rebate, on the other hand, is not really exclusive. What do I mean by that? Multiple rebate condition types can apply simultaneously to a single document. And because of that, you don't check the exclusive flag on when you create a rebate access sequence. Because a customer material rebate can apply, a standard material rebate can apply, and maybe a customer group material rebate can apply. There could be multiple rebates that happen simultaneously for a transaction. Because of that, you don't click the exclusive flag on. Okay? Alright, so that is that. We're going to save that. We didn't do any changes, so we're good here. So Z001, we're going to use the same thing. So we have created a Z020 condition type. And we have seen that the exclusive flag is not checked on. And the field mapping is similar. There's no change here. When I mean no change here, compared to standard pricing condition types. And then go to your standard pricing procedure or whatever pricing procedure you have created and put in your condition type. We have created Z020, right? So we're going to remove that and put in Z020. And typically you'll set this to 24. This is a requirement that ensures that the value does not reflect in the sales document. Instead, it only reflects in the billing document, because there could be a difference in quantity. And there is always 2 accounting keys, ERB and ERU. One is an accrual account. One is a reserve account. And you don't have to explicitly set it to be statistical. SAP will automatically take care of it. Okay? So you have to put your condition type, set the requirement, set the accounting keys, and that's it. Let's do it. And we're going to use the same pricing procedure, RVAA01. Select that, go to control data. Instead of Z001, I'm going to put Z020. Right? Everything else will remain the same. And these are not touched manually, right? So that's why you don't have this enabled to start with. Manual flag. And we're going to save it. Okay. This is done. So we've modified the pricing procedure. Now we're going to go back to the rebate condition type group and assign the condition type group to the actual condition type. No, this is not a one-to-one assignment. It can be a one-to-many. Right? So if there were more condition types that needs to be assigned to the same condition type group, you could do that. Can be assigned to more than one rebate condition types. In this case, we only got one, right? So Z002 against Z020. Okay. This is saved. Go back, close this, and go to assign condition types to condition type groups. And we have a Z001 somewhere, right? Just select that, make a copy. And instead of Z001, we're going to put Z0020. This is going to be Z020. Because we didn't have Z002, we are assigning this new condition type Z020. Okay, so far so good, right? And then we have got to assign the condition type group to the agreement itself. Again, these are confusing steps. If you're doing it for the first time, it looks a little confusing because we are doing so many things in a very short span of time. But if you do it, or rather watch this video a couple of times, at least 2 or 3 times, you'll see a pattern to what we are trying to do here. Assign condition type group to rebate agreement type. The one that we have created is Z002. And to that, we're going to assign Z002 condition type group. The one that we have created 10 minutes ago. Okay. This is done. Now let's revisit what we have done. All the different configuration steps. Okay. So you have created a rebate agreement Z002. Condition type group Z002. Condition type Z020. Right? We have assigned that to this. We have assigned this to that. And as part of the condition type itself, in pricing, we have used the standard 001 condition type. Right? This is based on customer material combination. We have done that, and that's this part, right? The access sequence part. And then we have maintained Z020 as a condition type with condition class C, expense reimbursement. And then instead of that, we have put in Z020 here, set the requirement of 24, set the accrual keys. And account determination is something that we need not do because it's standard. Most of the time it's standard. If not, if you want it to go to different accounts, you can very well go to VKOA and then set it according to your accounting requirements. I'm not going to bother you too much with that. And step number 7, this is something that we have not done, but you can very well do it if you are using your own sales or your own billing doc, right? I'm going to use F2 standard billing and 1000 standard sales org. And these are already enabled by default. Okay. So we have done our part. Now let's test it. So let's start testing the config that we have done. So how do we test it? We test by creating a rebate agreement using the agreement type that we have created, Z002. And then add condition records against that agreement. Right? So these are the 2 basic steps. Create a rebate agreement and create condition records for that rebate agreement. Once that is done, we can start creating transactions. Okay, we are done with this part. So we are moving away from SPRO because creating rebate agreements is not an SPRO transaction. It's a user transaction, easy access. So we go to logistics, sales and distribution, master data, agreements, and rebate agreement. Remember, this is VB01, not VB01. Create Z002. That's the newly created rebate agreement. Enter. And it's going to be for 1000, 10, 00. Right? Who's the rebate recipient? Let's say the same old 1400. Okay. And what are the conditions? These are the condition records. Going to be based on customer material combination, right? So we got the customer here. We're going to put in material M02 and let's say an accrual of 150 euro. So each piece is like $800 or 800 euros. We're going to accumulate 150 euros, right, for every piece. Save. Done. Rebate agreement is ready. What do we do next? We start creating transactions. And we don't just look at the sales order because we can't see the condition type, rebate condition type in the sales order. We have to look at the invoice, right? So we create a sales order, we create a delivery, and then we create an invoice. Only then we can see the actual rebate condition type and the amount show up on the screen. So how do we do that? The process is a bit laborious because we have to create an order. And remember the document type also. If you have set it for F2 as the billing document type, should trigger that rebate, you should use the same document type. And of course, the same customer meaning payer, and sales area. If you're using something different, rebates will not be triggered because you have to configure things according. And then our material, for which we have created the rebate agreement type. All right. Now, if you go to the pricing of that line item, the sales order, you'll not see it, the rebate condition type. Why? Because of the requirement 24 in the pricing procedure. So let's go do the delivery real quick. You can fast forward this part if you really are not interested in it because you have seen it already. No schedule lines, we know that. We're going to set it to for the future date. And since picking is disabled because it's a transfer order related, warehouse management related delivery, we're going to do a transfer order. And everything is all set actually, so it's not a big deal. Create a transfer order, save it, go back. Okay, there's our order, and let's do the delivery. Finishing up the transfer order, going back to the delivery and doing a PGI, coming to the invoice. Now at the line item level, you should see a Z020. Do you see that? Yes. Okay. And the amount is 150 and it's a statistical condition. Now we have not set it specifically to be statistical in the pricing procedure itself. It kind of flip-flops between statistical and non-statistical. It is statistical in a regular sales order invoice process. But when you do a settlement, like a partial settlement, final settlement, or a manual accrual, not for manual accruals, but for settlements, when you actually give out credit memos to the customer, meaning giving the money back to the customer, then it becomes a non-statistical condition type. And how does SAP do it? It's all internal coding. So we don't care how SAP flip-flops between statistical and non-statistical. So that's the reason why we should not set it as statistical. So we got our 150 euros accumulating in that transaction, right? In that account. So we have created this order delivery billing and our Z020 condition type with $150 did really come up. If you look at the accounting, you'll see that the accruals will have the euro 150 and the reserves will have 150. One is a credit and one is a debit, right? You can check it here. Oh, accounting condition type. So we have created a new condition type, right? Z020. It needs to be set in COPA. And creating these manual accruals, partial settlement, final settlement is just as easy. You can create a manual accrual, which is basically accruing more amount into the kitty, and it creates a manual accrual document. It's like it's not even a credit memo, it's a different kind of document that basically accrues values into those statistical accounts. One is the accrual, another is the reserve, right? And make sure that these documents have been billed. If you don't see them billed, the S060 table will not be updated. Okay, that's the manual accrual. Manual accrual is putting money into the kitty. Prepay is like a credit memo, okay? And it's called a partial settlement, which is basically prepay. You already accumulated 150 euros. Let's go prepay some part of it or full of it, or in full. And make sure that you always enter a negative value. So in this case, we are paying 25 euros out of the 60, let's say, and you got to put a negative there, minus 25. Okay, if you don't do that, it'll not have the desired effect. Basically, when you settle, you gotta settle it as a credit memo, right? And that's the reason why you put a negative sign there. And this credit memo again needs to be final. If you don't do that, you won't see the amount being reflected in S060. And then finally, the final settlement, right? So there's a total of 60 euros in there. And if you want to do a final settlement, all of the amount can be settled. This is actually not a correct screen. It says partial rebate settlement. That's not correct. It just says credit memo created, and that will be for the entire amount. And before you do that, you have to change the status on agreement to released for settlement. Unless you do that, the rebate agreement does not create the final settlement document, which is a credit memo. And in order to test it, you can always go to S060 table and see how much has been paid, how much has been accrued, and how much has been reversed from the accrual. Okay, so essentially these two will typically be the same. What has been paid is the accrual that has been reversed, right? And to check the rebate agreement for totals, make sure that you go to SC38 and run this program, SD Bounty 06. That will update the sales values. And in the menu of the agreement, you can see all the rebate documents that have been created. Partial settlements, final settlements, accruals, manual accruals. That finishes up rebates. In this section, we will talk about cross-company or intercompany sales. The words cross-company or intercompany could be used interchangeably. But I want to explain the difference here. Imagine a company in France, another company in Germany. If France is selling to a company in Germany, or let's say both are part of a chain, say Walmart France and Walmart Germany, right? Does Walmart France do a sale to Walmart Germany? If it does that, what is it called? Typically, when goods are moved from Walmart France's plants, to Walmart Germany's plants, it's either called as a stock transfer or it could be called as an intercompany sale. These are the two words that typically come across when one company is selling goods to another. Stock transfer and intercompany sale. Stock transfer is because France, for example, has excess stock, Walmart France, and Walmart Germany needs that stock, so the stock is being transferred from one company code to another. I'm taking countries as examples for representing company codes because that is typically the case, number one. And number two, it's easy to understand, right? So stock transfer is a scenario that for most of us, it's really easy to understand. Intercompany stock transfer happens in very, very special cases where there are tax implications or where there are very special scenarios that we'll not talk about, at least in this section. Now, when I mean cross-company sales, this is not what we just talked about. The case is different. This is a case where a customer in France requested goods from the French company code, of course, but the French company code or French plant does not produce that stock or that stock is not available. But the plant in Germany does have that stock. So what do we do now? Simple. Because the German plant has the stock, deliver the stock directly to the customer. Right? And then that puts a slight imbalance, right? For whatever the worth of goods that has been shipped from the German plant. The German plant has shipped the goods and the France customer has got the goods. So far so good. But there is an imbalance here, right? France actually owes Germany money for the goods that have been sent to France's customer. And because of that, there are some adjustments that have to be done, financial adjustments. Bottom line being, this is specifically what I'm talking about when it comes to cross-company sales. What I mean by that is when stock is being fulfilled from the plant of another company code. That's the key. It's not transfer from one plant to another, or it's not a sale from one plant to another within the company or across the company. Those are all different scenarios. When I say cross-company sales, Specifically, I'm talking about fulfilling the delivery from the plant of another company code. So that is cross-company sales. Now let me explain this in a bit more detail. What is the business use case? So we have this customer. This customer is in France, say Paris, right? He places an order with a French company, say in Paris. So this is a France company code. So France company code will have a plant, right? Typically, when a France customer places an order with a French company code, it will try to deliver it from this plant. This is a standard scenario. And that is something that we already know. So there is an order and there is a delivery happening from the plant to the customer, right? And then we invoice the customer. Instead, what's going to happen is, like we discussed, the product is not available in France, or product is not even manufactured in France, that particular material. Instead, that particular material is only manufactured in Germany. So what France does is, it asks the German company code. So this is Germany, German company code, right? German company code has its own plant. So France says, can you deliver this? Germany says, yes, I can deliver it. So France, instead of delivering that order from the French plant, tries to deliver this from the German company code, right? Or the German plant. The German plant delivers the goods directly to the customer, right? Now that the German company code has delivered the goods to France's customer, France now owes the German company code money, right? Because each company code's accounts are different. So German company now invoices the French company code, and the French company code will pay for it. And the rest of the stuff, like France invoicing their customer, happens as usual. So this is the picture I want you to remember. Let me write it again. Step number 1 is when the customer in France places an order. Typically, the process is that the French company code will look for the stock in one of the plants in France and deliver it to the customer. But this is a case of cross-company code sales, right? So special case. So what it does is it asks its counterpart in the next country, say Germany, saying, can you deliver these goods? German company code says yes. So step number 2 is France changes the plant from the French company code to the German company code. So that is step number 2, right? And step number 3 is the outbound delivery, right? This is a standard outbound delivery that happens from German plant to the Paris or French customer. Well, there are some export implications, but beyond that, EU is mostly a free zone, right? So that should not be a big deal. Number 4 is the French company code invoices their customer. Number 5 is the German company code sends an intercompany invoice to France. And number 6 is right here, where the French company code receives that invoice and pays it. We're going to explore this in more detail as we go forward, but these are the 6 steps that happen in a cross-company sale. So let's do this in the system. The first step is the customer places an order, right? So we have created a new customer, 2600, in French company code, which is 2210.00. So this is step number 1, right? Step number 2 is where we trigger the delivery out of the German company code. And that is happening because we are changing the plant. This is what triggers cross-company delivery or sales. So it is this step that we are talking about. Trigger cross-company sales. That is step number 2. Step number 3 is where we actually create the delivery, right? Step number 3 is pretty simple. Step number 3 happens just like any other delivery. It's just that the delivery is happening out of the German plant as opposed to the French plant. Typical delivery would happen from here, right? But this delivery is going to happen from here. And apart from the complications of export, where there's going to be special export tax, maybe global trade is involved. But other than that, there's no other difference, right? It's a standard delivery that's happening from this plant, right? The 1200 plant. This is the 1200 plant as opposed to the 2200 plant, right? So this is France, 2200 company code. This is Germany, 1000 company code. And the delivery is happening out of the German plant, but it's going to 2600, the French customer. And all of this is happening in the French company code, not in the German company code. Only the delivery is happening out of the German company code / plant. That's it. Right? The entire order that's customer facing is all happening in 2200, the French company code. Right? So that is step number 3. The delivery happening out of the other company code. And as you can see, the delivery happens just the way a typical delivery happens. There could be a warehouse management transfer order, and finally there is a goods issue. Step number 4 is where you actually invoice the customer. So it is this part. This is where the French company code is invoicing their customer. And what's the price of the product? It's 811. It's good. Basically, it's PR00, the price list. And PI01 is statistical. Okay, why do you need that? Why do you need this statistical condition? This is between French company code and their customer. Why do you need this intercompany price, which is 183 euros in this customer facing invoice? Well, we're not going to actually print it on the customer facing invoice. But the reason why the intercompany invoice is there is because, and it's statistical of course, because it should not affect the customer pricing. The reason it's there because how else do you calculate the profit margin, right? On top of your other overheads, the intercompany price is basically your procuring price. That is the price. The 183 euros is the procuring price between German company code and French company code. Because they all belong to the same parent group, they're going to basically give it at cost price, right? Germany is going to sell goods to Walmart France internally for their customer, one of their customers. They're not going to add a profit margin. Typically, they might add for their overhead reasons, but other than that, there's going to be a specific price which is probably very low compared to their actual customer price, right? So you specifically maintain an intercompany price for the corresponding plant and sales org combination. And in the pricing procedure, it is set as statistical, so that way it does not affect the actual end customer facing invoice. Instead, it's just used to calculate the profit margin. And you go ahead and do the customer invoice as usual, right? And that is the step. So we have completed 4 steps. Step number 1 is when the customer places an invoice with this company. Step number 2 is when French company code says, I can't give it to you, but I can procure it from another company code. And that's going to be the German company code. The German company code is going to deliver the goods, right? And of course, finally, the end customer is going to be invoiced. So it is pretty transparent to the customer. The customer does not care, right? Step number 5 is where the process differs from the standard delivery. Because the French company code now owes the German company code for the bills that have been sent out to their customer, German company code needs to send an invoice. So we're talking about this step here, step number 5. So this delivery is basically the delivery that has been done here. or plant, right? And to generate an intercompany billing, go to VF04. This is basically VF04 billing due list. And it's not an order related invoice, it's an intercompany invoice. It's a special kind of invoice that happens between two company codes. So select that, hit execute, and then you should be able to create that intercompany invoice. So you see that the standard intercompany invoice, this is the doc type, IV, right? So select that and click on save. And when you look at the document flow, you should be able to see that there's an intercompany invoice created with reference to the delivery, right? So this is the customer facing invoice. And this, of course, is the intercompany invoice. So this is what the customer will get, and this is what the company will get, the French company, from the German company code. That is step number 5. And you can see that step number 5, the intercompany invoice, uses a different pricing procedure. It's not the standard RVAA01 or whatever the French company code uses. This uses a special pricing procedure. In standard SAP IDES system, you get this called ICAA01. You can use that. It's not all that complicated. And over there, you'll see that there's this new condition type called IV01. This is not statistical. The reason being, now this is no longer the end consumer facing invoice, right? This is the invoice that happens between these two company codes. So it should happen at their cost price. And this is the cost price, right? And this actually refers to PI01 or the intercompany price that has been maintained for a specific combination of plant and sales org. If this plant in Germany is selling to French company code sales org, what should be the price? If the same product is being sold to the Belgium company code, what should be the price? So that's all maintained in this intercompany price condition type, and it just basically copies over to IV01. We'll look at it when we do it in the system. So based off of that, so PR00, so this becomes null and void because IV01 supersedes it, and it's not statistical, and therefore it supersedes it because there cannot be more than one pricing condition type. And there you have it, the intercompany cost-based price, right? And step number 6 is when this intercompany invoice actually produces an output. So it's this step here, whereby the output that's being produced, which is basically printout, this is the print output. That print output could be faxed over or mailed to the French company code, and they enter an inbound invoice, basically an invoice receipt, right? So this is basically an invoice receipt. So if you have done MM, you will understand what's an invoice receipt. And if you have done just SD, you send out an invoice typically, right? You don't receive an invoice. So on the other hand, MM folks receive invoices from vendors, right? This is exactly what's happening. The French company code now receives the invoice either in print output or in EDI format. Either way, they receive the invoice, they put it in the system, and they pay the German company code. That is step number 6. And in the next chapter, let's actually do it in the system, and after that, we'll do the config as well. Before we look at the config, let's do a hands-on SAP. Let's see how to create this invoice, how to create this intercompany invoice, how the outputs are triggered, how to change the plan, and all the stuff that we have just seen. So the first thing that I've done is I've created a new customer. So VD03 2600. If you don't want to create a new customer, you could just use 2500. It's available in a standard ID system in company code 2200. So I've just created a test customer in the sales area 2200 10 00. All right, so this is the sales office, but you get the picture, right? Sales are 2200 1000. And the rest of the stuff is pretty usual, nothing out of the blue here. So just a regular customer, standard customer pricing procedure, so on and so forth. Right? If you don't want to create your own customer, you could use 2500. All right. So let's go create this order. VA01 and standard order type OR 2200 1000. So this is step number 1. Customer is 2600. Material M01. And instead of some plant in French company code, we're going to deliver this out of the German company code, right? You could auto configure it, meaning you could set it as a default delivering plan for a particular material. If you know for sure that this material will always be delivered from the other company code, in this case Germany. If not, you could change it on the fly like I'm doing right now. I specifically say that this time it's going to be delivered out of 1200. But it need not always be the case, right? So that's 1200. All we're going to do is create the delivery. So step number 1 and 2 is done. So if you want to look at your picture, right? Step number 1 is when the customer places the order in France. Step number 2 is the order now triggers delivery from the German plant. And that's being done because we're changing the plant at the line item level to be the German plant. The rest of the stuff that happens until we receive the intercompany invoice, everything else is basically simple stuff. Regular stuff that you see in a standard delivery. Nothing special, nothing out of the blue. Because this is warehouse management related, we're going to create a transfer order. Enter. Save. Go back to the delivery now and then do a PGI. If you want to double check, it's from the 1200 plant, right? The ship to is 2600, the French customer. But the plant where we are picking it from is the 1200 plant, the German plant, right? German plant, German storage location, German warehouse. All we have to do is do the PGI and step number 3 is done. The customer now receives the goods in France. All right. So this is our delivery. Okay, very good. Step number 4 is VF01, right? Now this is the place where the end customer receives the invoice based off of the delivery done from Germany, right? So put the delivery number in there. And if you go inside your pricing procedure, it's a standard RVAA01. If you look at the analysis, you should see that it's a standard pricing procedure. RVAA01, right? The PR00 will be the standard customer facing price. This is the additional thing here, PI01. Now, if the delivery were done from the French plant, you would not see PI01. You see PI01 because of a small piece of config in the pricing procedure, essentially a requirement. So we'll talk about it when we come to the config, but like I was saying, this will only get triggered when it's an intercompany or cross-company sale. And it's statistical, right? You can see the statistical flag. And that's used to finally calculate the profit margin. Okay, save it. Now if you go to our invoice, look at the document flow, go back to the order, you'll get a better picture. Right, do that. And there you go, you get the standard order, the standard delivery, and then the rest of the stuff like transfer order, goods issue, so on and so forth. And then finally, the invoice, right? So this completes step number 1, 2, 3, and 4, right? All these steps are done. We have created a customer facing order. We have triggered a third party or cross company code sales. And the delivery has been done. And finally, we have invoiced the end customer. Now, all that's remaining is to settle the balance between the German and French company codes, right? Creating of the intercompany invoice and receiving it. How do you do that? The way you do that is take this delivery. I'm copying the delivery number. Go to VF04, the billing due list. Put the delivery document in there and specifically select the intercompany billing. Click on display billing list, and your intercompany invoice against that delivery should now be available. And all you have to do is click save. Right? If you do it via the batch process, all of this will happen automatically. So click on that and you should see the actual document number. Right? So this is the intercompany invoice now. You don't have to worry about it because it's all available for you in the document flow. Right? So the original document, the delivery, and the rest of the stuff. This is the customer facing invoice, and this is the intercompany billing document. Right? If you look at the intercompany billing document, double click on that, you'll see that in conditions, your PR00 is overridden with IV01, which is the intercompany price. And it's not statistical here, right? You see that? It's not statistical. As opposed to the intercompany price PI01 in the customer facing invoice, over here in the settlement document between these two company codes, it's not statistical. It's the real thing. That's what the German company code gets from the French company code, right? The cost price of producing the goods. Or whatever it is that they want to pay. Basically, point being, we specifically have to maintain a price that each company code can sell across company codes. Let me explain what I mean by that. So this is our German company code. This is the French company, right? So there's a plant here. There's a plant here. This plant is now selling to the French company code. That's the scenario, right? This is the sales. Same plant could be selling to, say, UK. Same plant could be selling to Spain. Point being, when an intercompany or cross-company sale is being done, you have to specifically maintain an intercompany price list for each material. Right? So this is the standard intercompany price list. Condition type. With condition category as I, which we're going to look at in the config. But you can create your own ZI01, no problem. But the point is, you have to maintain a price that is specific to, let's say this is 1200 plant, right? So from 1200 plant, if you're selling to the French company code, which is 2200, right? 1000, what is the price of M01? Similarly, from 1200 plant, if you're selling to UK, I don't know, UK is like, let's say 2600, and the same material M01, what is the price? The price could differ, right? Based on the overhead. If it does not differ, you could maintain the same price, right? If it does, then just go ahead and maintain a different price. When you do that cross-company sale, automatically it will trigger the correct intercompany price. And that's the same price that's being pulled into IV01. Now, how does IV01 pull the price out of PA01? We're going to look at it in the config. So this is our intercompany invoice, and what I want to show you here on top of this intercompany price is the fact that this intercompany invoice uses a different pricing procedure, ICAA01, right? How it's getting triggered is something that we're going to look at in the config. And also, step number 6 is the point where this invoice triggers an output, right? So this is something that's done out of the German company code. So in Berlin, during the nightly batch process, this invoice is generated, and it somehow needs to reach the French company code, right? It could be done via printout, or it could be done via any other medium like EDI. And SAP already provides these two outputs right out of the box. They are called RD00. RD00 is the standard output, right? And RD04 is the EDI out. Right, go to the output and you shall see that RD00 is the print output. You could use that. Or RD04, if you look at the processing log, you should see an IDOC, right? 987903. This IDOC should have to be configured in such a way that the German company code is a vendor and the French company code is a customer. So it's a transmission between two customers, right? One customer being France and the vendor being Germany. As simple as that. You can just open it in W02 and look at all the details. But that's something we don't have to worry about because it's basically an FI transaction, right? We don't do it as an transaction, like an invoice receipt in Miro. That's not how it's done. The reason being, it's basically not a goods receipt that's happening on the French end, like a stock transfer, right? So there's no MIGO involved. There's no PO involved. So it does not have to go through the Miro invoice receipt process. Instead, it's basically directly an FI posting that happens like a vendor invoice, right? Direct FI posting, like an FB60, basically. So if you're not aware of FB60, that's fine. So that's the entire flow. And in the next chapter, we're going to look at the config that has made this possible. So finally, let's look at the config. It's not a huge config here. It's really very short. Step 1, make this plant relevant for cross-company code sales. What do I mean by that? Not all plants are relevant for cross-company code sales. You have to make them specifically relevant for this kind of a transaction. So here is our Germany, right? Here is France. So this is 1010.00, right? 1010, forget the division. And this is 2210. And the plant over here is 1200. So this is the plant. And this is 2200. This is the French plant. What this step tries to do is, if you want to do this kind of a sale, if this plant can sell to this company code's customer, then you have to make the relationship between this plant and this sales org, right? This relationship is anyway there. But this is the relationship that this config talks about, right? The sales org of the ordering company code should be associated with the delivering plant, irrespective of whichever company code belongs to. And that's what this cross-company sales is all about, right? So step number 1, do this assignment. Step number 2 is you have to make sure that your standard pricing procedure has an intercompany price, right? So PI01 is a standard intercompany price and 22 is the requirement. It's a standard requirement. You might want to enhance it if you want. What it does is it'll only get activated if only if the sale is cross-company. And how does it know that? It knows it if the plant belongs to a different company code than the order, right? In our case, the order belongs to company code 2200, right? The French company code. The plant 1200 belongs to the German company code, 1000 company code. Because the plant belongs to a different company code than the order on which it's being placed, it's a cross company, and that's how, because of this requirement, PI01 gets triggered. If you do a sale within France based off of France plant, this particular line will just be ignored, right? PI01 does not have any effect. So that is step number 3. make sure that your intercompany price is there. The reason why this price is there is because you can calculate. So this is the requirement. The reason for this particular pricing condition type, the intercompany pricing, is because you can calculate, number one, profit margin, and number two, use as reference for the actual IC price. We'll look at it in the next step. So, two reasons why you maintain that. One is the profit margin, which is calculated downstream in the pricing procedure. And second thing is you use that pricing condition type based off of which you calculate amount and use that amount in the actual intercompany pricing procedure. Right? So in PI01 using VK11, you go and maintain the intercompany price. This has to be maintained for every plant, sales, or combination, like we discussed on this slide. All right. So this is essentially what I mentioned in that VK11 that we just discussed. Maintain a price for every plant, sales, or combination where you want to do this cross-company code transaction. Okay, so that is step number 3. Step number 4 is no big deal, right? Step number 4 is the actual invoice. It goes out to the end customer, so there's nothing much that you have to do there except that PI01 has to be maintained for profit margin. But step number 5 and 6 is where you do the meat of cross-company code transactions. Starting with defining an intercompany customer. Now, the transaction is between Germany and France, right? The intercompany transaction is between Germany and France. So, when the sale is happening, France is a customer, right? And this guy is a vendor. So, if you go to SPRO, sales and distribution, and then billing, and then intercompany billing, define internal customer by sales org. So France sales org 2200 has to be defined as a customer, and you can define it as any customer you like. In standard SAP, this is done as 22,000, right? Just so that it's easy. But you can do it as any customer you want. And this intercompany customer is not special either. You don't need to use a specific customer account group of sorts. You can just use, your own custom customer account group, like Z001 is fine. So this is where you create your intercompany customer. And for this intercompany scenario, when you sell out of 1200 as a cross-company scenario, you have to specify what's the sales order that you have to create this intercompany invoice. Do you really create this intercompany invoice out of 101000? You could do that. No problem. But because this is, you don't want to confuse this with the 101000, which is the commercial channel, you can use a special distribution channel, special division, special sales org if you want to. The point I'm trying to make here is, so this transaction here between D and FR, this is an intercompany transaction, right? Between FR and its customer, the end customer. So this is the actual commercial transaction. This is where the actual money is made, right? So whatever is happening here is basically an internal adjustment, right? Internal adjustment. And for that, if you want to use a different sales area as compared to the other commercial transaction, you could do that here. That's exactly what this transaction is all about. Okay? And in step number 5, you could use the standard intercompany billing or create your own, right? So this is the standard intercompany billing document type. And the document pricing procedure for that could be anything again. Yeah, I use N here. You could create your own. The reason why you have to create your own or use a different document pricing procedure than the standard invoice is because the pricing procedure is totally different, right? I think I forgot to put that in the picture here. If you want to look at that, you got to go to OVKK. That's where the pricing procedure is determined. So if you look at 1000, 12, 00, you'll see that for the combination N, which is the intercompany document pricing procedure, and for the standard customer pricing procedure 1, it's not RVAA01, instead it's ICAA01, right? Okay, so this is a key. What it means is a special intercompany document pricing procedure, right? And this is what will be used for the customer pricing procedure. The 22,000 that was assigned to the 2200 sales org should use this customer pricing procedure. And of course, based on off of that combination, the intercompany pricing procedure should be determined, right? So this is the pricing config that has to be done, specifically for intercompany. Now, PI01 was the intercompany price, right? What about IV01? This is a different condition type. Of course, using condition category I, even PI01 uses condition category I. But like I said, it references PI01. So once you maintain the price here, price or cost between plant and cross-company code is maintained once here. And then IV01 just references or refers to PI01. Simple, right? Now, how one pricing condition type can reference another is a topic that we can talk about in pricing, but you get the point, right? You maintain the prices for this condition type, they automatically get reflected in another condition type. As simple as that. Now, some of you might have a question here, very legitimate question. Why do you need to do that? Why not just use IV01? Both are intercompany condition categories anyway. Well, the reason why we do this is because if you want, for some reason in controlling, if you want a different condition type from an analysis perspective, right? So PI01, typically this is made statistic, right? In ICAA01, the intercompany pricing procedure, you could make it non-statistic and still affect the same, way of calculating things. But the reason why a new condition type is used that references this PI01 is because if you want to analyze, the intercompany price different from the way you use the statistical condition type in the standard commercial invoice. Purely for analytical perspective, you use these two different condition types, right? So that's how standard SAP does it. If you want to change it for some reason, you could do it, right? That is something that you'll have to talk to your COPA consultant about. But this is how standard SAP does it. The reason is for analysis. All right, and step number 6, the final step, is where France receives the invoice, and in order to receive the invoice, German company code, when it produces the intercompany invoice, has to issue an output, and this is the print output. This is the EDI output. So you can very well go to this transaction, go to W02, and then see what the EDI is, or you could go the low-tech way, take a printout, fax it over or email it over, and then the accounting department in France will just take it in as a vendor invoice and post it directly in F5. Now this process is not Miro based. So if you are from an MM background, you'll understand that when you receive an invoice from a vendor for goods that have been received, you do a Miro, right? So the step being PO, MIGO, Miro. It's not that kind of an invoice. It's a direct FI invoice. So this step is not relevant, right? So this is not a Miro invoice. This is a direct FI invoice that you enter for a vendor. Think of it like, ordering expense items, and you don't want to go through all this stock input, MyGo, and all that stuff, right? You can just directly enter an invoice. For example, a service invoice, right? Typically use FI invoices for services, like a travel agent booked a ticket for one of your employees. You can directly use an FI invoice. If you don't want that, if you want to go to the standard MyRo process, then you'd have to create special customization, because you'll have to do an invoice without a PO, without a MyGo, right? And that's typically not the preferred way of doing this, because there's no logistics involved, right? The French company code did not actually do the logistics. The German company code did the logistics. So there's no point in doing a MyGo, PO, and all that stuff. And because it's all intercompany within the same, big organization, you can just do a direct FI posting. All right. So those are the 6, steps in the configuration that we have done to achieve that cross-company sales. Let's do a quick overview of cross-company sales. Now, this is something that I actually encountered when I was configuring, or when I was doing a project for a pharma company based out of Europe. Not exactly pharma, but medical company, let's say. Germany was their main manufacturing hub. Everything was manufactured in Germany. And because it's EU, Free Trade Union, France, Luxembourg, Spain, all these countries would take in orders from their respective sales orgs, and the delivery used to happen right out of Germany, because there's only one plant across the entire Europe, and that's in Germany. And the Germany plant delivers goods right out of their plant to any order that any sales org receives in EU. Now, the way this has been done is slightly different, and I didn't want to go too much into the details and customization that I've done there. But the bottom line is, it's a cross-company sale. And the steps for that are, the customer places an order in France, say, one of the sales orgs, right? And then France, because it does not manufacture, triggers the delivery to happen out of the German plant. And Germany delivers it directly to the French customer, right? So there are logistics issues involved, like global trade or tax, because EU is not the only scenario where this happens, right? It could happen between, let's say, China, America, or Canada, US, right? Each have their own trade agreements, so on and so forth. Tax is something that could trigger across countries, right? So those are some logistics issues that are involved, and tax configuration has to be done, GTS configuration has to be done. But other than that, it's a simple delivery, from an SD perspective. Step number 4 is French company code invoices their customer as usual. The customer would not even know that, there is all this that's happening behind the scenes. And number 5 is where the settlement of debt is done, right? This settlement is called intercompany settlement. It's between company codes. And there's no logistics involved, right? Because the goods have already been sent. So no logistics. It's just simply a debt that's cleared, right? And number 6 is the receiving company code that has got the goods will take in the invoice in FI, post it, and pay the providing company code. As simple as that. This is cross-company sale. The configuration for this is not all that complicated either. The key points being defining an intercompany customer, because irrespective of whether it's intercompany or not, again, one of them is the customer and one of them is the vendor, right? Supplier. So create an intercompany customer, create this intercompany condition type. It's only triggered if the scenario is intercompany. And of course, you have to maintain an intercompany price. So for every company code or plant that delivers across company codes, maintain the price. How much does it cost for German company code, German's plant, to deliver to France? Not just about delivery pricing. It's about the entire cost. You could maintain that here, or you could maintain the same amount across all sales source. That depends on the scenario. In my case, it was different. For a German plant to deliver goods to France, the price was different for the same material, different for Luxembourg, actually by a huge margin. It depends on if you're delivering it to, let's say, Czechoslovakia. The price was different. So you could maintain any kind of price across a plant and company code transactions, cross company. And that's done using PI01. And in SPRO, go to intercompany billing, maintain not just the internal customer, like so. You have to also maintain, if necessary, a different sales area for intercompany transactions, because purely from a reporting perspective, this is an internal adjustment, right? It's not a commercial transaction. So, if necessary, maintain a different sales org distribution channel division. If not, you can maintain the same sales area, no worries. And then your intercompany invoice, the adjustment invoice. Make sure that the document pricing procedure is different. So this is the key, because without that, you will not have your different pricing procedure determined for the intercompany transaction. And that's determined using the standard pricing procedure determination. Just that your intercompany pricing procedure determination is based off intercompany document pricing procedure. So this is what differentiates your pricing determination as opposed to RVA01, which is a standard customer facing pricing procedure. And finally, you have your intercompany pricing condition type, IV01. And this intercompany invoice triggers an output which can be physically sent over to the French company code or sent via ADI. Most of the time, it could be via ADI because it's really easy, because they're all part of the same network, right? All these company codes are all part of the same SAP box, actually. So the easiest thing to do is generate an FI EDI output. So this is an FI EDI output, not the standard Miro-based vendor invoice. So this is how you do cross-company code sales. In this section, we will talk about something called as a stock transfer order. Or sometimes it's also called as a stock transport order. Transfer, transport, same thing. So what is this stock transfer order? Before we talk about STO or stock transfer order, STO as it's called, I want to give you a quick recap of another similar scenario, and I want to try and compare both these scenarios for you so that you can clearly understand what really is a stock transport order. Imagine this situation. There's a plant. So this plant is in Germany, right? Let's say Hamburg. That's the name of the city where the plant is in. The plant code is 1000. Alright? And then there's another plant. This plant is in Dresden. Again, Germany. And the plant code for that in SAP is 1200. Now here is the scenario that we have already seen. Say the customer places an order, right? Places an order with this sales org on this plant. And based on the plant determination, 1200 is the delivering plant. So this is the plant that's supposed to deliver the goods, right? So if a standard delivery happens, goods will be delivered out of 1200. So far so good, right? But at the sales order level, let's say sales order number 130001, line item 10, the material M01 is delivered out of 1200, right? This is how the standard plan determination is set up. Now, instead of 1200, you can go and manually override it to, let's say, 1000, right? Because for a variety of reasons, say the stock is not available in 1200. So the customer service representative taking the order can very well say, okay, let's deliver this out of 1000. In which case, all he has to do is change the plant at the line item level to a different plant. And what happens then? So instead of delivering the goods from 1200, they'll be delivered out of 1000. So this is the delivery. So the original delivery is supposed to happen here. Because of the change in the plant, the modified delivery happens out of 1000. This is a scenario that you've already seen. Change in the plant. When the change in the plant happens, the delivery is happening out of a totally different plant than the one that standard config or customization has determined. Let's look at an alternate scenario. The customer did place an order, right? So this part is true. Let me put it in dashed lines. And the goods is available in 1200, no doubt. But there's one part that's there in 1000, right? So there's a little part, let's say, part that's in 1000 that needs to be transported out here so that the part can be fit onto this main piece of equipment that we are delivering for the customer. Imagine a big industrial boiler, right? So the customer is placing an order for an industrial boiler with this company code, and the standard delivering plant is delivered out of 1200. This is the standard delivering plant for that boiler. But some of the parts that are not there in 1200 are there in 1000. So in order to make that boiler, those parts are required. So the parts can be delivered from 1000 all the way to 1200. Remember, these are parts, right? Parts of a whole. So they cannot be delivered directly to the customer. They have to be delivered to the place where they are going to be assembled. And once assembled, the final piece is going to be delivered straight to the customer from this plant. So what happens in this case? So this plant needs some goods, right? And this part has the goods. What happens in this case? The plant having the goods just sends over those parts to the plant that needs the goods, right? This is an example of an STO. The reason why I gave you this story is because I want you to understand that the parts that I have drawn out in red or maroon are all customer-facing transactions, right? So when we have seen this previously, we have never discussed stock transfer order or stock transport order. But the parts that I'm describing here in green, where some of the goods are being transferred from one plant to another, irrespective of the customer, is basically an internal transaction. Internal transaction, meaning it's not customer facing. Right? So, this is the key difference between those other scenarios that we have seen earlier, like changing the delivering plant in the sales order, or even a third-party dropship like TAS, right? In which case, Goods are being dropped directly at the customer's location directly by the vendor without having to do anything with our warehouse. All those transactions are customer facing. STO, stock transport order, on the other hand, is an internal transaction. Although the end goal is to service a customer, this particular transaction is between two plants. Whether these plants belong to the same company code or not makes a huge difference, but irrespective, they are still stock transport orders. It could be between plants within the same company code or within different company codes. So how do you solve this stock transport order problem? Essentially, once again, let me repeat the problem. One plant needs goods, and that is this plant, right? Another plant has the goods. Just because this plant has the goods, we cannot deliver them directly to the customer. These parts need to be delivered directly to the plant that needs those goods. One example is spare parts. Another example is parts of a bigger equipment. Another example is just plain shortage of parts in a different plant. These are all scenarios where stock transport order is the way to go. So, how do we solve this problem? Let's look at it in the next chapter. The simplest solution, I call this solution 1, is called as a transfer posting. If you are from MM background, or if you have some level of MM interaction, this is something that you take for granted. So what is a transfer posting? Transfer posting is a way to convert stock from one situation to another. Now, this is the definition that I'm trying to give for an SD consultant. Because MM consultants know what stock transfer or transfer posting is, they need no introduction to transfer posting. But for SD consultants, this is relatively new. I'll give you some examples. There are two plants, right? In this case, there is plant 1, plant 2. This is 1000. This is 1200. We want to transfer some goods from one plant to another. That's the whole goal of the exercise, right? There is a transaction that you might already know, MyGo, right? You might know this because when you try to test some things, you might want to input stock into the transaction and you use movement type 561 to create initial stock, right? Or if you want to subtract some stock and then trash it. So situations like that, you use a particular movement type and then create these material transactions in MyGo. Or you might have used MB1A, MB1B, and so on. Essentially, these are all material movement transactions, meaning you want to receive materials into stock, you use MyGo. You want to discharge materials from stock, you use MyGo. You want to convert stock from one material type to another, you use MyGo. Any situation where you convert or do some kind of a material transaction, purely material transaction, then you use MyGo. Now at this point, you might have a question. How about VL01N or the standard delivery? That is moving goods out of your warehouse, right? Why not do it in MyGo? Well, MyGo is a much simpler transaction, meaning MyGo does not care about logistics. This is logistics independent. VL10N or VL01N, basically the standard SAP SD delivery, is rich in logistics. It can interact with warehouse management, transfer order, right? So an outbound delivery in SD is a very rich transaction with a very wide variety of options. You can do the same goods issue in MyGo. but it does not give you logistics support. It doesn't integrate with your warehouse. It cannot do picking. It cannot do packing. It cannot do all these things. It's a very simple transaction that can just do this material juggling, convert one material to another or receive goods from the vendor, where you don't have to worry about the logistics. The vendor has already taken care of it. All you have to do is open the truck and then put them into your warehouse, right? So MyGo is a very simple transaction, but it's a very powerful transaction. The reason being, you can do a whole lot of things with just this one transaction, MyGo. In this case, for example, we can do something called as a transfer posting. What is this transfer posting? Go to MyGo, give the plant where you want to, reduce the stock from. In this case, let's say MO1, that's the material that we want to work with, a quantity of say 10. Okay, we want to take away 10 from this plant and then issue the goods to this plant, M01, and then 10. So this is basically a minus. We are subtracting goods from here and then we are adding goods here. How simple is that? No logistics are involved because it's an internal transaction. Maybe these two plants are side by side. All you have to do is take a cart and then take these goods and then get them over to the other plant. Or even if there is a truck involved, you might not have to do picking, packing, and all that. So, using transfer posting, you can remove the stock from one plant and put it in another plant in one single transaction. It's not even two transactions. Remove stock from here, put them in transit, and then receive stock on the other plant. It's not even that complicated. It's a simple one-step. So here are the key characteristics. It's a one-step process and it's seamless, meaning when you transfer these 10 quantity, it's simultaneously deducted on the source plant and automatically added at the target plant. It's seamless. It's one quick, clean process. Well, there are some drawbacks that we're going to discuss, but let's just quickly do this transaction, okay? MyGo, and then we just remove stock from one plant and then put it into another plant. Okay, let's do a MyGo. But before we do that, we want to check the stock, right? MMBE, MO1, right? Let's not even put a plant, or let's just say 1000. That's one plant, and the second plant is 1200, right? So these are the two plants that we want to check for stock. Okay, how do they look like? So for 1000 plant 0001 storage location, there is 1,018 of them, right, for unrestricted use. And 1200 0001 storage location, let's just use a single storage location, 0001. The stock here is 75,076. Right? Let's make a quick note of that. 1,018. So over here, it's 1000 0001 storage location is 1,018. Right? That's the initial stock. And over here, it's 75,076. 75,076. Now, after you do this transfer of 10 quantity, the quantity should be appropriately deducted and added in the respective storage locations, right? So let's do that. /o MyGo. Okay, over here you have to choose transfer posting, and the material is M01. From which plant? From plant 1000. Storage location 0001. Quantity is 10. And onto storage location 1200 and plant 1200 and storage location 0001. Right? What's the material? M01 quantity, and then you can put the partner as 1000. That's the plant actually. Right? So we're all good. Let's check if everything is okay. Okay, looks like we have a posting period issue. Let's fix that as well. So these are common issues, right? So 1000. Let's put today's date. Let's see. Okay. And then same thing in 1200. Let's try that. Okay. Oh, no company code. Actually, it's all same, right? So both these plans belong to the same company code. I don't think we need that. So let's check it again. Because we have closed 1000, that should solve the problem. So this is a warning, price change. That's all right. So it looks like everything is okay. Let's post it. Okay, document is posted. Let's go back to MMBE and do a quick refresh. Okay, so this is 1,000,008. This is 75,086. So after the STO or after the transfer posting, the stock has become 1,000,008, right? Because we have reduced 10. And over here, this is 75,087. Is that right? 75,086. 086, right? That's the correct word. 76 plus 10, 86. So this is transfer posting. We have achieved what we wanted, right? We needed 10 quantity from 1000 plant. And that was achieved. A simple process called transfer posting. Now this is the quickest solution. So what is the problem? The problem is this solution is only good when plants belonging to the same company code. So these are the conditions. Plants should belong to the same company code. Otherwise, you can't do a transfer posting. And the second thing is, you see, there was no picking, there was no packing, none of that logistics stuff has happened, right? There was no goods issue on the one end where the goods are being issued, and there was no goods receipt on the other end. These are all implicitly handled. The system is not taking care of that. Meaning, this is only possible, transfer posting, when there's no need for logistics. What kind of logistics? Anything related to shipping. SAP doesn't support shipping activities. They've all got to be done outside of the system. Meaning, there's no goods issue, there's no goods receipt, goods issue on the plant that's sending the goods out, and goods receipt on the plant that's receiving the goods. In this case, goods issue in 1000 plant and goods receipt in 1200 plant, right? So these are all should be handled implicitly. Meaning SAP doesn't provide any support, right? And the third thing is, this process is instantaneous. Meaning there's no delay between the goods that are being subtracted from the source plant and the same quantity being added to the target plant. That happens instantaneously. So what happens now? We'll be solving all these problems, but step by step. So doing a MyGo transfer posting is like a quick fix. You can do it, but there's there's not a lot of tracking there, because once you do it, there's no tracking in terms of who has requested it, why was it done, what is the nature of this transaction. None of that is recorded. And also, for example, we have seen that the goods are here in Hamburg and the target plant is in Dresden. And if they are really far apart, you need to have some kind of a stock in transit. And a stock transport order, basically based off of transfer posting, cannot allow that. It's instantaneous. Subtract on one end, add on the other end. So transfer posting is a very, very, very rudimentary operation. It has its uses in other areas of MM, but purely from a stock transport order perspective, it's very rudimentary. So to solve these problems, let me put this fourth problem as well. No stock in transit. You need stock in transit when the distance is very large and it's not really there on the target yet. So the process is not instantaneous, right? So you need this when the plants are far apart, right? So you basically need some kind of a two-step process. Let's look at it in the next chapter. So let's move on to the second solution. The second solution solves this problem. Problem where logistics support is required, like shipping issues, handling, warehouse management, picking, packing, that kind of stuff. Solution 2. Using UBSTO, stock transport order. So what do I mean by that? Here, we are making use of the purchasing functionality and the delivery functionality in SAP, meaning these are two plants belonging to the same company code, right? 1200 and 1000. And because we need logistics support, imagine this guy were like a customer. Imagine this guy were like a vendor. This guy is like a customer. So what do we need in this case? We need, or rather, plant 1200 is asking for goods, and plant 1000 is delivering the goods. That's exactly what is happening, right? So it's always the customer that asks for goods, right? So this plant is treated as a customer and this plant is treated as a vendor. And how do you ask your vendor to get you goods? You create a purchase order. It's not a sales order, it's a purchase order, ME21N, right? So go to ME21N, treat this plant as a vendor and deliver the goods 1200, receiving plant. So this is the receiving plant and this is the vendor plant, meaning because this plant is supplying goods, we treat it as a vendor. So step number 1, create a purchase order, and this is of type UB, as we're going to see. And step number 2, using VL10G, this is a special delivery transaction. This is step number 2, create an outbound delivery, and that would include picking, packing, and any other warehouse management activities. That's it. That's solution 2. Right? So how do you do that? Let's look at it in SAP. So once again, make a note of the stock here. If you're doing it on yourself, make a note of the stock here. and make a note of the stock here and do a fixed quantity, say quantity of 10 or 15. So if the quantity is 10, that amount should go down from the vendor plant, and that amount should go up in the vendor plant, right? So you can check that in MMBE. This is something that we already know, so we're not going to actually do it. When you do it in the system, go check it in MMBE just to make sure that the stock transfer is really happening. Okay, I said step 1 is ME21N. So this is creating a purchase order. So when you create this purchase order, what is the document type that you should be using? Can you use a standard purchase order? No, you cannot. You have to use UB, the stock transport order. It's UB, stock transport order. Okay, enter. And as soon as you do that, parts of the screen change. So instead of the vendor, you're saying supplying plant. Okay, the supplying plant is 1000, right? The supplying plant is 1000, and enter purchase org detail. These are just like sales org detail. 1000, 1000, right? Similar to that. Purchase org, company code, purchase group, stuff that you don't need to bother about too much as an SD consultant. And what is the material? The material is M01, and of course quantity of 10. Now where does it need to be delivered to? It needs to be delivered to the 1200 plant, right? So this is the key. So just so that we are clear, so this is the step where we are creating a stock transport order. And where is the vendor plant? The vendor plant is this guy right here, and the receiving plant is this guy. And use document type UB. This is how you create a stock transport order. Another thing worth noting is that at the line item level, this is the line item. We entered some material. There is a shipping tab. And this is where all the logistics information is. The shipping tab is where all the logistics information is. What kind of logistics? Like what shipping point does the goods needs to be delivered out of? What are the shipping conditions? For example, if you are delivering frozen stuff, the right shipping conditions should be used, isn't it? And what should be used to load these materials? Your typical delivery related stuff is all there in the shipping tab. So, what do we need to do next? Step number 2 is to create an outbound delivery. Let's do that now. Let's quickly save this purchase order, like save it like that. The purchase order number is 17378, okay, ending in 78. So let's go to VL10G, VL10G, okay. Let's go out 1 month, okay, instead of 5, let's go out 1 month. Actually 5 should be okay. And we are shipping out of 1000, right? Let's try that. Okay, let's try 6. Okay, do you see that? 17378. That's the one that we've just created, right? So what do we want to do? We want to create a delivery. Click on this button. There you go. Your delivery is done. And in order to see the deliveries that have been created, click on the log button. Click on that. And here is the document. Click on the document. And here is the actual delivery that has been created. So pick that up. Control C. And then we are done with this transaction. Let's go to VL02N. Put the delivery in there. And then what do we have to do? Deliver 10 quantity of this material out of the vendor plant, right? And in order to do that, this storage location is warehouse managed, so you cannot do the picking. Instead, you have to create the transfer order. Now we are very well aware of how to create a transfer order, right? Enter, save, that's it. Go back to the delivery in change mode, and then make sure that the picking is done. And then all you have to do is do a PGI. This completes the delivery. Well, you can do picking, you can do packing, you can do anything that you can do in a standard customer-based delivery. It's as good as that. So now if you look at the document flow, this is what has happened. Delivery has been created against the purchase order, right? As an SD consultant, this is news to you. Typically, you see delivery against a standard sales order, right? Or even a return delivery against a return order. But this is delivery or replenishment delivery. This is a different document type, as we're going to see when we come to the config. It's a different type of delivery, and it's being done against a purchase order, not a sales order. So in the document flow, you can see that the replenishment delivery is created against a purchase order. So this is a key difference in terms of the delivery going out, not with reference to a sales order, but with reference to a purchase order. That's it, right? Just 2 steps. Now, if you look at the stock, you should see that the stock has gone down on one end, the vendor plant, and the stock should have gone up on the other end. And this linkage that you see here, this linkage can also be seen on the purchasing order end. So how do you see that? Go to the purchase order display or change screen, ME23N or 22N. Open the delivery or open the purchase order that has been created, 78, I think, 177378. This is the one that we have created for a quantity of 10. And what do you see here? The goods receipt, the delivery note has been created, which is a delivery. And then the goods receipt has been created here, and a goods issue has been created here, right? You see, goods issue and goods receipt are happening automatically. And this is there in the purchase order history. So you can observe the linkage. One thing is observe the PO to delivery linkage in ME22N or 23N, right? Not just in the delivery, you can observe this in the purchase order as well. That's one thing. The second thing is the goods issue in vendor plant and goods receipt in delivering plant. Well, we have talked about the goods issue, right? Because we have done a transfer order, picking, all that stuff, right? So goods issue is something that we have done manually in the delivery. Who has done the goods receipt for you? The goods receipt is in the receiving plant. If you're confused about what I'm talking about, when you did the VL02N, right, and using VL10G, we have created a delivery for the PO or STO. And step number 2 is picking, packing or transfer order. This was done in VL02N. After that, step number 3 is we have done a PGI, which is a goods issue. So this was explicitly done. The goods issue was explicitly done. So far, so good. Who has done the goods receipt? The goods receipt in the receiving plant. Who has done that? I didn't do it. When the source plant is 1000 and the receiving plant is 1200, we have set this up as a one-step process. Meaning, if the source plant is 1000 and the receiving plant is 1200. It is set in the config that this is a one-step process. We're going to look at the config. But it's set as a one-step process. Because it is set as a one-step process, it was instantaneous. The goods receipt happened automatically. Well, we have solved most of the problem that we have started out with when we talked about transfer posting, right? There's no need for, well, how do we do the logistics? We have solved that problem. But we didn't solve these two problems, meaning the process is actually almost instantaneous in this case as well, meaning when goods was being issued in the vendor plant, the goods was automatically received in the receiving plant, right? That means there cannot be a stock in transit. So this problem is not solved yet. In solution 3, which is the next chapter, we're going to solve this problem. How to make this a two-step process really, not just from logistics perspective, but from an inventory perspective. So logistics problem is solved. We're going to add on to that and do this two-step inventory goods receipt and goods issue being explicitly done. In solution 2, we have used a stock transport order in ME21N like a purchase order. We raised a purchase order with this plant, the vendor plant, using document type UB, stock transport order. And then it has provided all the logistics support. And in order to actually do the logistics like shipping, picking, packing, what we have done is we have created a delivery and then picked and packed it, did a PGI. That solved the logistics problem, but it did not solve the stock in transit problem. So when you actually did the PGI on the vendor plant, both the goods receipt and issue were being simultaneously posted. Goods issue here and receipt here. So this is the only one that we have done manually. This was done automatically. Now, what is the problem with that? The problem is this does not allow for stock in transit. This does not allow stock in transit. The essential problem that we have started out with in terms of the transfer posting, it's being the whole process being an instantaneous process, still remains. That problem is not solved. The only thing that we have solved is the logistics problem. Now in solution 3, we are going to solve the stock in transit problem. Now when do we need this? Remember, when the plants are far apart. In that case, you need a stock in transit process. Alright, so let's go to solution 3. What is solution 3? Solution 3 is almost the same thing, except that this is not a one-step process, but it is a two-step process. Earlier, we have delivered from 1000, being the vendor plant, to 1200, right? And that was a one-step process. Instead, let's do this. Let's say 1200 is the vendor plant and 1000 is the delivering plant. What happens now? As usual, this is the customer, right? So this guy raises a PO or an STO. This guy delivers the goods. This time, the difference is that when the vendor plant delivers the goods and does the PGI on the delivery, the PGR, the receipt, does not happen automatically. And we'll see why at the very end of this chapter. But let's do it in the system. It's the same process, except that when the PGI is done in the sending plant or the vendor plant, it is just that. They have loaded it in the truck and the truck has started, right? The truck is big, right? Like so. The truck has been loaded up and it has started. That's all has happened. The goods has gone down, but where is the goods after they have gone down? They stay as stock in transit in the receiving plant. Let's say 25 has been shipped out in the vendor plant. So the same 25 would appear as stock in transit until you go do a goods receipt against delivery, this delivery. So how do you do this? As usual, everything is the same, just like solution 2, except that we do the goods receipt, right? So let's start doing it. It all starts with the purchase order, right? So we create a purchase order of type stock transport order, UB. And this time we are delivering out of 1200. 1200 is the supplying plant or the vendor plant. And everything else remains the same. 1000, 100, 1000 company code. Both these plants are in the same company code, right? So we say MO1, quantity of 25. And where are the goods being delivered? They're being delivered to 1000. So this is exactly the reverse in terms of what is the source plant and what is the supplying plant to solution 2. That's all we need, 25 quantity, and just save it. Before we do anything with this transaction, I want to do something. Just make a note of this. It's 80, right? 380. You don't need to copy it, but just make a note of it. And go to the stock overview and do a quick stock overview, right? In the receiving plant, which is 1000, this guy, just go double click on that. And what is the stock in transit? So if you go to the receiving plant, 1000, double click on that, you should see something called a stock in transit. Right? This is stock in transit. What's the stock in transit currently? It's 1. Okay. Now, we have raised a stock transport order. And what do we do next? We do a goods issue from the delivering plant. Right? And the delivering plant in this case is not 1000 or it's 1200. Right? 1200 is the shipping point from which we are going to deliver the goods. Okay, 80, that was our purchase order. Background, delivery is complete. The shipping point is 1200, right? So this is delivery. Click on documents and Control Y. Select that, Control Y, and there you go. Copy that, Control C. And finish up everything that you have to do in your delivery. Like go to VL02N, put the delivery number in there, do picking, packing, and everything that you need to do from a logistics perspective, and then do a PGI. Transfer order complete. Go to VL02N, basically open the delivery in change mode, then do a PGI. So what we have essentially done so far is this step. So all of this process is complete. All of this process. So raising the PO is done. Issuing the goods, PGI, all of this stuff is done. Now, if you open the purchase order, this stock transit order, in the purchase order history, you should see 2 things only. The first thing is the delivery creation. And the second thing is the goods issue. The third process of goods receipt should not happen. Shall we try that? Go to ME23N, open the delivery, the purchase order, right? Go to purchase order history, and do you see that? The delivery is there, and the goods receipt or goods issue is there, but there is no goods receipt on the receiving plan. This was not the case with how the purchase order history appeared in solution 2, the previous version. The reason being that was a one-step process, and this is a two-step process. I know you're a bit confused. Let me go over it again. When the goods were being delivered from 1000 to 1200, this was a one-step process. So the goods receipt and goods issue on the vendor plant and the delivering plant respectively were happening all simultaneously. We wanted to avoid that, right? So we said the goods issue on the vendor plant has to happen in one step, and then the stock has to go into transit until the goods has been explicitly received on the delivering plant. To do this example, I have reversed the plans. So I have said now the vendor plant is 1200, not 1000. And suddenly the process has changed. I'll tell you why the process has changed at the very end when I talk a little bit about the config. But that's the change that we are doing in solution 3. When the goods are being transferred from 1200 to 1000, this is a two-step process. And that's how it has been configured. Okay? Don't worry about the config. It's just a one-liner. And that's all you have to do. What is the source plan? What is the destination plan? Is it a one-step or not? That's all. I have configured it specifically like that for 1000 to 1200 as one step and 1200 to 1000 as two step. So that way I can show the different solutions. So let's look at the stock at transit. Okay, so let's do a quick refresh. Earlier the stock in transit was just 1. Now you should have 1 plus 25. Let's see if that is the case. Do you see that? Stock in transit now has become 26. So stock in transit is 26 now in the receiving plant. When you go do, just pick up this delivery number, right? Like so. And let's do a goods receipt. How do you do goods receipt? MyGo. Goods receipt against an outbound delivery. Put the outbound delivery that we have created in the vendor plant. And where do you want to receive them into? 0001. Right? And the item is okay. And just click save. So what we are trying to do is receive the goods into the delivering plant. Right? This is done. Now let's do two things. First thing is go reopen this purchase order so that we can see the history again. Do you see the difference now? This new line has been added. This is the goods receipt that has happened in the receiving plant. The one thing that we have just done in MyGo, right? And the second thing I want you to observe is refresh MMBE, and the stock in transit should be gone. See that? The 26 is now gone, 25 is removed, and just 1 remains. And where does that go, 25? It goes into unrestricted use. You can check all of that in MMBE when you do these things in the system yourself. I just wanted to show that stock in transit in MMBE. So you typically don't see it as some of these columns, right? So just double click on 1000 and your stock in transit should be right there. There you go. Okay. Don't click on the storage location, click on the plant. All right. So what we have essentially achieved here is we have solved all the problems that we have talked about with respect to the transfer posting. We have solved about this stock in transit problem. We have solved this logistics issue. And the one thing that remains is what happens if you do a transit or transfer across company codes? Did we solve that problem? If not, how do we solve that? So 1000 and 1200, they all belong to the same company code, 1000. We need to solve this problem. How do we solve this problem? And that's what we're going to look at in solution 4. In how do we do a stock transfer between plants that belong to different company codes. So far, we have only been seeing transfer of goods between plants that belong to the same company code. And we have found out 3 solutions. Transfer posting and stock transport order, either as a 1-step or 2 steps. The final problem that we're going to solve in stock transport order is what should happen when the goods are transferred between plants that belong to different company code. But before we do that, I promised you something, right? I'm going to show you the configuration where we're going to say between these plants, plant A and plant B, plant A is a supplying plant, plant B is a receiving plant, should the stock transport order be 1 step or 2 steps? So STO, 1 step versus 2 step config. Where is it configured? It's not a big deal. It's all in SPRO as usual. So go to SPRO, IMG. Instead of sales and distribution, go to material management. Go to purchasing. And go to purchase order. And set up stock transport order. Okay. I'll show the path here. SPRO, IMG of course, and material management, purchasing, purchase order, and set up stock transport order. Okay, set up stock transport order, and underneath that, assign document type, 1-step procedure, and under delivery tolerance. So check that. And for example, 1000 and 1200. What's the document type? Document type is UB, and this check mark indicates that it's a 1-step process. Do you see the description there? It says 1 step, right? So when you do transfer between the supplying plant of 1000 and the receiving plant of 1200, a document type UB is used, and it's a 1-step process. 1000, 1200, 1-step process. What happened to the reverse? 1200 to 1000. Same document type, but that is not a 1-step process here, right? So this is the source plant or the supplying plant. So this is where the goods are being delivered. So we're going to call it delivering plant. And this is the PO document type. UB is a standard document type for STO. And of course you can have ZUB and all that stuff is the same, right? Just like ZOR, there can be a ZUB, which is what happens in most of the cases. So you customize it. And this is where you specify if it is 1 step or not. And that's why for 1000 and 1200, this was 1 step. And because of that, the goods issue in the supplying plant and goods receipt in the receiving plant happened simultaneously. And this was in fact automatic. It just makes things easy. If the distance between the plant is large and you don't want that to happen, you want a stock in transit to happen instead, choose this. Not 1 step. Just don't check that on, right? In which case, the goods issue has happened in the supplying plant. And then the stock went to stock in transit. And where did this stock in transit happen? Is it in the supplying plant or the receiving plant? This happens in the receiving plant. And do a goods receipt in MyGo against delivery, and that's it. That completes the loop. And that's the difference between one step and two step. Now, all of this is in a single company code, right? All the three solutions that we have talked about is in a single company code. Now we're going to talk about how we do the stock transport order across company codes and what's the difference between stock transport order within the company code and plans across the company code. This is the final leg of the stock transfer order. So far, we have seen stock transfer happening between plants that belong to the same company code, between 1000 and 1200, and vice versa. We have seen one step versus two step, without logistics or with logistics, transfer posting or stock transport order. These are the different options we have seen. In this chapter, we're going to expand our stock transport order across company codes. How do we do that? Let's say the delivering plant, the plant that is receiving the goods, is 1000. But the plant that's sending the goods is 3000. So this is in Germany and this is in the US. Right? So this is company code 3000. This is company code 1000. Does it make sense? Goods can be transferred within the company or across company codes. A simple example could be, let's say this is GE, Germany. This is GE, US. Say the GE Germany is making a product. They need some parts from GE US plant. That's fair, right? In which case, they're going to procure the parts across the Atlantic from the US to Germany. Don't restrict your scenario to just part replacements. It's not just that. Sometimes they could just replenish the stock. Say, for example, there's excess stock available in 3000 and the German company code is expecting some orders. So they're just going to replenish some stock that's available in 3000. But when goods are transferred across company codes, see, the customer is not involved in any of this. It's all happening within the umbrella of GE company, but within these two different company codes across these two different countries. So when this happens, there is value transfer that's happening, and so one company has to invoice the other. So in scenario 4, which is cross-company STO, the steps are going to be something like this. Step number 1, raise a PO. Right? This time, this guy is a real vendor. So raise a PO. Okay. The vendor receives the PO. The vendor delivers. Step number 2, delivers against the PO. So you do picking, packing, PGI, whatnot. Right? Step number 3, receive goods. So far, purely in terms of the process, we are not too far off from scenario 3, except that we're going to use a different PO type. But most of it is exactly the same. We're going to have that goods issue and then a stock in transit and then the goods receipt. And this is where the intercompany stock transfer is going to be different. Step number 4, because there's going to be a value addition to the German company code, the US company code needs to get the money for the goods that have been delivered or replenished. So step number 4 is the sending company or the vendor plant issues an intercompany invoice. And step number 5 is the receiving company receives the invoice. So it's an invoice receipt. So this is done in VF04 and this is done in Miro. Not MyGo, but Miro. So these are the two additional steps that has to happen in a cross-company STO. So let's do this. Before we do this, there's one thing in terms of master data that has to be done. So 3000 has to be set up as a vendor. Right? How do you do that? It's really simple. You create any vendor. For example, it need not be 3000. You could create any vendor. And remember, it's created as a vendor in the ordering purchase org. So in 1000 purchase org and company code, we have to create 3000 as a vendor, like a cross-company vendor, right? So this has to be 1000. And if you go to the purchasing data, you go to extras and then additional purchasing data. This is where you set the plant as a vendor. I'm going to save that here. Master data. Create supplying plant as vendor. So create a vendor as usual in ordering purchase org. It's not in the supplying purchase org, it's in the ordering purchase org. So in the purchasing data of the vendor, go to extras, additional purchasing data, and specify the vendor here. Specify the plant that should act as a vendor. So when you enter 3000 as a vendor in your PO, which plant does it represent? It represents the plant 3000. And where is it saved? It's saved in extras, additional purchasing data, in the purchasing data view of the vendor. So whenever you use 3000 in a cross-company PO, automatically the plant behind the scene that's going to do the action is 3000. So now that we've got that out of the way, let's go create a purchase order /NME21N. So don't use UB, don't use a stock transport order. Instead, just use a regular purchase order. All right. And it's in which sales org or purchase org? It's in 1000 purchase org, the standard purchase org for 1000. So from Germany, we are ordering to be delivered to 1000 plant, and the delivering plant is going to be 3000. And that's what we have just set up as master data. And we need just the same material, say quantity 25, right? And we need it in the plant 1000. And when you do that, everything that you need, like the shipping data, the delivering address, everything will be available to you. Okay, so that's it. Just save it. And the rest of the process, like 1, 2, 3, this is step number 1, right? The only difference here is that the vendor has to be appropriately set up and use a standard purchase order. Don't use UB, stock transport order, use a standard purchase order and set up the vendor appropriately. That's the only difference between the previous solution and the current intercompany solution in terms of step number 1. So I'm referring to this step. And then step number 2 is delivery against the PO. And step number 3 is receiving the goods, which is pretty straightforward. Okay. 82 is our purchase order number. Let's make a note of that. And go to VL10G. And we are delivering out of 3000, right? That's our plan. We are delivering out of the US. So select that. And your 82 should be right there. Click on creating the delivery in the background. And you should get the delivery number right there. Select that. Then select that. There you go. And then just finish step number 2, which is picking, packing, and all of that stuff associated with that delivery. Subsequent functions, transfer order, yes, yes, save. Now we're going to do a goods issue of the delivery. That should complete step number 2. And how do you know that? Just go to your document flow, and step number 1, which is creation of the purchase order, is complete. Step number 2, which is creating the cross-company replenishment delivery and the corresponding transfer order and goods issue, that is done as well. Now, what is step number 3? Step number 3 is over here, receive the goods. So in plant 1000, go receive the goods against this delivery. So make a note of this delivery. And now we're going to look at the receiving company code, goods receipt against an outbound delivery created in the US, 3000. Okay, storage location 0001. Material is okay. And we should be done. Save it. Okay, this is complete. Now if you go to the purchase order, ME23N 82, if you look at the history, the delivery note is complete, the goods issue is complete, and the goods receipt is complete. All 3 steps are done. Right? Step number 1, 2, 3 is complete. 1, 2, 3. Now, because this is an intercompany transaction, it doesn't stop at step number 3. It goes to step number 4 and step number 5. What is step number 4? Company code that has sent the goods also sends an invoice. Why does it send an invoice? Because it has delivered stuff and there is an imbalance. There is a value difference that has happened across these company codes. So one company owes another, just like the customer owes the company. As simple as that. Except that it's not going to be at an exorbitant price, it's going to be at the cost price. Plus something else to cover, maybe the logistics. Beyond that, the transaction between company codes is going to be at a specific set price, which is just above VPRS, the cost price. Either way. So let's create this invoice. How do you create this invoice? Using VF04 against this outbound delivery. So let's do that. VF04. This is the delivery. And make sure you check intercompany billing. Unless you do that, you'll not be able to create that intercompany billing. So step number 4, create intercompany billing. Transaction VF04. You can specify the delivery here. And make sure you click on intercompany billing. That's it. Display the billing list. Right? Save. Document is ready. Select that. Click on documents and you should have your document right there. Display document. There we go. This document is the intercompany document that's created with respect to the replenishment, the cross-company replenishment delivery. So here is the original step number 1, and step number 2 and 3 happened after this delivery, goods issue and goods receipt. And step number 4, because it's an intercompany transaction, is the creation of an intercompany invoice. So intercompany invoice is ready. So that's for the amount 17 whatever, right? This amount 17,535. Looks like there's a pricing error here. Wondering what that error is, but that's fine. Let's not get bogged down by this. This is a standard intercompany pricing procedure, and I think some price is missing here, but let's not worry too much about it. So step number 5 is actually complete, or step number 4 actually is complete, right? This part is complete. The next part is receipt or receiving the intercompany invoice. So the company code US has sent out the goods to the German company code and plant, and so has generated the invoice. And now Germany needs to receive the invoice and pay for it. So how do you receive an invoice? You use Miro. How do you do Miro? /nmiro. Mygo for goods receipts and goods issues. Miro for invoice receipts, right? So you do it with respect to either an outbound delivery, like so, or with respect to the PO. All you have to do is pull out that particular price, right? 3, like so, and enter the amount here and save it. Some tax warnings, but we're not worried about that at this point. And that's it. Our invoice has been created. You see that completes step number 5. This one is done as well. So this is an intercompany scenario. Let's just quickly summarize it. So we have seen 4 scenarios so far. Scenario 1 is transfer posting, which is an instantaneous way to transfer goods from one plant to another. But it has some flaws. It's an instantaneous process. What's wrong with instantaneous? We all love instantaneous, right? The problem is you cannot do it as 2 separate transactions. The goods issue and receipt, issue in the supplying plant and receipt in the receiving plant, cannot be separated. Well, why do you need it to be separated? If the plants are spread across, it cannot be really an instantaneous transaction, right? Unless you're dealing with things outside of the system. The second thing is, because it's an instantaneous transaction, you cannot have a stock in transit, right? And you cannot do cross-company SDOs with this. And there's no logistics involved in here, meaning there's no picking, there's no packing, there's no shipping. None of that shipping or logistics related stuff can happen in a transfer posting. It's a simple transaction that you can do in Mygo, where all the stuff like picking, packing, loading, and warehouse management has to happen outside of the system. Now, if that's not acceptable, you can go for one-step SDO. Now, this is where you solve the problem of logistics. This is the key. In one-step SDO, using PO or STO type of PO, ME21N, and then the supplying company does a delivery. Simple step, 2-step process, right? This solves the problem of logistics because delivery typically takes care of the logistics. But the rest of the problems still remain, right? So there's something called as a 2-step STO, which is PO, delivery, and then goods receipt in the receiving plant. This solves the problem of not just logistics, but it also solves the problem of stock in transit requirement. So it's a 3-step process where there's a purchase order for stock transfer, and then there is a replenishment delivery, and then there's a goods receipt. But still, this does not solve the problem of cross-company stock transfer orders. So in order to do that, you have to go to step number 4 or process number 4, solution number 4, where you do a 2-step STO across company codes. In order to do that, you have to create a PO. The type of PO is a standard PO, and set up the vendor as the corresponding sending plant, and then do the delivery. This is the sending plant, the plant in America doing the delivery. And the plant in Germany is doing the GR. And the plant in America is sending an intercompany invoice. And the plant in Germany receives the intercompany invoice. So it's a 5-step process. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And that solves all the problems. Logistics, stock in transit, and intercompany transactions as well. Now there's one more thing in terms of config that we have missed so far. When this invoice is created, intercompany invoice, where does the customer number come from? That's the config again. So if you look at the intercompany invoice, let's see. What's the payer? 1185, right? That's the German plant paying for the American plant that has shipped goods against the stock transfer order. So why 1185? Let's go here. /NSPRO IMG material management purchasing purchase order, set up stock transport order. Over here, go to shipping data. And what's the plant? The plant is 1000, right? Here is the customer number. So against each plant, a customer number is set up in SPRO. And the sales org for which the billing should happen is also set up. This is where the customer is picked up from for intercompany transactions. So customer number for intercompany STO is picked up from config. And the config is pretty straightforward. SPRO, IMG, material management, purchasing, purchase order, set up STO, then go to define shipping data for plants, and then against each plant, the customer number is shown there. So against each plant, the customer number and sales area are configured, right? So this data becomes the basis for intercompany invoice. So this is the remaining config. The rest of the data, like shipping data, which shipping point is configured, all of that is configured right here. There's nowhere else you have to go. Right? If you want the shipping data, it's all right here. This is the actually delivery document type.
Today's topic is about LIS updates. What is LIS? LIS stands for Logistics Information System. Logistics Information System. It's basically a set of tables, special tables, that are updated when certain transactions are done. Before BW came in, BW as in business warehouse, this is the only way analysis could be done on transactions. Meaning, there are transactions done every day, right? Thousands of transactions, sales orders, deliveries, invoices. That's just on the SDN. Purchase orders, transfer orders, accounting transactions. All of these are transactions that are done on a regular basis. Where do you store the summary of this? before BW came in, this was the only place where the summary was stored. Now with BW, there is more analysis that can be done there. The way data is stored there is much more user-friendly. So BW has taken up that role of providing analysis. And still, BW pulls data from these tables, LIS tables, even to this day. To understand this a little better, let me give you some examples. Purely from a sales perspective, there is a sales order, there's a delivery, and there's billing, right? Or OTC cycle. So what are the tables where a sales order is stored? Say VBAK, sales order header, item, schedule line, so on and so forth. There are so many different tables. Same thing with delivery, LIKP, LIPS, so on and so forth, and so on with billing. Now, this is something that we all know already. Transaction is stored in a table, right? Or a set of tables. Like the entire sales order header part is stored in one table. Line item part is stored in one table. So that's how the database is designed. Now, what I'm trying to do is arrive at the need for LIS table. Okay? The reason why I'm giving you this business case is we are trying to arrive at the need for LIS table. Once you understand the need, the rest of the things are how to configure LIS tables. That's not a big deal. Although that's going to be the core of this whole section, I want you to understand first the need for an LIS table. So, this is how the data is stored in the sales order header. There is an order number, and then there are so many details just at the header level, like who created it, on what date it was created, what is the net value, what is the sales org that this order was created, and so on and so forth, right? Each order has one line item. This is one line item, this is the second order, third order, so on and so forth. So if you observe this table, one of the key aspects is that this is a transactional table. What do I mean by that? So each row is a transaction, and that's all there is to it. Meaning, you don't look back at that table and then say, okay, what is the total across these two lines, right? This table basically does not care about the total across lines or what is the average across lines. You see what I mean? Each row is unto itself. And if you want to open that order, you can go to VA02 or VA03, open the table, and all it does is look at this row if you were opening that particular order, right? But sometimes that is not enough. And I'll give you scenarios why. So what I want to drive across in this slide is this table, the basic sales order header table or line item table, these are transactional in nature, meaning they are there to record that particular transaction. That's it. Right? So you can create a transaction, you can change or display a transaction. That's it. Now, what are the scenarios where you might want to look back at a set of transactions and say, I want to do something that looks at these set of transactions. Now, imagine a column in VBAK. This is an imaginary column. It does not exist. Okay? If there were a column, say, a cumulative net value, okay, there's a net value for each order, but there is a cumulative column that keeps on accumulating. So there's the first order, 2000, second order, 1025. So the third order is going to be. So this row, cumulative network, is going to say 2000, and then it's going to sum up these two and put it here, right? And it's going to sum up these three and put it here, so on and so forth. So it's an imaginary column, but I'm trying to drive across the need for such a column. And why would you need that column? One of the simplest examples is a rebate. Although configuring it involves a whole bunch of pricing related and another config, but you understand the concept of rebates, right? The company gives you a rebate if you hit a certain sales volume. Simple. How do you track that you have hit a certain sales volume. How do you do that? The only way to do it is by tracking how much has been sold to a particular customer across a certain length of time, say starting from January 1st. So by the end of the year, if you consume $1 million worth of goods, then I'm going to give you 5% discount, right? That's a rebate essentially. So you have to keep track of all the orders for a customer, if not orders, invoices, and then keep accumulating, right? So this is a column that does not exist either in the sales order or delivery or billing, right? These type of columns do not exist in the transactional data. Another example is condition updates. If you know the field called condition update in pricing condition type configuration, you know how it works, right? An example for that is, if you look at Amazon, for certain products, there is a limit on the quantity. There's a limit on the quantity, isn't it? So you can buy only 2 of. Why? Because they want to promote a certain product and they don't want only a particular person to consume like 10 or 15 of those. They want to promote that product across a broad audience, right? So in that case, they'll say, I can only give you 1 of these or 2 of these, and that's the limit. Can you implement that in SAP? Yes. The number of times a condition type or a discount is applied can be limited using the condition update. And SAP automatically keeps track of how many times a condition type has been applied for a particular customer. It's not just the quantity, it can even accumulate value, right? This discount type applies if the limit is $5,000. After $5,000, it does not apply. That's a condition update. How about credit management? Credit management is another scenario where you need to keep track of all the orders or invoices that has been created since day one, isn't it? And it needs to subtract how much has been paid, and then it needs to give you the net ordered value, right? So far, $1 million has been ordered and the credit limit is 1.5 million, so it's good. The credit limit is just one value, 1.5 million, set at in FD32 at the payer level. That's good. But how does it compute that 1 million has been ordered so far? It needs to accumulate all the sales orders and their value. It needs to subtract all the delivered or invoiced amounts. It needs to subtract what has been paid. It's a complex calculation. It's not just the additions or subtractions that are complicated. It's complicated, I say, because it needs to accumulate these across the timeline at any given point in time, right? Within an instant, it has to tell you that the customer is over the limit. So these are all out-of-the-box scenarios in SAP, meaning SAP supports them out of the box, where accumulation is required. So SAP has built them all out of the box, but I'm going to give you another scenario in this slide where I'm going to give you a customized example. A simple example is the company is giving a discount called volume discount. Volume discount. So what is a volume discount? It's more or less like rebates, but they apply instantly. So the first order, let's say these are all orders for the same customer. As an example, the first order is 2000, the second order is 1025 and then accumulates to 3025. The third order is 3000 and then the cumulative is 625. And then the cumulative is 6025. Fourth order is 4500. And then after the fourth order, the accumulation is 10,075. Say your pricing condition record says there is a certain volume discount, say ZV01, And the scale for that is until 10,000, the discount is 1%. But after 10,000, greater than 10,000, it is 2%. Right? This is an instant discount, not a rebate. Rebate is retroactive, meaning it will apply at a later point. Still, you need to keep track of the entire volume, but this is a customized scenario where we're giving discounts based on the total volume of sales that has happened since a particular date. And the only way to do it is by accumulating this data. Because at that point, you don't want to start counting, right? It will take forever to create that order. Oh, the order has come in. Now I want to count how much has been sold to the customer since day one. That's not feasible. It takes a lot of time. Instead, store all these cumulated values someplace, and then instantly you know what is the total cumulative value of sales since a certain point, and then you apply the discount based on whatever scales you need. This is an example of a scenario where you need cumulative values for a customized solution. Now let's go to the specifics of some of the out-of-the-box scenarios. One scenario, like we talked about, is credit management, right? So in credit management, we said SAP keeps track of the open order quantity, the open delivery quantity, open billing quantity, and you should know what the definitions of these are. Open order is something that has not been delivered. Open delivery is something that has not been billed yet. Open billing is something that has not been posted to accounts yet. So the different statuses of the order are tracked differently in credit management. It's done automatically for you. You don't have to configure it. All you have to do is configure dynamic credit management, and that's it. SAP does automatically all of these things for you. So how does it do it? It does it by storing the transactional data into summaries or cumulative values in these tables. The first table is S066, where the open orders are stored. And the second table is S067, where the open deliveries and billings are stored. And they are stored by period. So at any given time, you know within this period what is the value of open orders for this payer, right? So this is a solution that SAP automatically does for you out of the box. You don't have to customize it to write to these tables. So this is a table that you can go to SE16 and view the values. Once credit management is configured, as soon as you create an order, an entry is made in the SE S066 table, right? So these tables where cumulative values are stored, these are called LIS tables. So one of the key characteristics of an LIS table is that they all start with an S, and then there's 3 digits. And as usual, 0 to 500 are reserved for SAP, and 500 until 1000 or 999 are open for the customer, meaning you and I can customize it. Same thing with rebates. Rebates need to track the open volume, right? It uses S066 table, and then for which condition type should it track? Meaning it need not track all condition types in pricing. Only rebate relevant condition types need to be tracked. So there's another table S136 where the exact condition record that applies for this rebate is being accumulated. So the point being, even rebates use LIS tables to track total volumes. Same thing with condition updates. There's a table called S071 where SAP tracks how many times a particular condition record has been used, right? And including its value. So you can go with the number of times, or you can go with the total value. And because that is being tracked, implementing a solution like the Amazon example that we talked about is easy. So in the next set of videos, we'll talk about how to actually implement a customized LIS table. So here are the concepts that we are going to cover. So we're going to start with a high-level overview of an LIS update. Then we're going to actually start creating LIS structures. Like we're going to talk about characteristics, key figures, how to generate update rules, the whole 9 yards of actually creating and updating LIS structures. And then we're going to start the testing by creating data like sales orders and how to check the logs and how to actually check that these LIS tables have been updated. If there is one screen that I want you to remember on LIS updates, it's this screen. How are these LIS tables actually updated? They're updated based on, at least in sales, based on these parameters. The customer plays a very important role. What kind of customers are updated? Right? So there is a parameter that we're going to talk about on the customer that controls whether a customer needs to be updated into the LIS table or not. Same thing with the material. And then not all sales orgs need updates, right? So it's also done a control parameter at the sales org level. And then not all document types need to be updated, right? So whether a document type needs to be updated and whether a line item category needs to be updated. So these 5 parameters, 1, 2, this is the master data, 3, this is the org level data, 4 and 5, this is the transactional level controls. So these 5 parameters control updates to the LIS table. We're going to see how, but the key takeaway is that these are the 5 parameters that we're going to be playing with. Master data, org data, transactional data. This is something that you should be aware of even when you're configuring rebate, right? Not all customers are relevant for rebate. You enable them. Not all materials might be relevant for rebate. You have to enable them. Not all sales orgs are relevant for rebate. You have to enable that. And then not all document types. And then you have to specify the rebate specific document types, right? It's essentially the same set of config that SAP has done already out of the box. But we are going to do it now using the standard features available in SAP. And this is the basis for those features. This slide that you see here is the key to understand LIS updates. We're going to talk about positive and negative at the very end of this slide during testing. But beyond that, when an LIS table is updated, these are the parameters that control an update. So first thing is how to create an LIS table. So the first thing is how to create an LIS table. So you go to SPRO, IMG, Logistics General. So that's where the LIS tables are. Logistics Information System, right? So logistics is the right place for that. And then data warehouse, databases, information structures, and maintain self-defined information structures, meaning we want to create our own information structure. Okay. So let's go create an example. So SPRO, IMG, Logistics General, right? And then LIS, Logistics Information System. Logistics Data Warehouse, databases. So databases is where we create these information structures, and updating is where we configure how this data is updated. So you go to information structures, maintain self-defined information structure. Click on that, and then you start with the create. Right? This is just like any other config. We want to create, let's say, S 777. Let's see if that exists. 777, say global volume discount. So this is an example that I have already created for creating this slide. So I'm going to use another table because S877 has already been created. So I'm going to use 777 and the application is sales and distribution. And instead of creating it on my own, I am going to copy it from S0001, which is a standard infrastructure created by SAP. So let's see if that exists. Looks like that does not. S77 is free for us, so let's use it. So we have two columns here. On the left, we have characteristics. On the right, we have key figures. So these two words, characteristics and key figures, are terms from the data warehouse industry. Now, as SAP consultants, we never hear them, right? Characteristics, key figures. What are these? Characteristic is basically the parameter based on which we are going to track this value. For example, we are saying that we are going to give a global discount, a volume discount, but based on what parameter? Sales or distribution channel, these are important, of course. And we're going to accumulate the volume discount based on the sold to or the payer. Let's say the sold. So sold to is a parameter. Sales area data is the parameter. And do we want to give this volume discount for every material? And maybe we only want to give it for a certain material group. Then instead of the material, you choose material group. And then we're going to track it at the order level and line item level because the data is at the line item level, right? So the parameters based on which we're going to track a certain value are called characteristics. Key figures are values that we are tracking. What are we tracking? Net value, tax, discounts, gross value. What are we tracking? So that is controlled by the key figures. So are we tracking order level values? Are we tracking delivery level values? Are we tracking invoice level values? We need to select specifically what we are tracking, right? So in our case, let's track the item level net value. We're not talking gross value. We're not talking tax. We are talking item level net value for the order. Okay. So in order to do that, we need the order and line item, right? So let's choose the characteristic for order by going here and then clicking on selection list. And then we're going to select the order level, order number and line item number, right? So SD business transaction order. So double click on that. And then we have sales document number. Double click on that. And then we also need the sales document item, right? So double click on that. So switch display will give you the technical fields. So partner, we need the partner. Partner is the line item level field, line number field. We need the kunner, customer. And then we need VBEL, the order number. Right? So we're good here. If you look at the table, it's not VBAC, it's MC VBAC. Right? So all these structures, these are not tables, structures. Structure starting with MC VBAC, MC VBAC. These are internal structures used by LIS when an update is made, when an order is saved. You can do customization there if you want. But whenever you see these MC structures, these are LIS structures, not tables, structures used by the code in SAP to store the VBAC values or VBAP values, any of the transactional values. Okay, let's say copy and close. Now we have sold to party, sales org, distribution channel division, sales document type, sales document item. No, we don't need the sales document type. So let's delete that guy. So essentially, we have added these two, sales document and sales document item. Click on copy. And then we have what we need here, right? And then what are the key figures we are tracking? We don't need to track everything in the world. We only need to track certain key figures. The order level total, that's all we want to track, net value. So choose key figures. And then we don't need all of them, right? So we're going to delete all of them by selecting all and clicking on delete, right? We don't need all of that. Now we're going to select only the values that we need. So go to selection list. And then what do we need? Sales values at the order level, right? So go down. SD values, prices, order, right? Not billing, not delivery, order. So double click on that. And then we only track the net value. We can track the net price, we can track the cost, but we only track the net value. So double click on that. And if you switch the display, you'll know the technical field, NETWR. How do I know that that is the net value? Because SAP is saying it just in this description, number one. And number two, that is the value that I see all the time in SC16, VBAK net value. Right? Now, if I want to track the VBAP's net value, I could do that as well. Right? If you want to track both of them, you could do that. What is the value at the item level? And that is VBAP. This is VBAK. This is VBAP. Okay. So let's copy and close. Copy. And then we've got these two values. All right. So we have chosen the correct characteristics. We have chosen the correct key figures. Now it's time to generate this table. This table is not generated yet. So let's generate this by clicking on this button. So this is similar to the condition tables that we generate in pricing. Generate. Local object. Okay, so everything is green. That means we are good to go. If there are warnings, you can ignore them, but not errors. Because if you see errors, then you have issues. So make sure that no errors are there. If there are warnings, of course, you can ignore them. So go back. So your SIS table or LIS table is created. So let me check if the table is really created. So SE16 or SE11, either of these, S777, that's the table that we have created, right? Click on display. Do you see the table? Yep, our table is created. And we didn't create it by hand. It was generated using the config that we have just done. So the first part is creating the table. So our table is ready. So let's quickly summarize what we have done here. So we have gone to the right transaction code to create this infrastructure. So we have copied it from S001. This is optional. You don't have to do it this way, but it's easy. So we have mentioned a number within that range, 501 or 601 to 999. And the application is, this is sales. So consultant would pick a different application, or PP consultant would pick a different application. And then we have talked about characteristics and key figures. So when it comes to LIS tables, one of the most important concepts, apart from accumulation, is what is the basis for this accumulation. The basis is going to be characteristics. So this is the basis for accumulation. And the key figures are the values you are accumulating. So the basis for accumulation and the values for accumulation, they are called characteristics and key figures. So we choose the respective characteristics. In this case, we want to create this table based on the line item of the order. So we select the line item and order number. How do you do that? You go choose characteristics and then selection list, and you choose this field catalog. Field catalog, when I think of field catalog, you probably think of what? Pricing, right? Or any of the condition technique based things in SD. It's the same thing, right? And then you select VBAC, VBEL. Corner is already selected. And then VBAP, Partner. So this is VBAC, VBEL, MC of course, right? And this is MC, VBAP, Partner. So we've selected these two fields, or rather added these two fields to the characteristics. If you double click them, you'll see the technical information. It's the same thing essentially. Now we need to add the figures, the values that we're going to accumulate. And we don't need all this stuff. Instead, we're going to select all of them and then delete them and start adding new figures. Like click on selection list and then we're going to select this guy because we are tracking order level values. If you are tracking delivery level values, you would select the respective field cap. So in this case, we are selecting order level values. So select that. And we are tracking net value. And then we are tracking net price. Net value is VBAC or MC VBAC. Net value, net WR. This is MC VBAP, net price. All right. So we're tracking value at the order level. We're tracking value at the line item level. So we've added those two and then click on copy close. And finally, our infrastructure should look like this. These are the characteristics. These are the key figures we have added. Specifically these two and these two. And then you do what? Click on generate. Then ensure that everything is green. Or yellow is okay. Yellow is a warning, but if you see a red, you gotta fix it. So this is how your LIS table is generated. Now you can go to SE11. Now you can go to SE11 after the generation and view the definition of the table. In the next chapter, we're going to talk about how this table is updated. We have created the table, but purpose is that once the sales order is created and saved, this table should be updated, right? So let's see that in the next chapter. Let's summarize what we have seen so far. We have seen the need for LIS table, right? The need for LIS table is basically to look back. It's basically summarization or accumulation. And we have seen how to create a LIS table. We have seen examples of LIS tables out of the box. And we have seen examples of scenarios in SAP that use the LIS tables out of the box. And we have started with SAP and we have created an LIS table. And while creating the LIS table, we have seen the key features of the LIS table, which are characteristics and key figures. So characteristics are the basis for doing the accumulation, and key figures are the actual values that we are going to accumulate. And then finally, when you select the characteristics and key figures, we are actually going to generate the LIS table, right? This is how far we have come. Now that we have created the LIS table, let's look at how these tables need to be updated. To update these LIS tables, they don't happen automatically. To update these tables, we have to create something called as update rules. Update rule. So what is an update rule? An update rule basically says, how should these values be accumulated? And do you need to even accumulate them? It could be a just a record. You just keep logging records. That's also possible. So in our case, we have created two key figures, right? One is the net price and one is the net value. You can choose to accumulate it. You can choose not to accumulate it. You can just write all the net values of the orders. That could be analysis as well. You're just not accumulating or summarizing. So let's go create these update rules. So databases is where you create these LIS structures. Updating is where you define the updating rules. So go to updating. So you can close this databases. Now go to updating. Now there are two things here, update groups and update rules. So let's talk about them. Let's talk about the update rules. Maintain update rules and then click on create. So for every table that you create, there should be a set of update rules. What are the rules based on which the updates happen? The one that we have created is 777, right? And then for that, we need a set of update rules, right? So what kind of update rules are these? Let's just select one, okay? Now, don't worry about the type of update group. Most of the time we use standard. It's very rare that you use customized update groups. One is for all positive values, meaning if you create a sales order, the value accumulates. So let's say the first order is $100. The second order is $150. Because it's an order, you add 100 plus 150 is 250. Imagine the second order to be a return. Then you have to subtract the value, right? So one is for all positives, accumulation, like order delivery billing. Two is for returns, credit memos, all the things that you give back to the customer, right? It's very rare that you create your own update groups. You could create them if you want different kind of controls. But for most part, we use standard 1 and 2, right? It doesn't matter if you have custom document types. That's fine. It goes by category. So you don't have to worry or create new update groups if you create your own document types and item categories. That's not required. Okay. So 1. And I'm going to copy it from S0011. Okay. And then here we have two values, right? Net value, net price. So over here, 31 says that it is document currency. So the document currency of the document. If you don't want it, you can use statistics currency. You can use a global currency, local currency, anything you want. So let's just stick with document currency for now. Okay. And then double click that, the net value. And over here, what is the event? The event is a sales order, right? VA. And what is the update type? The update type, do you want to accumulate it or do you want to just not accumulate it? You can choose. Okay. So let's say we want to accumulate. And what is the table or the date? What is the date? Is it the order creation date? Is it the pricing date? Is it the billing date? You have so many different options. Most of the time we use the pricing communication date because the date on which you want to accumulate the net value is based typically on the pricing date. If not, you can choose the condition record update. You can choose the order creation date or purchase order date, any of those dates. But when you accumulate values, you typically base it on the pricing date. Okay, so that's why I'm selecting pricing MC Convey and the pricing date. All right, click copy, and then same thing with net price. We're going to essentially follow the same set of rules. Okay, click on copy. And unless these parameters are set properly, you'll not be able to do the correct updates. Okay, now that the update rules are created, what do you have to do? You have to, of course, generate. Okay, so everything is either green or yellow. If it's yellow, it's not a big deal. We're good. So the rules are created. And we are done.
So what have we done here? Over here, the groups are already maintained. 0, 1 for sales, delivery, billing. That's the standard provided by SAP. You don't have to change that. 0, 2 for returns, right? Credit memos, so on. So this is something that you never have to change. And like I said, you don't have to worry about the custom document types you have created. They're all taken care of automatically based on the document category. So for each LIS table, we have to create rules. Rules on how this table is going to be updated. And we said this was 8777, right? And for positive, all sales delivery billing, we copied it from S0011, right? And just remember here, we have only created rule for orders, order delivery billing. We didn't create rules for returns or credit memos, right? And we're going to see the effect of it. And over here, these are the key figures that are updated. And for each key figure, you have to specify what is the event, what is the update type, and what is the date based on which these updates are being made. Event is pretty simple. You select it based on the standard set of parameters. For dates, you have a choice. You can select any date on the order. Purchase order date, billing date, pricing date, delivery date, any date, right? When you accumulate net values, you typically choose pricing date, because that is the date on which your condition record gets affected. You can change it in the configuration, but this is mostly the time. But this is the most used parameter. And then click on copy and generate. Okay, so you make sure that these events and update rules are correctly mentioned. So with that, your update rules are created, right? Make sure that it's all green or yellow, no reds, right? So the update rules are generated. Then you need to start activate. What do I mean by activate? Go to updating control, click on update, sales and distribution. For what was the table that we have created? Keep scrolling down. The table is S777, right? So keep scrolling all the way until you hit S777. Do you see that? Over here, yes. Double click on that. And then if you don't have errors, either during the table creation or during the update rule creation, this section, updating section, will be open. And over here, we have 4 options. No updating, that doesn't make sense. You don't want to not update. You want to update. What kind of an update do you want to do? Do you want to update it as soon as the order is created as part of the saving process? Or do you want to update it asynchronously, meaning the order will be created, okay, but this is a process that happens as an after effect. Now, the difference between these two is something that you would have to understand more from a technical perspective. With a synchronous update, so I don't want to go too much into the details of a synchronous versus asynchronous. I'll just give you one scenario to differentiate between these two. If an LIS update fails, should the order fail? Meaning, the updating of the LIS table and creation of the order are done in an atomic fashion. They either both succeed or they both fail. Typically, that's how a synchronous process works. An asynchronous process is a bit more flexible. So if you have been working on SAP SD for some time, you would see some update failures, right? Some update. So when you create a sales order, it says update has failed. And when you go back to VA02, you'll not see the order. You have saved it, everything is fine. It says it gives an order number, but it gives a pop-up just a couple of seconds later saying an update has failed. And when you enter that order number, you'll not see the order number, right? So these are all examples of asynchronous. Now, the reason why that happens is because there is a synchronous update that's happening after the order has been saved. And if that update fails, the order fails. So this is a topic that we can discuss at great length, but in a different section. For now, just select synchronous update. Okay, that's the simplest of all. And you'll see that, so most of the time, asynchronous updating is the preferred approach. Okay, so for now, we can just go with synchronous because for us, it doesn't matter whether it's synchronous or asynchronous. But in production, if for most LIS tables, you choose asynchronous updating. Okay, so select that and save. Do you want to change update? Yes. So unless this step is done, it's like you got all the rules ready, but it still doesn't work. Okay, so make sure that updating is activated. So what we are doing here is activating the update for the table. The rules are ready, but we are activating the update specifically for sales and distribution tables. So what did we do here? We went to updating control, clicked on activate, selected sales and distribution, and then we selected our specific LIS table. Now, in our case, it was 777. And then we specify either synchronous or asynchronous. We mentioned briefly about these two, not in much detail, but just the one single difference between these two. And then we have selected asynchronous update because, like I said, in most cases, asynchronous updates is opted for. And then, to understand statistics groups, we have to go back to that picture. Now, I said there are 5 parameters that control the data. There are 5 parameters that control these updates, right? Master data, customer and material, sales org, of course, sales area, and then document type and item categories. Sales org, distribution channel, and division is pretty simple. That just that sales org, distribution channel, and division affect your updates, just like the pricing procedure is determined based on sales org, distribution channel, division, and then the 2 parameters being document pricing procedure and customer pricing procedure, right? So document pricing procedure is just a single character, like a 1 or a 0 or a Z or X. Similarly, when it comes to LIS tables, there is something called as statistics group. You might not have observed this in the customer master, but if you go to the sales view, there is a statistic group. It's just a single character, like 1 or a 0 or X or Y. Same thing with the material master as well, and same thing with document type and item category. So this statistical group controls whether an update should happen or not. If an update should happen, it could happen differently if you have a different statistical group. For example, 1, the statistical group of 1 could mean, yeah, please do an update. 0 could mean no update. And if you want to have a 2 or an X or a Y, you could have that could have a different type of update. To understand this, think of pricing procedure. Document pricing procedure or customer pricing procedure. Customer pricing procedure is just one character field, right? Why would you have different character fields there, like an X or a Y or a 1 or a 2? That is SAP's way of giving you control in terms of determining your pricing procedure, right? Same thing here. A statistics group is SAP's way of giving you control on how these tables are getting updated based on the type of customer. So retail customers might have a different statistics group. Wholesale customers can have a different statistics group. They need not have. They could all be one. In most cases that I've seen, they're all one. Because irrespective of the customer, you want to keep accumulating. What you do with them can be decided at a later point. You don't want to accumulate values for a certain customer in your reporting. Filter it out based on the customer group, like wholesale versus retail. But when it comes to accumulation, do it for every customer, right? But if you don't want to, then this is the way you control it. Same thing with the material. If you want to start accumulating, do it. If you don't want, don't do it. You don't want to overcomplicate things by having so many different statistics groups, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. You can have them, but I don't recommend it. Just it's too much. Right? Same thing with the document type item category. Most of the time it's either 0 or 1. So that is a statistics group. And like I said, there are statistics groups 1 and 2 and 3, so far. So 1 is relevant for statistics, 2 is not. If you don't want updates, put it as 2. If you want updates, put it as 1. Right? So this is for the customer. These are the possible list of values. This is for the material. Right? This is for the sales order, sales document type. And then we start assigning it. Meaning, so for order, it is 1. For returns, it is 2. Right? This 2 comes from here. This 1 comes from here. Right? Same thing with item categories. 1 for 10 and 2 for returns. The 2 over here does not mean the 2 over here. Both are different. So this is not the same as this. Okay? So this 2 is only relevant for customer. This 2 is only relevant for material. So on this screen, what we are essentially trying to do is define your statistics groups and then start assigning them to your document types and item categories. And then we are also going to assign them to our customer master and material master. And then you can also check your update groups and update rules. Right? So this is like a consistency check. If you have many sales orgs, you just want to make sure that your update rules are specified properly across all the sales orgs, right? So it's like a consistency check in enterprise structure. You might want to do it, you might not want to do it. Like a sanity check, right? And then this is like that pricing procedure determination, right? Sales org, distribution channel, division, and then document pricing procedure, customer pricing procedure, update, no. In that case of pricing, your pricing procedure is determined. In this case, for the sales org, distribution channel, division, the customer update group, the material update group, the document update group, item category update group, right? Based on that, you either update or you don't update, right? So this is at the item level, this is at the header level. Now, most of the time, like I said, we use 1 or 0. So it's not a big deal. These rules are already there. Okay. Now let's go check these rules. So assign update group at item level. We say 1000, 10, 00. That's the sales order in which we want to create this order. And then it's going to be this rule, right? So 1 is for documents and 2 is for returns and delivery, right? So for now, I'm going to just delete this row, okay? And I'm going to tell you the reason why. When it comes to testing, I want to show you something. So I've deleted that row and I've specifically created yesterday when I was creating those slideshows, because unless you do that row, there is something that does not happen. So returns are not subtracted. Okay. So that's the thing. So let me delete that row. And for now, let's assume that this is the row that we are interested in. Sales or distribution channel division. And the update groups for customer, material, document, and item. Right. And we want to set that update group to 1. 1 for positive documents, sales, delivery, billing. Right. And that includes the debit memo also. So anything that we collect from the customer, anything that we want to accumulate as positive. If you want to accumulate it as negative, meaning a credit memo or return, you put it as 2, but we're going to see it later. All right. So the update groups are ready.
So both at the header level and at the line item level. $1,010.00, and then similarly I'm going to delete this line item. Okay. So what we have here for 1,010.00 is this row: customer, document, and then we have an update group of 1. Okay. All right. And then this is the final piece. We have to also make sure that for this customer, in the sales view, the customer statistics group is updated. Whenever you create this customer, if you are creating a new customer, unless this is updated, you won't have that update happen in the LIS table. So if you're creating an order for this customer, 1400, you need to make sure that there is a statistics group and it is set to a value that will allow that LIS to be updated. Now I know I'm talking about a lot of parameters here, but if you look at it again, for every update, there are like 5 or 6 different parameters. Sales or distribution channel, division, of course. And then these update groups at different levels. To understand this, look at the big picture that I've shown you. The one where there is a customer, material, sales or distribution channel, division, document type, item category. These are the 5 parameters that control your update, right? And what we're essentially trying to do is mark each of these parameters. We have marked the document type, we have marked the item category, we have marked the sales org. Sales org, of course, is just, they need not be marked, they are configured at the sales area level. And then now we are marking the master data. Now, in the next chapter, when I'm going to create the sales order, I'm going to use this customer 1400 and I'm going to use the material M01. For M01, in the sales org 2 view, you're going to have a material statistics group. Now, this is all set for you. I've already created them and I'm not going to touch them. If you're creating a new material, new customer, make sure that the statistics groups are updated. And another parameter is the logging parameter. So what is a logging parameter? Now, this is required for testing. Why? When you create an order, whether an SAS table is updated or not, and what are the values it is updated with, can be logged. Now, this is not something that you'd want to do it in production. But as part of development, as part of testing, if you want to check if a table is updated and what are the values it is updated with, set this parameter, MCL, set it to X. If you set it to X in the user profile, if you want to go to the user profile, you go to SU3, right? SU3, enter your user ID, go to parameters, and over there, set MCL to X. Okay? And I'm going to show you in the next chapter how this logging is going to look like. All right. So I'm going to stop here. In the next chapter, we'll create a sales order and see the log and see the updates in the table. All right. So I'm going to come back out of SPRO and start creating a transaction. So the transaction that I'm going to create is VA01 and order type OR, because that is the order type for which we have created that or assigned that statistics group 1, and the sales org is 1010.00. Enter. Sold to 1400, material M01 and a quantity of 1. Let's see what's the price that's being picked up. 859 euros, right? And then save. As soon as it is saved, the assumption is that there are 2 things that are happening. First thing, because we have enabled that parameter, it logs what are the tables that are being updated as part of this
sales order. Number 2, the actual table is updated as well. Okay, standard order 13924 has been saved. Go back, and the first thing to view the log is transaction MC30. MC30. Enter. And this is for my user ID, user 77. And do you see 777? S777 global volume discount, and then this is the order number, right? So the first thing is, so we know for sure that this table is being touched. Double click on that, and then it shows you the actual updates that are happening, right? So these are all the different condition types, and we don't want to get into the details at this point. So there's only one line item number 10, and the value that is being updated is 859. So the characteristics are those. So what is the key figure that is updated? The net value and net price. Net value is at the order header level. Net price is at the order item level. Now, in this case, it's just one line item, right? So the net value, net price is going to be the same. If there were more than one line item, the net value would be the accumulation of all the line items value, and the net price is going to be the individual line items value. Alright, so the first thing is that the log says MC30 that updates are being made. Alright, so the second thing that we have to check is whether an update has been made in the LIS table that we have created, S777. Enter. And let's just do an open search. Now, what is the value that we have seen in the order? $800, right? What is the value that we see here? $3,400. Why is that? Now, when we mentioned the update rule, we said that the update date is going to be based on pricing date, right? And that's why all the condition types are being cumulated. In this case, we might not really want it that way, right? To fix that, what we have to do is, if you go to the maintain and update rules, click on change, enter your table, and over there, if you double click on this, so instead of the pricing, select, say, the creation date or the change date, right? So I've already done that here. So select header data, and then over here, you can choose either created on or changed on, right? Basically, it doesn't matter whether it's created on, changed on. It's going to accumulate anyway. So you can choose any of these dates: pickup date, posting date, valid from and valid to dates, if it's a contract or a scheduling agreement, the date on which the record was created, the creation date is what I'm choosing for this example. So once you do it as a creation date, and then of course generate this again, which I've done already. Now if you create a sales order, which I've created, and go to MC30, enter your user ID, and then click 777, you'll see that it's not based on the condition records, but it's based on the creation date, and it's only going to have the net value of 859 and the net price of 859, right? The total value is 859 and the line item 10 is 859, right? Now, you can verify that in SE16 again, 777, do an open search, and you should see that one line item for that second order, and the value is 859, the header price, and the item price is 859. Right? Now, what is happening here? It's creating a second row, and why is that? We said cumulate, right? Why is it not accumulating really? The reason why it's not accumulating is when you configure accumulation, it can only do accumulation if the key parameters like customer, sales org, distribution channel, division, material, VBEL, partner, if they're all the same, then it can do the accumulation, right? If they're different, it'll create a separate row. Now, I want to show accumulation as well, because if you're doing it by the order number, you can't really accumulate because order number is different, right? So it has to create another row. If you want to really accumulate, all you have to do is delete these two rows, or these two columns rather. That way, for every material, for single material, it will start accumulating. Now, this is useful if you want to give discount based on a certain material. Material is probably not a good choice in some cases, or in most cases. You might want to use material group. So, accumulate based on material group. So, all orders will get accumulated based on that material group. So, the characteristics based on which you are doing this update, if they are all the same, then it will start accumulating, right? So what I'm going to do is, I'm going to create another table, S778, and remove these two columns, VBEL and partner, right? That way, I want to show you the effect of accumulation. So the first order would be 859, the second order would be 859 again, but the net value will get accumulated, 859 plus 859, when you create the second order. Let's see that in action. So databases is where you're going to create it, right? So go to custom information structures, create. So S778, and we're going to call it by the same name, and copy it from S777. We're going to copy everything except remove those two columns. Enter. Over here, choose characteristics, and then we're going to remove this column and this column, just the document number and item. So all orders in a particular sales org distribution channel division for a particular customer for a particular material are going to get accumulated, right? So generate. This time it's going to be really easy, right? We have already done this. Everything is green, so we're good to go. Go back and let's create the update rules as well. So basically two things that we are creating the LAS table and then creating update rules. The rest of the things is all data that really supports that particular business process, like update groups in the master data, update like statistics groups in the master data, or statistics groups in the transaction data, so on and so forth. So update rules for 778, and we're going to copy it from S7771. Okay, so it's going to be the same. We're not going to change anything. Save. So it's all green. And we don't need to do anything else except, and the third thing that we have to do is activate the updates for that table, right? So sales and distribution, go to that table. So the table is 778, right? That's the one that we have created. So select it for asynchronous updating V2. That's it. If everything else is in place, that should get updated. So we have done three things, right? Create the rule, create the update rules, and then activate the update rules for the table. Once these three things are done, then you should start seeing results in that table. So once again, let's go create another sales order. Same set of parameters, same customer, same material. The reason being, we've already set up data for that, right? Let's give it a value of 1. And the order value is going to be 859 euros, right? That's what we should see as an update in 878. Go back. So this is 877 or 777. Now this time let's try 778. So let's check if the values have been updated. Yes, 859. How about this table? This table should create another row, right? For the latest order, 13926, another 859. Now the difference between these two tables is that 777 does not accumulate. It just makes another entry. But 778, since we have removed the VBEL and Passmer column, it should start accumulating. How do we test that? Let's create another order, the second order, for the same material and same quantity. So we should see another 859 being added to 878, but to 778, the new table that we have created, but the old table should have a new row. Want to try that? Let's see. Save it. Okay, let's look at this table. This is the new table, 778. The net value should get added. Let's refresh this table. You see that? 878 plus 878. It gets cumulated. The other table should create a new row. Now when you now you understand the scenario, right? The key is in the characteristics. We should make sure that the characteristics are similar if you want cumulates. And when you specify accumulation here, A, there is a condition there. The condition being, if you look at the help for that field, if you look for the help on that field, you'll understand better, what is cumulation versus direct updates. But in order to cumulate, the key that you have to understand is that the characteristics have all got to be the same. Otherwise, it will start to create a new row. Okay, let's summarize what we have learned here. So we create a sales order, and we know that MC30 is LIS log, where you can go check after an order or transaction has been created if a particular table is being updated or not, and if it is updated, what is it being updated with, right? So transaction, and then finally you can go check the actual LIS table if the data is being updated or not. In order to do accumulation, we have to make sure that when the accumulation is happening, all the characteristics should be the same, right? Only if all the characteristics are same does accumulation make sense. So what we have done is removed these two columns in the characteristics, and accumulation started to happen. The next thing is, how are returns and credit memos updated? To understand this, let's take this case. There is an order, $859. In the accumulation, it starts updating, right? For that customer and material combination. So order 1, order 2, 859 plus 859, so on and so forth. Now there is a third order, which is a return. So third transaction is a return. And that return is for, let's say, 859. The entire order is being returned. Now, how should the accumulation happen? 859 plus 859 minus 859, right? So the net result will be 859. How to effect this? To do that, what we have to do is, for returns, we have already set the group to 2, the statistics group, right? So this entry has to be made if it is not there already. So if you have created your own sales org, then you have to make sure this entry is there, right? Same thing with item category. The item category for normal order is 10, right? So for returns, it's going to be REN. Same thing for credit memos, L2N or whatever that item category is. So unless these entries are there, you will not see the effect of returns posting a negative value. No, you don't have to configure it specifically with a negative value. If you update it with a 2, that's it. SAP automatically takes care of it. So let's go do that. So where do you do it? In updating control, click on assign update at the item level. Select 1000, 10, 00. Just copy this entry, and the customer group and material group are the same. Instead of the document type group of 1, choose 2. Same thing with item, choose 2. And in the update group, choose 2 as opposed to 1. So 2 is all returns. Okay, enter and save. So we have done the updates for the item category. Now we have to do the updates for the order. It's right underneath that. Once again, select 1010.00, the one that we are creating these rules for. Copy that and put in 2 and 2. So this is config for the document type. Right? If you don't do this, then if you create a return without doing this, there is no update. The table will not be updated. Okay? Now let's test this. So instead of creating an order, let's do a return. You could do a return, you could do a credit memo, it's up to you. As long as it's a transaction that's giving back to the customer, as long as it belongs to that credit category. Okay, some order reason. Okay, same material, same price, right? The entire order is being returned. So the initial value is 1700, right? Now, after this return has been created, it should go back to 859. So 2 orders have been accumulated. Now 1 order is being returned. So the net should be 850 euros, right? So let's see that in action. Save it. Okay. Now if I refresh this, so if I refresh this, nothing is happening, right? Why is that? Well, the reason is we have assigned the update group both at the header level and line item level, but we didn't update the rules. So if you go to change, you only have a rule for 1 sales, right? 7781. Enter, and the rules are there already. Do you have a rule for 2? 2 is returns, right? Do you have a rule for 2? Let's check it. We didn't create it. Let's check it. 7782. Right? We're going to copy it from S7772. Is there a return rule for 2? No, S7772 does not exist. Right? And that's the reason why that return was not updated in the LIS table. So we want to create a rule 2 for S778, and we're going to copy it from S001. Okay, now go there, and the update type is going to be cumulative and going to be the creation date, both for the net price at the header and the net price at the item level. The key is that the update group is 2, right? So earlier it was 1 for sales and all forward documents, and delivery and returns that we're creating right now are going to be with an update group of 2. 2 will ensure that it creates a negative value, right? So create these update rules. Everything is in green, and that should be it. We have created the update rules for returns. We have already assigned the update rules both at the header and the item level for returns. Now let's create a return. Okay, RE with the same customer and material combination. Save it. Let's see what happens here. Do a refresh. Do you see that? The value has come down, right? If you look at the S77 table, refresh this. nothing happens. Why? Because the update rule 2, which is for returns, has not been created. If you would have created an update rule, you would see a minus 859 as a separate entry with the return order number. You can try it as an exercise. So in this chapter, basically, we are trying to see how updates are made for returns, right? So for updates for returns, we expect a negative value, right? When it comes to accumulation, the actual value in the return is being subtracted from the net value. So let's summarize what we have learned in this entire LIS tables. Like I said, this is the key screen that you need to be aware of. And before we talk about the screen, we have to understand the need for LIS. Once you understand the need for LIS table, the rest of the configuration you can just follow on by looking at this document. It's really easy. Update groups, update rules, set them at the table level, set them at the master data level, and assign them like a pricing procedure determination based on the sales org, distribution channel, division, right? All of that is config. This screen essentially shows you all the key parameters. Table creation, update rules, update groups, and how the assignment is made. All of that is really easy if you do it just once. So what are the things that we have covered so far? First thing is we understood a high level overview of the LIS table, right? The need for each of these. That's the key, because you need to be able to transfer or translate your requirements and understand really if it needs an LIS table. One example that we have seen is global volume discount. And there are many standard examples that SAP gives you out of the box that use LIS tables by default. So SAP has already created them for you. Examples are credit management, rebates, condition updates, and they have their respective SIS tables or LIS tables. Sometimes the word LIS and SIS are interchangeably used. SIS for sales information structures, LIS for logistics information structures. But there are no separate SIS structures. It's all LIS structures, starting with an S. So as long as you understand the need for LIS structures, the rest of the document just takes you through the configuration of an LIS structure, the update rules, update groups, and how to test these. Right? So we started off with how to create an LIS structure. So we created S8 or 777, right? We added characteristics. The characteristics that we were added were, of course, sales area, customer, the sold to, material, and we also added order number, line item, right? And the key figures were document price, the entire price of the document, and line item price. And you generated the LIS structures. It's just clicking on the button, like how we create condition tables, and update rules. So this is where you specify how that table should be updated. Should it be accumulated? Should it be directly returned to? Right? So for each LIS structure or table needs update rules. Okay, so these update rules are specific to LIS table. And then we activated the updates. And then this is all, I guess, a combination of config plus master data. So customer is master data. Document types, item categories is config. And material, of course, is also master data. So this is all called statistics groups. Basically, something similar to your document pricing procedure and customer pricing procedure. Single character IDs that you assign to each of these different elements in the determination so that you can have more control in terms of what is being determined, what's the end result. And then update rules is where you finally specify for a particular document there should be a synchronous update and or rather asynchronous updates, right? So synchronous versus asynchronous is a topic that's more technical in nature. So most of the time we set it to asynchronous. Okay, just go with that. And we started testing by creating the master data. So we said we're going to use the customer 1400 material M01, right? And over there we have set the statistical groups to 1 and 1. All of these are in the sales views, right? So this one is in the sales view 2. This is in the sales view of sales tab, or rather sales tab of sales view. Logging parameter is MC30. Create sales order, VA01, create a sales order. You can go check the logs in MC30. And then you go to SE16 to go check the actual table, LS table, and see if it has been updated. The logging parameter actually is not MC30. So this is MC30 where you check the logs. The logging parameter is MCL. Set it to X in SU3. And your logging starts. Now the first table S777 did not cumulate. Why? So why was cumulation not happening in S777? All the characteristics should be the same for cumulation. So that is the key. Okay. So we created another table S778 and we removed the sales order and item number. So every time an order number is created, any order for that customer and material combination, cumulation started to happen. Now, a quick question for you. If you want to only accumulate a particular document type, say OR, what would you do? Simple. Have a characteristic for OR, order type. And only ORs will start accumulating separately. REs will start accumulating separately. Right? That is one way of doing accumulation. Only by order type. Then we created a return and the return was not subtract. Why was that? The return update rules were not there. So we created return update rules. They all start with a 2. 1 is all positive, 2 is all negative. Right? And once we done that, returns started to be subtracted. Returns, credit memos, all the documents that give away value to the customer. All the documents that take value like orders, debit memos, they all take amount from the customer, right? So it's got to be a positive value. And then finally, this picture, right? Have this picture handy if you want to understand the entire flow of the LIS structure updates. The key elements being update groups, update rules, and statistics groups. These are the 3 parameters that control LIS updates. Once you understand them, then config is really easy. And after that, what you have to really do is keep exploring scenarios. That's it. In this section, we will talk about EDI. It's not a complicated topic, but many people tend to come here and then get stuck. Meaning, they don't know how to proceed forward. How to learn EDI in SD or MM. There are some key concepts that we have to understand first. And then EDI is just a matter of learning something like condition technique. I'm not saying EDI and condition technique are the same, but there is a bit of a learning curve. But once you understand the basics of what's really going on, things kind of tend to fall in place. So let me start by giving you the definition of EDI, what EDI means, and a bit of history on where EDI started, and the need for EDI. Once we get that going, we're going to create some data as usual. We're going to start at the very top see some examples, and then go look at the configuration behind the scenes that makes it possible. So what is EDI? EDI stands for Electronic Data Interchange. At first, this was like Greek and Latin to me, just like it sounds to you right now. Electronic Data Interchange. What is this data interchange and what's electronic about it? Let's take an example. Say you are Safeway, the grocery company. They want to order some beer from Miller or Budweiser. Assuming that the order receiving party has an SAP, and maybe Safeway also has SAP, I don't know. So how does Safeway communicate to Budweiser that they need beer? Many different ways, right? You could do an email. You could call them, right? Or you could send an order like the good old days where you print it on a piece of paper and then mail it. Or you can fax it. Well, at the end of the day, we just want to communicate that message across to our vendor or customer, right? Communication is not just one way. Not just in this direction, from the customer to the vendor. No, it's both ways. Like for example, when an order is being placed, the company has to acknowledge an order, right? Just like the way you get an order acknowledgement from Amazon, probably within a couple of minutes after you place the order, right? That's order acknowledgement. And that's a communication coming from your vendor, Amazon, to you. Or Safeway, this is Safeway, right? Safeway to Budweiser, the beer company. It's not just order acknowledgement. Once they have shipped the beer, they also send what's called as a shipment notification. Again, very similar to something that you receive from Amazon saying your shipment is out for delivery or it has been delivered and it will reach you within so many days. Here is your tracking number. Same stuff, nothing different, right? And then they have to send an invoice, right? And the customer has to pay. Point being, there's a whole lot of back and forth communication that's happening between both parties, vendor, customer. And that communication can very well happen over email. For example, if your customer were, let's say, a big railroad company, okay, and they have ordered diesel-powered, engine like a train and bogies, let's say, from GE. Each of those, diesel-powered trains, just the engine alone is going to cost, let's say, 20 million. Now, in that case, in that business case, I don't think they ever use EDI. Or, there's not a lot of electronic communication that happens with a 20 million order. Right? Because it's a big order. And order placement itself takes close to 6 months or 1 year. They mull over it, do budgeting, they get approvals, they have to establish a need for the train. It's a big process. And then people and engineers and salespeople from GE go to this, railroad company. It's a big process. Meaning, there's no point in really automating that, especially the communication part, because it's a one order that takes 2 years to probably, deliver. Okay. But if you were to place, let's say 10,000 such orders, not such orders, but orders where the value of each order is like $500, $1,000, $5,000, $10,000, then you look at the communication overhead back and forth that's happening for, let's say, $5,000, right? Over the course of their history between the customer and the vendor, let's say 10 years, they do 5,000 orders or 10,000 orders. It's not unnatural, right? Safeway could be placing so many orders with Budweiser. So when the communication is so frequent and in such high volumes, not necessarily value, but volumes, then all this communication is difficult, error prone, and it doesn't scale basically. Meaning, as the volume increases, it's difficult to cope with all these manual faxing, mailing, calling, emailing. What if there was a way where Safeway in their system press the save button on the sales order, and in a couple of minutes or seconds, the Budweiser's SAP system receives the sales order, right? And the user just go to VA02 and opens that sales order. That's it. Can that happen really? No email, no call, no fax, nothing of this stuff. Can that happen? That's what EDI intends to do. That's what EDI does in many companies. In fact, most of the business actually happens in high volume and less value per transaction. It's not always the case that every transaction is $1 million or $20 million, in which case communication is not an issue. But for high volume, low value transactions, it makes sense that, communication is the least of your problem. It should be the least of your problem. That way, your business efficiency increases. So EDI is essentially an automatic communication medium between parties when doing transactions, commercial transactions, not just, sending an email. Sending an email is also a transaction, could be, but commercial transactions. So no phone, no fax, you don't have to go to a website, no email. There's this magical way of sending your orders across, getting order acknowledgements from your vendor. All that can happen with EDI. Now, let me talk a bit about the history of EDI. It started in the 70s in the auto industry in Detroit. Once a hub and still is a hub of the automobile industry. That's where EDI has started. But why did it start there? What was really the need for, EDI? Imagine GMs or any big companies assembly line, right? So cars are being manufactured on the assembly line bit by bit, starting with the chassis, the engine, tires, paint, windows. Things are assembled step by step, right? And this assembly line could be, very long. So you start with the chassis, engine, maybe a small paint job, and then upholstery, like seats and whatnot, dashboard. You get the point, right? Tires, so on and so forth. And it's all about efficiency. Things has to keep moving. The assembly line cannot stop for any reason. So associated with this main plant, the GM plant, let's say, there are a whole lot of ancillary industries, right? Like what? Like there's let's say a 3M that supplies paint. Say there's a Fiat company that supplies the diesel engines or gasoline engines. There's some kind of a steel company that supplies the chassis, and then so on and so forth. And these companies could have their own ancillaries. Point being, there are a whole lot of suppliers that supply, and inventory is generally taken and supplied in time. Meaning, GM does not like to overstock their paint, but when they go below a certain point, automatically a purchase order will be triggered, and the purchase order will be sent to 3M, and 3M will supply the necessary paint. And at any given point in time, let's say in a day, hundreds or thousands of such transactions can occur. And there should be minimal room for errors. So imagine these 1,000 orders being manned via, there was not even email in those days, right? There was only snail mail, that, or probably a phone call. So phones or mail, these were the only two ways of communicating. I don't think fax was available at that point. And even if they were available, it's still error prone, right? Phone is error prone. People could not hear things sometimes. They could mishear things. Snail mail is too slow for thousands of orders per day. Fax is highly manual. So what to do? It's a problem that they faced, and the entire auto industry has come together. When I mean entire auto industry, all the companies, the ancillary units, the big giants, everybody came together onto a single platform and said, let's build a mode of communication that's automatic enough so that all these transactions that are happening on a daily basis can go on with minimal human effort. How is that possible? Like I said, very simple. When they need a paint, 1,000 gallons of a certain color, they just click save. It automatically creates a PO, sends it to 3M, and that communication is something that does not happen over email or fax. It happens electronically. Of course, email is electronic as well, but there is a fixed format that the customer and vendor can follow, right? See, imagine this is something that's developed in the 70s, right? And email is something that has developed in probably 2000 or 1995. So email is way advanced than all of this technology, but still email is error prone because email is not meant to communicate orders, right? Email is something that's designed for personal messages, corporate messages. That's about it. Email is not meant specifically to place an order. Email is not meant specifically to get an invoice. You can get an invoice as an attachment, and that attachment could be a PDF, an Excel. You know, it's not really a standard format. So essentially, when all these dealers and automakers and tertiary manufacturers came together, what they agreed upon essentially is a protocol or a format, in simple words, on how an order should look like. Any order, it need not be an auto order. That's the beauty of it. It could be an order for beer. It could be an order for an automobile. It could be an order for paint. Irrespective, there is a set format that we're going to follow. And when anybody follows that format, any company, a company can choose not. But if they choose to follow that format, things get easy. It's like saying, there is green light in your traffic, go. If there is red light, stop. If there is yellow, slow down. If there is a right turn, take a right turn. And everybody has to follow it and makes things easy, right? Otherwise, it's going to be like traffic in India, chaotic, because nobody follows the lights in the traffic. Let's zoom in a bit with this auto industry and try to understand another aspect of it, of EDI. You see, GE wants tires, 1,000 quantity, and Michelin can make tires, right? Let's say this is Michelin, this is Goodyear, and they follow different ERP systems. At that point, there were not a lot of ERP systems. Probably everything was homegrown. You know, GM had their own system, Chrysler had their own system, so on and so forth. And when there's a homegrown system here, meaning they developed their own ERP, and then maybe Michelin was doing SAP in 70s on a mainframe. Maybe this was homegrown, Goodyear. How do they communicate with each other? They need a common language, isn't it? And that common language was EDI. Right? So when an order is placed, step 1, place an order. And it starts here. Step 1, place order. So this is receive order. And then Michelin sends an order response. So this is step number 2. the order can be modified. Step number 3, or this is an optional step, right? It's not always necessary that the order can be modified. And then number 4 is shipment notification. It goes this way. And then number 5 is invoice. It goes this way too. Back to the customer. What I want to show in this slide is the fact that these are disparate systems, meaning they could be running any software as long as they agree on a format. You could be running any kind of car on your street or on the road. As long as you follow the rules, it doesn't matter if you're driving a truck, it doesn't matter if you're trying a bicycle, it doesn't matter if you're trying a bike. As long as you're following the protocol, the format of lights, green is go, red is stop, it doesn't matter. You can manage any amount of traffic, right? So that's what I'm trying to show on this slide. Different systems, and still they're able to communicate with each other because they know what an order should look like. Well, we're going to see the format of orders in a bit. The point being, the format is agreed upon, and hence disparate systems or different systems can communicate with each other. In the current context, we can take it as SAP, as a system like GM implementing SAP, asking for tires, and Michelin could be running Oracle apps, Goodyear could be running Salesforce, and still they could communicate. Place an order, receive a shipment notification, all because there's one communication protocol, and that is EDI. EDI, like I said, is just a communication protocol, nothing more than that. Well, so far we have seen the need for EDI and a bit of history. Now we're going to look a little bit at the architecture of EDI. When two separate systems communicate together, like SAP and Oracle apps, SAP and Salesforce. If you want to give me a more simpler example, when Gmail and Yahoo Mail communicate with each other, meaning their mail servers communicate with each other, they have a protocol, and that protocol is EDI. We are good with that, right? But when, let's say, GM communicates with Oracle apps, which is, let's say, the Michelin, right? Michelin running Oracle apps. The protocol is simple, it's EDI. So the protocol is EDI. But what's the medium through which these messages travel? Well, if you send an email from Gmail to Yahoo, what's the medium? What's the middleware? There is a server on one end and server on other end, mail servers, and they communicate over the standard protocol. But the medium or the communication channel is the internet, right? Your messages just flow through the internet. But that's not how messages go from one corporation to another, especially these internal orders. They're not out there on the web for you to see or for anybody to see. They use something called as a middleware. Okay? And then there are more concepts like WAN, value added network, etc. But let's not worry too much about it. Let's just stop with middleware, which is a class of software, type of software that translates an order in VA02, for example, VA01, to the EDI protocol order, the generally accepted standard. When I say EDI order protocol, the generally accepted standard. And because there is a generally accepted standard, anybody can understand it. Right? Let me take an example. So in VA01, in GM, an order is placed for 1,000 tires. Now, when you talk about VA01 and SAP, it's all data that resides in VBAK, VBAP at the end of the day, right? All these different tables. That's all an order is. And then we want to communicate this data that's residing across all these different tables to Michelin. How does that happen? So there's a process which we're going to talk about, whereby all the data related to this order number 10101, that's spread across all these tables, all data is extracted, right? And then sent to the middleware. So the middleware we'll talk about examples of middleware. And looking at this extracted data, so all this data is extracted and put here, and then it creates a file, right? And then it hands it over to Michelin. This happens via the WAN, the network. Think of it as a restricted form of internet. And then there's a middleware on this end, Michelin's end. The middleware has to be there in both places. So there's a middleware here that takes that document and then converts it, or rather, this is extraction, this is conversion. Different terms, but essentially think of it like boxing and unboxing, or wrapping and unwrapping, right? It converts it into the tables that Oracle Apps uses. I don't even know what those tables are. It converts it into an order, a sales order, and the tables there. So this is what a middleware does. So the examples of middleware, or it's also called the EDI subsystem, or Marketer, Gentran, SAP. This is SAP software. This is SAP's own middleware. And there are many others like TIBCO, MQ, CBeyond. These are all examples of middleware. You just have to, remember some of these names, meaning you never work directly with these middleware systems. There is always going to be a middleware consultant, and that's going to be interfacing between you, the SAP function consultant, and this middleware system. The point being, you don't have to learn what a middleware is. Just understand that there's something called as a middleware that does the translation of your standard order into a standard EDI message. I know it's getting a bit boring at this point, but this is probably the last chapter where I'm going to discuss all this theory on EDI. And we're going to quickly move on to doing some of these things in SAP. I just want to set a background so that you understand the context in which we are trying to understand or do these EDI transactions in SAP. Since we are learning about EDI in the context of SD, I want you to understand the 4 basic SD processes that use EDI a lot. The first process is when the customer places an order. The second is when the company sends out a response to the customer saying, hey, I got the order. Third is called as a shipment notification, meaning I have shipped the order. And the fourth is sending an invoice. So VA01, and then VL01, and then VF0. Order, delivery, billing. 3 transactions, 4 messages, key messages. Order acknowledgement, shipment notification, invoice. Now there are some more messages, like for example, order modification, right? These are all minor variations, meaning once you get to understand the basic processes, order response, shipment notification, invoice, you understand most of what an SD consultant has to do in terms of overall type of messages that they typically follow. And I said EDI is a standard, right? And when we talk about standards, there are always variations. Well, there's NASA in the US and European Space Agency in Europe, right? So similar to the way that the American car manufacturers developed their own standard for EDI, the European car manufacturers or rest of the world also developed their own standards. So X12 or ANSI is a US standard, and EDIFACT is more of a global standard. So when you talk about orders, the EDIFACT is a very big acronym, right? I don't even remember what it is. But when an order is placed, the key word in EDIFACT to identify an order is orders. ORDERS. It's a 6-letter word. And when any system that's EDI equipped looks at this message, orders, it understands that it's an orders message. It's an order, inbound order. And in X12, it's called as an 850. This is more, I would say, colloquial, meaning it's used a lot. It's an 850, 855, 856, 810. The global standard EDIFACT is used internally in SAP, Oracle, or whatever system that you're trying to do. It's more of an internal nomenclature. So both reference to the same thing, meaning 850 is orders, and orders is also an order. It's a sales order. But this is one standard, and this is another standard. Same thing with order response. In X12, this is called 855. EDIFACT, it's called ORDRS. So this is X12 and EDIFACT. Just different standards. The message is the same. And as a consultant, you will have to understand both. And this is middleware for you. Middleware, like we discussed previously. The order is coming in and all the data from the tables, right, gets translated by middleware into a file. So this is tables. This is file. And then the receiving company has their own middleware. They take the file and then create a sales order in the tables. So table to file, file to table, table to file, file to table. That's essentially what middleware does. Now let's see a sales order and a message in action. Okay, essentially it's this, right? It's an order response. I want to show you an order response. Ideally, we would have to start here because the customer is placing an order here and then it's coming here, right? But we're going to not talk about it now because that requires a bit of a setup. So what I'm going to do is try create an order and assuming it's coming in from a customer and see how the order response works. Okay. Before you do that, what you have to do is create an output. Why do I have to create an output? Because all outbound messages, right? Outbound here, outbound here. In SAP, all outbound EDI messages are triggered via output determination. Okay? So, why are we doing this step? Because all output EDI messages are triggered via output determination. Okay? And if you have all the setup ready, all you have to do is create a condition record. So go to logistics, sales and distribution, master data, output, sales documents, and then create a sales document. If you're creating an invoice output, you'll have to go to the corresponding section. Right before sales, you're going to have billing documents, right? Go create an output there. The standard output type to trigger an EDI order response is BA01. You can see that from the description, EDI order response, right? So if a sales order needs to be acknowledged by the company, the order response is BA01. This is the order response. This is the output type, right? And this is the order output procedure, which is all output determination. I'm not going to talk about that because we're going to use standard order types, standard customers. All we have to do is create that condition record and everything else is set. Okay, go to VV11, create your condition record. You go to logistics, sales and distribution, master data, output, sales document, because it's a sales document output. I might have already created it. So let's go check out BA01 output type for sales org 1000. Customer, let's say a couple of them, 1000 and 1400. Execute. And for 1400, you got a record. So let's just use that record. The record is going to be really simple. The medium is 6. 6 stands for EDI. And 4 over here says that it's immediate. So 6 is EDI. That's the transmission medium. So the record is set. Now all we have to do is create an order and see if the output is triggered. Okay, /nva01, create an order OR 101000. If you have your own order type like a ZOR, make sure that the same output procedure is assigned to ZOR. Otherwise, it will not trigger your output because the standard output type V1000 has that output type BO01 assigned to it. So M01, okay, save this transaction. So what we are essentially doing is this part. We are creating an order and now we are trying to trigger this output. Did we get it? Let's go to change. And then how do you see the output triggered by that transaction? Extras, output, header, edit. There you go. BA01. An output has been triggered and it's green. What does green mean? Green means that it's successful, right? Now, if you want to see the message that has been triggered, click on the processing log. You see that? IDOC 000 something. Do a control Y, then copy that, control C, and I want to, and this is the number that has been generated by SAP as just like an order number has an order, just like an order has an order number, right? This order response has a number and it's called as an IDOC. So what is this IDOC? IDOC stands for intermediary document. Just like there's a sales document, purchase document, billing document, these communication messages are also stored in SAP as documents. And they're stored in the database, just like an order is stored. And these are called intermediary documents for a reason. The reason being, these are like messages that sit between the transaction and middleware. So when you create this transaction, you want to send out an order acknowledgement, and the middleware has to take care of this order acknowledgement, send it to the customer. But this document, IDOC, is something that intermediary between the actual transaction and the message. Now, when I said middleware does file, database file, right? This is the one step before which either the middleware is going to convert it into a file or it's going to take a file and convert it into a transaction. So it's between those two steps that there is something called as an intermediary doc, and this is an SAP proprietary concept. You know, if you go to Oracle apps or Salesforce, you might not see the word IDOC. So it's not a generic EDI term. It's very proprietary to SAP, and other systems might have their own intermediary document. They just might not call it as an IDOC, right? So essentially, an IDOC is a summary of what you want to send out or what you want to get in. In this case, it's an order acknowledgement, right? So you want to summarize all the information that you want the customer to know into one simple, package. And that's what an IDOC is. So here is your order that you have just created, and you're sending it out to the customer as an order acknowledgement, right? And the order acknowledgement need not contain everything that's there in that order. It's just going to contain things that your customer should know about that order. Meaning, when you place an order with Amazon, you have ordered for, let's say, a tennis racket. Well, it's got a price, it's got who's supplying it, it's got the quantity and stuff like that, right? And when Amazon sends you that order acknowledgement, it's going to give you the basic details, right? Like who you are, your name, maybe not even the address, meaning an order acknowledgement need not specify the address. It just says what is the material that has been ordered, what is the quantity, things that an order acknowledgement should contain. Think of all of this data summarized into a small, package, and that's an IDOC, right? You can view this IDOC in the system, just like you view an order in VA02 or VA03. You can view this IDOC in the system. Where do you look at this IDOC? Well, before I talk about where you look at an IDOC, I want to tell you the structure of this IDOC. An IDOC, just like a sales order or a purchase order or an invoice or a delivery, because an IDOC is supposed to handle any kind of document. It has, 3 different sections, just like your sales order. Your sales order has a header, right? And then it has line items. That's all a sales order is, right? Essentially, it has got a header and line items. Well, same thing with an IDOC. An IDOC also has a header section. It also has line item data. On top of that, this is 1 and 2, right? On top of that, let's say 0 is what is called as control record. An IDOC is essentially an order with an address. Well, if it makes things easy, think of the entire EDI process. Just to make things easy, I'm going to try and compare this entire EDI process and data flow to a courier or a postal service. So here is you, the person looking at the video, and here is me, and this is you. Okay? And then I wanted to send you a message via the regular snail mail. So what do? I write it out on a piece of paper or print it, and I want to send it across to you. And this is my message. And each message, let's say, has a message type. Meaning, what am I sending you? Am I sending you an instruction to do something? Like, do this in SAP. Am I sending you some documents, help documents? What am I sending? So the message or message type, says what is being sent. So when you receive a message, the receiving system should understand how to make sense of it. What is it? Is it a document? Is it a furniture? Is it an iPad? What is it? So that's what a message type is. So if it is an order, it's going to be orders, in artifact, or X12, enhancing. Just a name. So the message type indicates what is being sent, and I'm sending it via USPS, right? So assuming I'm sending it to your office address. Okay? So your office has a bunch of mailboxes, right? Mailboxes. And each has a number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, or maybe a name on it, right? So this is your name. So this is the mailbox with your name on it, right? So I am sending it out, and the US postal van, right, will come and collect it from me, that message. And that message is going to be packaged in a certain way. Maybe let's say I'm sending a piece of paper with some instructions, right? And that's going to be packaged in what form? There is priority shipping, there's regular shipping, there is, all different kinds of formats. So this entire message is going to be encapsulated or put into the proper format, right? So this is called as a port, which we haven't looked at just yet, but we will. That's a port in SAP's terminology. Okay, so this guy takes it, and from that point onwards, you cannot really track where it is. Meaning, yeah, you have your tracking number and all, but you don't know where specifically it is, in whose hand is it, what's the vehicle number. You don't need to know all that. So it's in the system, right? That system, in the context of SAP EDI, is called as the WAN, or value added network, right? And this process of your postman, taking that package, and putting it in whatever bin he likes, and this is where your IDOC is getting converted to a file. File is not the only format, but for now let's just say that it's going to be converted into a text file, right? And then there's going to be another postman here, right? And he's going to take this file and convert it into the format that you like, right? So these guys are your middleware. Middleware 1, middleware 2. Simple enough, right? And then you take the IDOC, or let's say there's a port that is involved, but that's a bit technical. We don't have to, think too much about it. And this IDOC, because it's intended for you, it comes and sits in your mailbox with your name, right? That's where the postman is going to come and put it. This, mailbox with your name, this is called as another word called partner profile. We're going to look at all of these things except for a port. But when I try to compare EDI with the US Postal Service, this is how, things would be done. There's a message type. So we have talked about a couple of things here. One is sender and receiver. I'm the sender, you're the receiver. So we are the parties, right? So customers, vendors, so on and so forth. The next thing is message type. So a message type is orders, 850 in ANSI, order response, 855 in ANSI. So this is Edifact, this is ANSI. Just different standards. So on and so forth. Number 3 is we've talked about middleware, right? The US Postal Service playing the role of middleware. In this case, some middleware system like XI, right? Or PI. Number 4 is a port. This is a bit technical, and as a functional consultant, you never have to configure a port, except just use it. So just understand that port is basically a way of packaging the material that's being sent. In this case, the data. The data can be packaged as a file. The data can be packaged as XML. The different technical formats. Don't worry too much about it. Just your ABAP consultant will create it for you. You just have to use it. Number 5 is IDOC. We'll talk more about IDOC in the next chapter. Number 6 is partner profile. Right? So these are the 6 terms that you should have some idea at this point, and when you try to compare EDI with the US Postal Service. Now, in the context of the structure of an IDOC, everything, this is all the data part. This is all data. And the control record indicates who is the sender, who is the receiver, what is the message, is it an order, is it an order response, is it an invoice, and that's it. Who this message is for, who this message is from, what is this message, that's it. And of course there's something called as a port, which is the way data is being packaged, but that's not really that important. The control record indicates who it is from and who it is for, and what is this message, what message does it contain. Well, now that we have seen the structure of an IDOC, let's zoom into an IDOC. So we already created an IDOC as an order response, and we want to see it in the system. And the transaction to see an IDOC is WE02. So here is the order that we have created previously. And if you go inside to the output determination, output, header, edit. And why are we going to the output determination? Because we have created this IDOC as a response to an order. Order response. right? We didn't create an order yet using an IDOC. We have created an order manually, and the response to this order that is sent back to the customer saying, hey, here is your order confirmation. That's exactly what we have triggered as an IDOC. And what's the IDOC number? The output type is BA01. If you click on the processing log, you'll see the IDOC number. Control Y and copy that. Control C and go to WE02. That's the transaction to view or search for IDOCs. So remove this date here because we don't know when it was created. And put your IDOC number in here and execute. So what do you see? On the left, we have an IDOC. And on the right, we have the data associated with an IDOC. So the IDOC has a control record, data records, and status records. Well, status is something that we have not seen yet. But at least we have an idea of what a control record is and what data record is. Control record is more like the addresses on your envelope, right? So when you hand over your package to FedEx, it has some address data, right? Like where it's coming from, where it's going to, how it should be processed, meaning is it priority, is it express, is it standard, stuff like that, but nothing related to what's inside the package. The data records is what is inside the package. This IDOC holds data related to what? Well, order response, of course. And what's the data contained in that order response? Well, it's for this order 13972 and it's for this customer. And then there's a whole bunch of data here. Like, for example, what's the order type? This is the order type. OR in English, TA in German. What's the sales org? What's the distribution channel? What is the division? These are the dates. These are the amounts. And this is the sold to information. Who is the sold to? What's the address? What's the phone number? This is the bill to. This is the payer. This is the ship to. In this case, it happens to be the same 1400, but it can be different. And then more dates. This is the Incoterms, costs and freight. This is the second part of the Incoterm. And then we have payment terms. And this is, once it goes to P, even EDP, you see the P there? P. This is all K, right? So you see this K here, right? So everything that you see in K is header data. And then anything that starts with P, item data. So K is header data, P is item data, right? And you can expand on the P, like because you have the triangle there. So this is the line number and some details at the line item level. And then you can hierarchically dig deep in, like the dates at the line item level, currency, the material group, all the line item level data is here. And if you have more than one line item, that even EDP01, this segment, keeps repeating as many as there are line items. You can test it yourself. Create 2 line items, trigger an order response, and see how many EDP01 segments are there in the corresponding IDOC. Now, this is the data, right? What's inside the package. Now, what's there in the label? The control record. It has what is called as a basic. Now, we are getting a bit technical here. Basic type. What is a basic type? The message type is basically an edifact representation of what this message is. Now, I'm not expecting that you understand X12 and edifact, the standards that we have talked about right away. But Think of the message type as something every party in the system would understand. Meaning, again, going back to our FedEx example, if I send a FedEx package over to you and the label says contents, electronics. What does that mean? That means that anybody reading that package can understand that this is an electronic item, right? So we're trying to identify what are the contents of the package. Why do you need to do that? Why do you need to label it explicitly as, electronics or home furnishing or whatever that package contains? Why do you need to really identify it? The reason is, unless you identify what kind of data is there in that package, the person receiving it would not understand how to process it. But in case of a package, you just rip it open, right? It's easy. But if you are handling data, then the receiving program or the receiving entity has to understand what's there in this. If it's an order response, it will send it to the corresponding program to store that order response. If it is a delivery response, also called as an ASN, Advanced Shipment Notification, then the corresponding program needs to be invoked by the receiver. If it's an invoice, then the corresponding program needs to be invoked. Right? So based on the package, the handling will be done. Right? So when I took the example of the FedEx package, probably did not make a lot of sense to you. I can understand that. The reason is, well, irrespective of the package, whether it contains electronics, home furnishings, or something else, you're just going to take a knife, open the tape, and then see what's inside, right? That's simple enough. But what if you get all different kinds of packages? Example, you might get hazardous goods in a package. Well, that's not something that Amazon sends, but assume you receive any kind of package. Say you're an industry, right? You receive different kinds of packages. You receive packages for raw materials. Where should it go? It should be handed over to the stores department. You receive an envelope for the CEO. Where should it go? It should be given to the internal mail department and they'll put it on the CEO's desk. You got some hazardous goods. Where should it go? It should be handed over to the hazmat team that knows how to handle it, how to store it. The point being, depending on what's in the package, which is identified by the message type, SAP on the receiving end, or any system on the receiving end, doesn't matter, any ERP, it knows how to handle that package. So that's the message type. What about the basic type? Now, the basic type is completely internal to SAP. Now, if you look at it, it's orders 05. In case you're wondering what this 05 stands for, it's just the latest version of how an order should look like. In this case, an order response. Both have the same structure. What do I mean by that? When I say orders have a structure, we have to look at a little bit of the history of an IDOC. When IDOCs were originally created, the concept of database itself did not exist. There were no database at that point. It was probably invented in 1980s. So at that point, the only kind of a data communication mechanism was a text file or just plain text. So an IDOC, just to make things easy for everybody, because it's a package that should be so simple enough that any system in the chain from the source to the destination, including middleware, should be able to handle it without any special technology. And text is easy, right? There's no need for special data handling. Text is something that's human readable, machine readable, anybody can read it. And anybody can manipulate it. So the way an IDOC has been structured technically is like a text file. In fact, it is a text file after an IDOC is converted by the middleware, like a file. And each line is called a segment. This is actually a line in a text file. So imagine your notepad. One line is a segment. The second line is a second segment. Third line is a third segment. And each segment will have a segment type. And the segment type says what kind of line it is. Well, if it says even EDK01, that means that this line is going to contain a particular set of data in a particular order. It's going to have currency. It's going to have payment term next. And third, it's going to have the order number. So they're going to be there in a specific order, not going to be haphazard. And each of these fields have a certain width. And this width is fixed. Now, just so that I don't lose you, what we are trying to do here is try to understand the technical structure of an IDOC or an EDI message. If it's not really too important for a functional consultant because you don't need to really worry about the width of a particular field in a segment. But it's going to be useful when you talk to your ABAP consultant. When he says that, this field and this segment has this width and this is where it's supposed to be, you need to understand that each field in a segment has a fixed width. Unless you understand that, you'll not be able to make sense of what your ABAP consultant is saying. But having said that, this is not really a hugely important factor in understanding the big picture of EDI. If you want me to just gross over this entire segment thing, all I can say is an EDI message or an IDOC message is basically a text file. Well, inside SAP, it's represented in the database, but once it goes out of SAP, it's basically a text file. And that's the representation that you see here. This is basically a text file, but represented in the database in this format using control record, data records, and status records. And each line is modeled as a segment, and each segment has a fixed width, and each segment also has fields that have fixed width. Right? Each segment is a line of data. Each segment has fields that are fixed width. Now the segments are hierarchical, one below the other, and you can go on and on and on just about the structure of the IDOC itself, but that's okay. You don't need to worry too much about it at this point, just because we are trying to get the big picture at this point. Okay. Now we have produced an outbound IDOC. How about an inbound IDOC? Let's do it in the next chapter. Alright, so we have created an outbound IDOC successfully. Now we want to create an inbound IDOC, meaning we are trying to see how to essentially simulate an order coming in from our customer. Since we don't have an actual customer, actual middleware system, all we have is SAP, what we are going to do is simulate an IDOC, which is essentially saying, here is our customer, and here is our middleware. This customer is Walmart, and they have sent an order, and using EDI, middleware, and all that magic, it has created an IDOC. And when I say IDOC, it's an SAP. So it has posted an IDOC in SAP. Right? Now this IDOC needs to be processed to create an order in SAP. This is all SAP. Right? So remember, IDOC is just a package that contains data in a specific format. It has to be processed for the inbound system or the receiver to make sense out of it. If it's an order response, it has to be recorded. If it's an inbound order, you have to create an order which can be opened in VA02 or VA03. If it is an invoice, we have to receive the invoice in the system. Right? The message has to be processed. And depending on what the message is, the process will do the respective action. In this case, what has to happen? Walmart has sent us an order. That order, after all the EDI magic, is sitting as an IDOC in the system, in our SAP system. Now, what do you have to do? Or what does the system has to do? It has to pick up that package, IDOC. When I mean package, I'm referring to an IDOC. Just so that you understand, the similarities between a FedEx package and an IDOC message. So this program in SAP has to look at this IDOC and process it and create an order. But we don't have Walmart. We don't have the middleware. What are we going to do? Who is going to create this IDOC for us? Well, we're going to create it out of thin air. How? Well, SAP envisioned this and created a test tool that we can use using transaction WE19. This is the test tool that can be used to create an IDOC or simulate an IDOC. So it's not an actual order coming in from Walmart or any customer. We are trying to simulate an order. Because whenever you're working with third-party systems or interfaces, you don't have the luxury of simulating things all the time. So you simulate data, right? And how do you do that? Transaction is W19. And in the message type, you're going to say orders. So orders, remember, is like the package type. And everybody should understand it. Any customer in the supply chain, from Walmart all the way to our company, they look at this message and the message type is orders. It understands that it's an order, incoming purchase order. And this orders 05 is an internal representation of an order. Just choose it for now. Don't worry about it. And then we'll see how to process it. Okay. So go to WE19 via message type and orders. Why orders? Because that's the package type. That's the type of message we are creating. Execute. Pick orders 05. This is the IDOC type. This is the internal representation. It's like an iPhone has versions, right? iPhone 7, 8, 9, 10. There's no 9, but it has versions, right? But what is it? It's a phone or an iPhone. The versions are 6, 6S, 7, 7S, so on and so forth. So orders 05 is like an internal version in SAP. It dictates the structure of that IDOC. But to the outside world, orders 05 doesn't make any sense. It's like an internal representation, like a version. At the end of the day, whatever you choose an IDOC type, the message type is the global keyword. That's what any system in the whole ecosystem understands. Okay. Now, this is a blank IDOC. I say blank because there's no data in it, right? Click on that. There's no data in it. All the fields are blank. Purchasing, payment terms is blank. Currency is blank. All of that is blank. So it's a blank IDOC, like a template. And what kind of a template is it? It's an orders 05 template. And what kind of a message is it? It's an orders message, meaning it's a purchase order. So we gotta fill this template with some data to actually simulate that IDOC, an inbound order from Walmart or any customer, and then we'll process it. Before we process it, we need to fill data in this template. So what is the minimum data that you need to fill to create a sales order in SAP? You need the customer, number one. You need the order type, number two. You need the sales area, 101000 or whatever sales or distribution channel division you wish to use. You need the material. You need the quantity. I think that's all you need. Just the basic data. Depends on how your order is set up, but this is the bare minimum data, right? Now, Where do we fill this data in this template? This looks like Greek and Latin, right? E1, EDK 01, 14, 03. Where do we fill what? Here is the template. Even EDK 14. This is 012 segment qualifier, and this is the order type. Okay. Sales org 1000, 10 distribution channel. This is order type, of course, and this is division, and this is saying sold to is 1400, and line item 10, and underneath that this is P, right? So line item underneath that you'll have an MO1, and that's it, right? So this is what we want to fill. Even EDK 14 repeated 4 times. This is the same segment repeated 4 times that contains the order type, sales org, distribution channel, division. How do we do that? Let's start just with these 4 segments, okay? Even EDK 14. There's an even EDK 14, and click on that. So for a particular qualifier, you have to enter some data. What kind of data? Qualifier 012 is OR. Qualifier 012 is OR. Okay. How do I know that? How do I know that 012 is OR? When I created an order response, it actually filled up the data. The program filled up the data, and it filled up data for order type, sales org, distribution channel, division, customer. All the data has been filled up. I actually picked up only the relevant parts from that order response IDOC, and I'm filling it in. There's no magic behind it. I don't know these segments by heart. All I'm trying to do is pick up just those relevant segments from an order response which was created by SAP, and then using it to create an inbound IDOC, actually simulate an inbound IDOC. Okay. Now, if you don't understand these segments, just take a screenshot that I've shown in the PDF and then use that to create your inbound order. Okay. At this point, don't worry too much about why I'm using a particular segment. It's convention, right? Why do you use a particular label to print something? Why do you use A4? Why is A4 so many inches by so many inches, right? It's a convention. And same thing with this. SAP has internally programmed its function modules to handle an inbound IDOC based on the segment names like this. Even EDK 14 and 012 contains the document type, and that is standard. You can look at it in the SAP documentation. It has not changed. It will not change unless you create your custom function module. The standard function module that's going to process an inbound order, sales order, is going to look at the corresponding segment for the order type, right? If that does not make sense, don't worry. We're just trying to fill up a template, and I'm just trying to plug values here and there. If you don't understand where exactly I'm plugging up these values, don't worry. Just create them as I'm showing on the screen. So I want to create 4 segments like this, right? See that? Even EDK 14, 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 segments. How do I create these segments? So we use the copy and paste feature. So this is copy and this is paste, the clipboard. So you want to copy a segment and then paste it. Let's do it. So select that segment and then say copy and paste. Now, how do you want to paste it? You want to paste it inside a segment, like a hierarchical segment, or at the same level? Well, we want to do it at the same level, right? 14, 14. We need 4 of them, right? So let's just create 4 of them. Copy, paste, same level, paste, same level. So we got 4 even EDK 14 segments. But how should the data be? We know that segment 12 is OR, order type. But how about sales org, distribution channel, division? 08, 07, 06. 08, 1000, 07, 10, 0600. Does it make sense? 08, 07, 06. 08 contains 1000 sales org, 07 contains the distribution channel, 06 contains the division. 08 contains the sales org, 07 contains the distribution channel, 06 contains the division. Cool, right? So we got this covered. Now we need to put in the sold to party, even EDK A1, and then AG is 1400. Even EDK A1, and then partner function AG is 1400, meaning we are getting an order from customer 1400 in which he is playing the role of a sold to. That's it. We have got the customer cleared. And then even EDP01. Over here, we are trying to enter line item and material. Since we only have one line item, we don't need to create more structures. Just one line item is enough. 10. And where is the material? Material must be somewhere inside actually. I think it's in 19. Yeah, there you go. M01. Okay. Close that and you should have the material and quantity. Okay. Alright. I think that's all we need. So let's try and process this. Standard inbound. What does it say? Partner profile not maintained. We have defined the contents of the package. Everything has been laid out. But it doesn't say where it's coming from, where it's going to. Who is the sender? Who's the receiver? So in order to do that, click on here and we have to specify the receiver and sender. And this has been defined, which is good. So what kind of message is it? Meaning what kind of package is it? It's an order. Okay. Who is sending it? The receiver. Who's sending it and who's receiving it? So here we go. Typically, this is the port. This is the partner type logical system. And it's coming from a subsystem. The partner who is sending it is 1400 and it's a customer. He's a sold to party. I just pulled these things off of the memory of the GUI. But what I'm trying to essentially say is, where is it coming from? It's coming from the subsystem. Meaning, that's the port, which is a technical way of saying, how is the data going to be packaged and which specific, box or the technical instance is the data going to be coming from or going to. So this is something that you never have to worry about. Your ABAP consultant will give you the details. Partner number is something that you would know. Where is the actual order coming from? The order is supposed to come from the customer, right? Customer we have chosen as 1400. And what kind of a partner is it? Is it a logical system or a customer? Sometimes orders can come from logical systems. We'll understand more about it when we come to ALE, which is a different technology. But depending on the partner type, actions could be different. In this case, it's a customer, so we are specifying it as KU. And again, depending on the partner role, you could have a different processing function associated with this IDOC. Meaning, if the order is coming from a sold to, process it one way versus if the order is coming from a ship to, process it a different way. Right? That's the sender data. How about the receiver? Receiver is this system, the system that we are actually working on. So there's a specific way in which that port has to be created. It's SAP followed by the 3-digit instance of the SAP system. And then the partner number defined in SCC4. And it's a logical system. The recipient is the system. It's us, our SAP instance. Once again, this is all details that you would need to know if you want to create it in your own, test system. But in a real project, these things will be given to you by a ABAP consultant. You don't have to worry about it. Okay? So that is the control data. Now let's see if we can process it. So it says everything is okay. And then it says trigger by background program, which we don't know what it is about. But let's just say execute. So here is our IDOC. Some IDOC created was saved but cannot be processed. Okay. If you go to WE02, the IDOC viewer or search tool, put your IDOC number in there. Because it's created today, I don't even need to change the date. There you go. You have your IDOC created. Right? And each IDOC has a status. What are these statuses? It says IDOC added, and then IDOC was created by test transaction, and now IDOC is ready to be transferred. But did an order get created because of an IDOC? Because the ultimate purpose is to create an order, right? This is just a message. How do we process that message? We didn't process the message yet. And I can say that just by looking at the status or by looking at these lights. It's still yellow, meaning it has not been processed yet. We just created an IDOC, right? It's like simulating a package that has come from Walmart or some customer 1400, and it's there at our doorstep waiting. We need to open the door, take the package in, and then process it. In the case of a FedEx package, you open it, look at the content, and do what you need to do with it. For example, you get a TV. What do? You open it, put it on your desk or wall, and then start watching TV, right? Same thing here. You got an order. What do you need to do? You need to invoke a program that look at this message, an order, inbound order message, and then create an order in VA03 or VA01. That has not happened yet. So how does it happen? What do you need to do to invoke that program? There are a couple of transactions to do it. The simplest transaction is BD20. So let me open it in another window. Call it BD20. Then enter the IDOC number and hit execute. So it says application document not posted and the status is 51. And it's got a red light there, which means that something has gone wrong, right? That's okay. So let's go and see. Let's go back, execute that again, and see where things have gone wrong. So look at the status record and look at this message here. And it says there's no article description for item 10. So who has given this message? It says, but there's no article description or some message has been given to you after this IDOC has been processed and this IDOC has actually failed, right? Who has given this message? It's the inbound processing program. Which program is it? We're going to look at that program when we look at processing function modules. But just assume that the right program has picked it up and then did some processing and said, hey, something is wrong. This package contains data, okay, but I could not create an order. Something is wrong. That's what that message says. There is no article description. Okay, so let's see, WE19, and instead of creating this IDOC again from scratch, we could just copy the existing IDOC, right? The one that we have just created. The only problem is there's something wrong with the way the article has been created. Document item is 10, okay, but something is wrong somewhere. I think the identification is missing or something is wrong. There's no article description. Probably the quantity is missing. Line number 10, quantity 1, and then material M01. Maybe that's missing. Let's see. Standard inbound again, and it created an IDOC 46. Control C. And let's process it in BD20. Okay, again. The next IDOC. Let's see, application document not posted again. Okay. Here is what we had to fix. If you look at the line item level segment, the qualifier over here has got to be 002. Now, this is a bit confusing. Why only 002? Because that's how the inbound IDOC program is written. And if you look at the documentation, that should clearly say what kind of an identifier is expected by the inbound order program for the material field. So just take these inputs, 002 for M01, and then over here you got to put the line item level and quantity, and that should be it. Okay, the rest of the fields are the same, the sold to and org data and order data. Standard inbound, there you go. Your order or IDOC is created. Now we have to process this IDOC, meaning go to BD20, put the IDOC number in there and execute. So this is the step that we are currently doing, where the simulated IDOC or any IDOC that's coming from a customer is actually given to the processing program to take it to the next level. And what's the next level for an inbound IDOC? That's an order. To create an order in VA01. Right? Now, the process says that, application document posted, status is 53, and most importantly, it's green, meaning something good has happened. Right? So let's double click this and go to status. Click on 53 because that's the green status, and it says standard order 13974 has been created. Now believe me, I did not create this manually. It was created automatically by the program just by looking at that IDOC. And that IDOC contained what kind of data? Order type OR, 101000, sales org distribution channel division, customer 1400, and material M01 quantity 1. Right? And that's exactly the data that should be there in this order, 13974. So let's open up a browse, the sales order, VA03, and open 13974. 13974. Okay, is that 13974? Yep. Okay. So it's customer 1400. And what about the sales org distribution channel division? There should be 101000, right? Okay, you have that. M01 is the material and the quantity is 1, right? So what have we done here? We have simulated an inbound order using an IDOC, and using the transaction BD20, we have asked SAP process that IDOC and take it further. And what SAP has done is invoked a certain program, a function module basically, that knows how to process an inbound IDOC. And what happens after you process an inbound IDOC? The end result is that an order should be created in the system. That's the whole purpose of this EDI, right? To automate the process of creating orders or sending order responses or sending invoices. That's the whole purpose of EDI. Automate the communication that happens between the company, the customer, company, the vendor, the company and the bank. All different partners that a company has to deal with on a daily basis. And that is what we have successfully done here. We have simulated an inbound IDOC to automatically create an order without me having to go to VA01 and create it. There we go, we have an order, 13974. And this order has an order response that can be automated too. The order response creates an IDOC. An IDOC gets sent to the customer. Point being, we know a couple of things here. The point being, we know a lot of things here at this point. We know how to create an IDOC as a response to a transaction, order response. We know how to simulate an inbound IDOC and then let SAP process that IDOC to create orders. And we were successfully able to view that order in VA03, right? So we have actually done a lot of things But more than that, SAP has done a lot of things behind the scenes so that the actual order got created with just the raw data. And this is all possible because we have to do a certain amount of setup. As a functional consultant, there is something that we have to do. And as a technical consultant, there are some things that they have to do. And as basis and middleware, they have to do certain things. Unless all of these things are done, you would not have the message come in and create a sales order, or you would not have an order response go out of the system. None of this would happen. So we are not worried about what the ABAP consultant does, right? He creates ports, he creates subsystems, RFC destinations. We don't care what the basis consultants does. They create RFC destinations, they create subsystems too. They interact with the middleware person, vendor, to create some connections, test connections, physical connections. Those are all things that are not in our purview. So what do we need to worry about from an infrastructural point of view, from a setup and config point of view? The key config for us is partner profile. We're going to learn about that in the next chapter. What is a partner profile? Now, purely in terms of configuration, this is probably the biggest piece for a function consultant to configure an EDA scenario. So what does a partner profile indicate? We have created two scenarios so far. We have sent out an order response to customer 1400. We have also simulated an inbound order from the customer 1400. One of the key parameters that allowed this in terms of configuration is the partner profile. It's a place where we specify what a particular partner can send and what a particular partner can receive. So, are we allowing Walmart to send us orders? Say this is Walmart and partner profile is maintained in WE20 and let's say 1400 is the Walmart customer. Are we allowing Walmart to send us orders via EDI? If yes, check this on. Are we allowing Walmart to change orders after an order has been sent? Maybe not, so don't check this on. That's in terms of inbound, what they can send us. Now, in terms of what they can receive, can they receive an order response? Probably yes. Can they receive an invoice? Probably yes. Maybe not the shipment notification, as an example. And that's all the system allows. SAP only allows orders to come in from this customer, and order response needs to go out and invoice needs to go out. That's it. Nothing else comes in, nothing else goes out. This is just for one customer, 1400. What about another customer, say Target? Say it's 1500. Maybe for Target, you allow order changes. Yeah, sure. So for 1500 profile, this is how you need to configure it. So it's more or less like a gate pass, or what can go in, what can go out, or what can come in from a particular customer is what is configured in the partner profile. On top of that, you also specify how each of these messages need to be processed. Remember I said the package comes in from FedEx, leaves it at the door, and that's it. Their job is done. So the iDoc's job or the middleware's job is done. Now it's up to the receiver to look at that message, open it, and process it, right? Now, how should Walmart's order be processed? For all practical purposes, irrespective of Walmart or Target, you might probably want to process it the same way, but there could be variations, and SAP allows that. You could specify that, the inbound order processing for Walmart is done by one program, and for Target, it could be done by another program. That's what partner profile allows you to do. So if you look at the partner profile W20 and look at customers, partner type KU, each customer, each sold to that can send an order will have two sections, outbound section and inbound section, right? Inbound, outbound. And inbound, we say what can come in. Orders can come in, right? In outbound, we specify what can go out. Order response can go out, meaning order confirmation, or shipment notification, a notification that you send to the customer after you have done the delivery, VL02N. That can go out. You can also add bill to party invoice. This is something that goes out, right? You create an invoice, send it to the customer. So inbound parameters and outbound parameters are configured in the partner profile. So this is the role of a functional consultant. On top of that, like I said, each of these messages, orders, order response, invoice, needs to be processed in a certain way, right? Like how you process your package. And the way you specify that is via what is called as a process code. Now, why this intermediary step called the process code is basically SAP's design. We can talk about it at length, but it just confuses you. For now, just understand that there's something called as a process code. That's step number one. And this process code is really simple. It's just associated with the function module. That's it. This is linked to a function module. Basically, it's saying this type of message should be processed by this function module. That's all there is to it. So a process code is an intermediary step. It's designed that way by SAP, so you just have to live with it. So that's one thing. The second thing is, how do you process it? Do you process it immediately or do you process it in the background? No. This is more of an optimization step. For test purposes, you want to trigger immediately maybe. But in production, it's typically done as a background process. The reason is simple. Let's say orders keep coming in, right? In the days of HANA or S4 HANA, this might not be a big deal. But in the olden days, processing power, especially during peak hours, peak business hours, was vital. So what happens is all these iDocs get queued up one after the other. So this came in at 8 hours, 30 minutes, 31 seconds. This came in at 32 seconds. This came in at 34, right? Let's say every 5 minutes, you run a batch process for BD20 for a particular document type, let's say orders. So every 5 minutes, orders are processed. So all the things that remain in the queue in a certain status, say 64 or whatever that status is, after they get successfully processed, they get converted to 53. If they are failed, they get converted to 51, so on and so forth. The different stages that we are going to talk about, these are called statuses. The point I want to make here is, in production, typically, these iDocs come and stay in a queue until the batch program for processing those iDocs run and they are cleared. But if you set it to trigger immediately, these iDocs don't wait for 5 minutes or whatever timeline. They just, BD20 immediately picks up that iDoc and runs it. So that's what is the difference between trigger immediately and trigger in the background. We can see one example where we can set it to trigger immediately and see how you don't have to run BD20 or BD87 and it automatically processes that iDoc. But like I said, the process code is associated with the program, right? So inbound orders is associated with process code ORDE, and in W42, it's associated with an actual program. This is an actual function module, iDoc input orders, iDoc underscore input underscore orders. So that's the name of the function module that this process code is associated with. Now again, why this indirection? Why not just associate the message type to an IDOC type? I mean, why not just associate a message type with a function module? Well, that's how SAP has designed it. So, like I said, we just have to live with it. And immediate versus background. Either IDOCs are queued or they are processed immediately. We can create an IDOC and you can see the difference between trigger immediately and trigger in the background. Now, trigger immediately is as soon as you do W19, save it, an IDOC number is created, and immediately it's either failure or success. The order could be created or order could be failed. You either see an order number or you see a failure message. But when you say background, you go to W19, save it, right? Your IDOC is created, but it's set in a certain stage, waiting to be processed stage. Now, unless you run BD20 or BD87, that's when the actual processing happens. And that's when you either SAP creates an order number or sends a failure message, right? So this is an important distinction that you have to understand. In fact, there are many interview questions focused on this. How are IDOCs processed? They want you to know that there's a difference between these two ways of triggering IDOC processing, background versus foreground, trigger immediately. And typically, like I said, in production, it's always trigger and background because BD20 is set as a background batch job that runs every 5 minutes or 10 minutes, and all IDOCs are processed and orders are created. And then we have also seen how to copy an IDOC, right? So if there is a successful IDOC, you don't have to create all the data in that IDOC from scratch. You can copy it instead of creating it from scratch, right? So this is creating an IDOC from scratch. It's painful. You have to put all the data in. So this is the copy functionality, right? As an SAP functional consultant, anytime you configure anything, you use the copy functionality, right? Same thing here. When you want to create an IDOC, pick the closest IDOC that is successful and then put it here, use this existing IDOC functionality, and then you'd be able to create a replica of that IDOC. And like I said, depending on the configuration for that particular message type, it's either triggered in the background or triggered automatically. Either way, your IDOC number is immediately generated, right? Because it's a test tool. And we can go to WE02 and then look at the status. And I said, depending on if it's a success or a failure or whether it's been processed or not, each IDOC stays in a certain stage or status. So what is this status? Why bother about status? Think of status as a tracking number or how you track your package. Right? Again, I'm taking the analogy of the FedEx package. So starting with me sending this package, right? And then handing it over to FedEx. So this is my space. This is you. And this is all the FedEx peaks, right? So the package has been handed over and they give you a tracking number or give me a tracking number. 1, 2, 3. And of course, it's going to be very big. 1, 2, 3, ABC, 0, 0. A big number. But I could keep a copy to myself and email you that tracking number. And what are you going to do? You're going to track that package, put that in fedex.com and say, what's the status of this package? Well, the status over here is going to say just received. A couple of hours later, it goes to the main processing center. At main processing center, let's say Fremont. Say I'm in Sunnyvale, California, and you're in New York. And then over here on board the flight, and it doesn't say the flight number, but it says on board the flight. And then it says package received. You get the picture, right? The different statuses that package goes through to get to you in New York. That's how you track a package, right? And an IDOC also has to go through so many different statuses. An IDOC could just be created. After that, it is queued for processing. After that, it can be successfully processed, or it could fail the processing, and then you could restart it again. Point being, just like a package goes through different statuses and phases, an IDOC also goes through different statuses. And depending on if it is an inbound or an outbound, so this is inbound, this is outbound. If an order IDOC is coming in, these are the statuses that it goes through. If it's just been created, it goes to the status 50. If it has been successfully processed, it goes to 53. If it has failed, it goes to status 51, so on and so forth. Same thing with an outbound. They have a different number range for statuses. They start from 01 and go until 47 or 48, let's say 49, right? So all the statuses in between 01 and 49, they're all outbound statuses, and all the statuses starting with 50 are inbound statuses, and then they go up to 80 or 90. It's just two different sets of statuses, one for inbound, one for outbound. And when you think of statuses, think of the FedEx package tracking, how it goes from one step to another. Sometimes the package could fail to deliver, and then it goes back to the FedEx facility, and then they could attempt to redeliver it again, and then those statuses are reflected in the history of that IDOC as well, just like how they get reflected in your FedEx tracking. The purpose of a status is to track the sequence of steps that IDOC goes through, because it's an asynchronous process. Because it's an asynchronous process, it happens after the sender has sent that message, and then the sender has no control over what has happened to that message. So somebody has to keep track of it and the different processing statuses, and that's what an IDOC status does. Now, this is all internal to SAP, meaning outside, these statuses don't mean anything. So if company A is sending an order to company B, company A is using SAP, company B is using Oracle apps, these statuses don't mean anything for company B. It's internal to SAP. And to process an inbound IDOC, we need to use BD20, put that IDOC number in there, and then execute. And you should be able to, if successfully processed, see the status of 53 and look at the order here. How about the outbound IDOC? The outbound IDOC also has a similar path in terms of partner profile. You say that for this particular customer, what are the allowed outbound message types? And each message type is associated with a process code. And then, of course, whether you want to trigger immediately or in the background. Again, for an outbound IDOC, we have to create something called as a port. So this is something that you don't have to worry about for an inbound IDOC. This is only specific to outbound. And then you say transfer immediately or collect. Start subsystem, not start subsystem. This is basically to trigger the middleware. And then what's your basic IDOC type? And that's it. Now the port is something that you as a functional consultant would not have to worry about. A port will be given to you by a RevOps consultant and you just have to plug it in. So, but what does a port really indicate? You've got to have a basic view of what a port should be. Port indicates how the data is packaged. Now, if a customer is sending data from SAP to a vendor running Oracle apps or any other system, and the communication is happening via EDI, how does this data travel internally? EDI has a standard way of taking the message and then delivering it to the target system. But that subsystem or middleware EDI can work with different kinds of data. It need not always be a text file. It can be an XML file, it can be HTTP. EDI these days is so flexible that it can take any kind of data. And then of course it will convert it into its own regular standard format. But the point being, the way iDocs have been created in the system, it gives you the flexibility not just to deal with an EDI system, it can deal with any kind of an interface. It can deal with an XML interface, it can deal with a file interface, it can deal with a middleware, non-EDI middleware, it can deal with a file-based system. And that's what a port indicates. Basically at this point, don't just think about EDI, which is a very specific, focused class of communication. Think about the broad interfaces that SAP can have. SAP can interface with banks. It's called as a lockbox. SAP can interface with Amazon as long as there is an API. That's called as a web API or REST-based APIs. SAP can interact with USPS because they have an API. API meaning just an interface, a plug-and-play interface. Meaning, if you send out an order, put a tracking number in there, and you want SAP to automatically track and update the status in the order, the system SAP needs to reach out to USPS or FedEx, put the tracking number in there, get the status and update it as text or some kind of a format against the sales order. That's basically an interface, right? So a port is used for communicating data between SAP and another SAP or non-SAP system, and port controls how the data is packaged. I'm giving you a very broad overview of port. It might not be very technically accurate, but for a function consultant, that's all you need to know. And when you process an outbound iDoc, you don't use BD20, you use WE14. Now, these are two separate transactions, right? BD20 for inbound and WE14 for outbound. If you don't want to use that or these two separate transactions, you can use something called as BD87 that can take care of inbound or outbound. So basically, if an iDoc is waiting to be triggered, use any of these transactions. They'll make sure that the iDoc is processed by the respective function module. So, inbound, outbound, we were successfully able to create an inbound order based off of a simulation. And we were successfully also able to trigger an order response from an order that we created in SAP. So these are the two main EDI message types for an SD consultant. There are two more. So total of 4 most used message types. There are some more, but the most used message types. An order comes in, we send out an order response. Just like how you go to Amazon, place an order, and then Amazon gives you an order response. 2 key EDI message types. And after that, you also have what is called as an advanced shipment notification or ASN. So this is something that you send to your customer after the delivery has been PGI'd. And after that, you can also send an invoice. Now, these two steps are exactly similar. There's no difference in terms of the overall functionality. All you have to do is create this order, deliver that order, do a PGI, and our Lava output type will be triggered, for which we have to create a condition record, of course, just like we have created a condition record for BA01. All output EDI messages are triggered via condition technique. So create this condition record and your outbound ASN will be created. Create this condition record for the corresponding bill to, and the outbound invoice or 810 IDOC will be created. And for all outbound, use BD87. For all outbound, you can use BD87 for all inbound, or you can use BD20 for inbound and W14 for outbound. That's all there is to EDI. Now, granted, we didn't cover the depths of EDI, meaning there's so much depth to it. But overall, these are the key business areas that you should focus as an SD consultant from the perspective of EDI. As long as you understand these 4 basic processes, how to trigger those things in SAP, what is the basic configuration that needs to be done, you understand EDI, you can basically take most of the interviews.